we need is in the belly of the whale, and we have to go like deep sea fishing for it. Like we have to go rescue our fathers. It's a metaphor for his knowledge in the libraries. And like I think about that sometime, and it's like man, it's like there's so much. Well, not anymore, because the library that I had in like the 80s and 90s was huge. There was so many books. It was a two-story building, and now the library we have today, it's like garbage. It's like there's not really much to it. But the library I had as a kid, and I could go in there and just like take whatever I wanted. And my great aunt was the librarian, so I could like do whatever I wanted in there. Like I was running the place. It felt like, and I could take books and not get any late fees, and I could teach myself sign language, whatever I wanted to do, and I did pretty much. But now it's like our libraries have been confiscated or something. Like all that ancient wisdom is like it's either like looked down upon as like stupid because caveman wrote it, or some how do they say the people that wrote the Bible? What do they say? They're like sheep herders, you know. But it's like there's a lot of wisdom in those books, man.
Yeah, a lot of the sources for the knowledge that I have on like healing and stuff like that come from Vedic scriptures, right? Thousands of years old, passed down. I'm pretty sure it was mostly in India. I could be wrong though, but yeah, a lot of these ancient texts, they're truly on a different level when it comes to the knowledge within them, and then of course it's no surprise that they are rarely mentioned or slowly being suppressed over the years.
Yeah, dude. Like if you look at the properties of turmeric, and then you can't just eat the turmeric. You have to unlock the properties with either a fatty oil like olive oil or like black pepper. And then once you unlock the key to like how to use the turmeric, because just because you eat it doesn't mean your body absorbs it. And it's like without that second knowledge, you're just eating turmeric on toast with no butter. It's not doing you very good. But once you realize that, you need butter or olive oil or something fatty to unlock it, it's like now you can use it. And it's like we have all this knowledge, and it's just like the turmeric. We don't have the key to unlock it. We have it, but we don't have it in a lot of ways.
Oh, of course. Well, we both, you and me, we both know who that key is, right? But yeah, I mean, it's something as simple as looking at our own makeup as well, because like, I mean, there's people. I used to literally just walk around, especially early on in my journey. I would just go for walks and talk to random strangers on the street. Where I lived. I mean, it was basically just a very long strip of highway, but of course it wasn't like an interstate or anything. There was constant stores, every store you could imagine up and down this thing. So I'd come across, all types of people. For example, I'd go past like the vegan food shop where they make smoothies, and like you talk to these people, and then you head down to like the regular grocery store, and there'd be like a whole different group of people there. So I kind of came across many different people doing that. It was really clear. Like I could literally, like I got to the point where I could ask them one question and pretty much know like where they were at. And that question was, what's the best water to drink, right? And like they either knew it was distilled or they didn't. And of course, 99% of the people just had no clue. But like going back to the point is just like you have like these beans that are made up of like 70% water, right? And they're not taught in school what the best kind of drink is. Like, why is that? You know what I mean? And like, yeah, I've heard really good things about like turmeric and stuff, but it's like even more simple than that. I was like we have like a relationship with this substance. You know what I mean? And we're made like over half of our bodies are supposedly made up of this, right? So why are we not looking to things that we're made up of and that we have a relationship with for healing? You know what I mean? And like when I came across this information and started sharing it with people, I took it as this approach. This approach that I'm talking about is like, we are water beings. Like this there's something more to this, right? Like why are we not drinking pure clean water? You know what I mean? It has magnetic charges that literally act like a toxin vacuum for your body, yet it's suppressed, hidden. There's propaganda against it. You know what I mean? So like it just clicked with me, and that's kind of how I got started on this knowledge, this gaining of knowledge and wisdom, and this path of healing. And now like I've gotten to the point where I've gained the experience with it, and I've applied it to myself. So I just like start sharing it with people, and it was kind of like my dream job. Like my hobby kind of turned into my dream job, which like it's amazing. It's like someone was in here talking about last night. It's like, yeah, you'll have all the material things, but at the end of the day, the last thing you're gonna do is after you've got the house, you've got the wife, you've got the kids, you're just gonna be miserable because you're not passionate about what you're doing. And I try to help people like start in the opposite path, right? They might be where they are with the job that they currently have and stuff, but they haven't got to the point where they feel like they've got all the material stuff yet. So if you get to them before that, right, it's like they have a chance to do the same thing that I did, whatever that may be, right? For me, it was healing. For them, it just might be their hobby or what they're passionate about. But like when you have someone that's in that mindset where they're passionate about what they're doing and they're not miserable, like they're what is it? They're getting fulfilled, right? I think that's the word that was going around last night, is that fulfillment, right? When you are like physically and mentally fulfilled, it just puts you on a different like frequency, and then you start. I guess you just have that energy about you, right? That positive energy, and when you are in that state, you can naturally bring others to that plane of existence, that state as well. So it's just like it just totally makes sense because. Uh, you're gonna radiate what you feel. You know what I mean? And if you're feeling fulfilled, you can fulfill others, and then they can fulfill others, and it's just this domino effect that takes place, in my opinion.
I can see that you're a healer, right? And it's like so many people have so many different problems, right? But we all die from congestion, congestion of the heart or the lungs or the blood and whatever. Like it's all congestion, right? And inflammation. Like that's what kills every single one of us, right?
I would say separation from God kills everybody, my friend.
Well, I mean our meat suit. I'm talking about our meat suit.
I'm just being honest with you, dude. I look to the Book of Life for my beliefs and guidance, man. And you either believe in Christ or you shall perish. That's what it says, man.
Oh no, I'm with you, 100%.
But yeah, you're just asking my personal opinion, and I'm giving it to you. So
Okay, gotcha. So if it's all about congestion, then what is the one thing that lowers your blood pressure? Well, you could go see like a guy who's going to live to be like 55, 60 years old on average, and he's got some letters after his name because he spent a really long time in indoctrination centers, and he can put you on some blood thinning medication, or he might prescribe aspirin, which is going to kill your gut fauna, but he's going to give you something, right, to help you with your blood, right? It's got to be thinned out. Did the doctor tell you that drinking water lowers your blood pressure and thins your blood?
can't make money off of that, Hank. Come on, man. You know this.
So when you take like a blood sample, it's a snapshot of what your blood was like. So if you wake up at 8:30 and you take a blood sample at 9, right, and then you look at your blood, like all your blood cells are going to be sticking together and kind of riding piggyback on each other, and it's not going to look real good. But then after you have some water, right, and then you take another blood sample at 10 o'clock, you're going to notice like, oh, they're separated now. They're kind of, it's almost like they're flowing. And then you drink some more water and you do another one at 11, and you compare like all three blood samples, all three snapshots. It's like, oh, maybe I should drink water before I go to bed. Like maybe that'll reduce my chance of stroke or heart attack. And it's like, I'm not a doctor. What the hell do I know? Right? I never went to the indoctrination center for that long. I was only there for like 13 years, something like that. But, I didn't graduate high school, so, I'm an idiot. What the hell do I know, right? Um, so it's like really important to look at these small little things. And it's like, like older dudes, they have trouble, pitching a tent, right? Because their body isn't working properly like it used to, right? It's like, oh man, if only I could get, the blood flow, right? And have everything working like it did when I was young. It's like olive oil is anti-inflammatory. So if you rub some olive oil on your swollen blood veins, maybe you could get some blood flow, and that way you could pitch a proper tent. Have a kickstand. That way you can't roll out of bed in the morning. You know what I'm talking about? It's like that easy.
Yeah, but
And, and
why do that when you could sell the pill for 50 instead, bro? But yeah,
yeah, I mean, I
it all
completely
boils
get you.
down to the love of money, man. The love of money is the root of all evil, man. But yeah, it's funny because like I always thought it was like very intriguing that it talks about the simplicity of Christ. It's like the answers, in most cases are very simple and just like I said, like these days it just resonates with me. It just makes sense. Like I know right away. It's like this just makes sense. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's just very simple. Like a lot of the key things are just so simple that it's almost like a double-edged sword because they're so simple. They're just like the people these critical thinkers these days they can't wrap their head around something being like so common sense. You know what I mean? That they just can't get it. They're like, hey, oh, it just can't be this easy. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like there's a lot of people that get like tied up like inside their head trying to critically think something that's so simple that you can't really critically think about it. You know what I mean? And I think that's what's beautiful about everything. Is that it's so simple the majority of the time. And it's like people have to like get out of that state of mind of critically thinking everything and like dissecting it and analyzing it. It's like just keep it simple, man.
Yeah, you talk about the simplicity of the book. Like, if you crack open the New Testament and you read like 5 chapters, it tells you how to avoid lawyers. Oh, snorted. But it's really funny that it's that simple.
I
Like,
know.
just
It's like,
negotiate on your own behalf before you go to court, and then it teaches you how to stay out of court. Like, staying out of court's probably a good idea.
it's like you're telling me that the substance that we're made up of is medicine, huh? I don't believe that. It's too simple, man.
You should see the faces when I tell them that I drink distilled water. They're like, huh? Why do you drink distilled water?
Oh God, trust me, I get it every day. It's like they go to
That's
Google and they read the first page, right? They're like, oh yeah, it leaches minerals from the body. Yeah, and I'm like, what kind, right? And they're like, duh. You know what I mean? I was like, yeah, there's two types of minerals, dude. There's organic and inorganic, man. Look into it. It's like, oh, why I've never heard this, man. How do you know this? You know what I mean? I was like, you know who I'm pointing them to at the end of the day, of course. But
and see, the thing is, that same great aunt that I told you about, she bought us like good water when we were children. Like, even though my family didn't have it, like she made sure that we got it, right? So I grew up with like Ozarka, like tubs of water in my house. What are those 5-gallon jars or whatever? So like I grew up drinking spring water when everybody else I'm in town with, like they probably grew up, drinking bottled water. Or the thing I saw on Joe Rogan's the other day, Brandon Schnaub, that snobby guy who gets pissed off when they talk about the flat Earth. He was like, "Oh yeah, I drink water right off the tap, man. Shit's good." And I'm like, like he
God,
was bragging about it. Like I'm
Lord
watching
have
that
mercy
video.
on them.
I'm watching that video, and it's like, yeah, bro, we can tell.
Yeah, it's funny though. It's like, everybody, especially in America these days, like everybody's buying bottled water. You know what I mean? Like that's the big thing. It's like billions and billions of dollar industry. Everybody knows like, oh yeah, bottles better than tap. You know what I mean? But it's like they go home, they get home after work, and like, what are they showering in? You know what I mean? And like people just like completely disconnect. It's like the stuff that is touching your body. And this is an example that I use for people. Like, look at your hand, right? Like anybody can do this right now. Look at your hand. There's no pores on your hand, right? What were your hands made to do? They're made to go touch and feel and explore, right? Explore your surroundings. You can interact with them with your hands, right? There's no pores on your hand because you don't want anything absorbed into your hand. Now, when you look at your arm, there's pores all over your arm. There's pores all over your legs, your body, your torso. There's pores everywhere. Anything that's touching that surface is getting absorbed into your skin. You know what I mean? So it doesn't matter what you're drinking. If you're taking showers in the same water that you're not drinking out of the tap because you know that it's bad for you, you're still absorbing all that stuff. And they did studies in the 80s that proved this. That I think it was uh, you every 10-minute hot shower that you take, you absorb the same amount of the chemicals in the water as drinking 100 gallons of that water, right? Now, of course, you're not absorbing 100 gallons of water. You're absorbing the same chemicals that is found in that water as 100 gallons if you were to drink it. And like this was in the 80s. Like, and then it's funny. It's like, oh, if they knew this back then, why is everybody still taking showers and all this stuff? It's like, I mean, I don't know, bro, but I don't. You know what I mean? And they're like, well, then you probably stink and all this stuff. I was like, dude, I just wiped down with some distilled water, a couple times a day. Like, I'm not destroying my microbiome with soap, shampoo. I'm not using like fluoride toothpaste or none of this stuff. Like, I try to stress to people, I was like, you need to like research your surroundings, your environment. Where are the toxins coming from? Are you using nonstick cookware to cook your food? Because all that stuff's leaching into your food and then you're ingesting it, right? So it's like, you have to eliminate the toxins as well as detox, right? Because if you're not, you're just fighting an uphill battle. You're just, you're reintroducing them at the same time that you're trying to eliminate them. It's just pointless, and people just can't fathom that. It's like hygiene is the biggest, like hygiene is the dumbest shit I've ever heard of. Like, you're destroying healthy bacteria on your skin, but it's good for you, right? It's completely upside down world. You know what I mean? Like, none of this stuff is good for you. Like, how is aluminum zirconium good for you? You know what I mean? Like, what they put in the deodorant, and it's directly absorbing into your skin. It's like, come on, dude. They're like, oh, you have to stink and all this stuff. I was like, yeah, dude. Like, no one tells me that. I go out to the grocery store. Like, I've been doing this for a while, though. Of course, if you're like in the heat of detoxing, yeah, you might stink, right? But like once you're fully detoxed, like you naturally smell sweet. Nobody tells me I stink, right? I haven't taken showers for like weeks, and I just go around people. Right? I might change my clothes or something, but like I go around people, they never say I stink. You know what I mean? These are people that like I'm around all the time.
Yeah, what the stinky part is like the toxins coming out of your body that have been in your body for like years, and then eventually your body's like, what should we do all this? I don't know. Store it. Like where? I don't know. Put it over here. Put it over
Exactly.
there.
I was just
And
having
then
this conversation with someone too. It's like your body's not going to store the toxins that are going to affect you, right? It's not going to put it near your brain or your organs. It's going to store it in your joints, right? It's going to store it in non-vital parts first. So, what's a huge epidemic that's happening right now? Arthritis, right? There's people that are like 30, 40 years old that are having like crippling pain from arthritis, right? And it's from all the toxins being stored in their joints, their knuckles, right? Their hands, right? All these non-vital parts of the body, right? It's not going to kill you now. So your body stores it in these joints, these little corners and crevices. And then you have these body aches, these pains, right? And you were never taught the best kind of drink, so you're not removing them, right? And your body, like you said, over years, your body naturally just becomes overwhelmed. It can't keep up. So that's when you start seeing illness, you start seeing disease, arthritis, depression from the fluoride, all this stuff, you know what I mean? But yeah, you're exactly right.
and eventually it might start storing it, like under your skin, so you get like a little lump, and then you're like, oh my god, I got a lump, and it might scare you, like, okay, I better quit smoking. I found a lump. But it's like people ignore like the warning signs, right?
Yeah, I mean, just look at it like this. I mean, you have these people like 50, 60 years old starting to get Alzheimer's, right? Directly linked to fluoride in the water, right? And like, when you're 50, 60, 70 years old, your body's running out of places to store this toxin. You know what I mean? Like, it starts affecting the vital parts of your body.
Yeah, it's completely insane because I knew that the water was dirty when I was 5 years old. Because my aunt, the one I told you about, she brought us a jar of water and said, "This is our drinking supply. This is where we get our water." And it was like, oh, like I wouldn't drink that. It's like I wouldn't either. And me being 5 years old, like I'm not drinking it. So like I kind of knew about water from a very young age, like how important it was. And I don't own a distiller. Like, why don't I own a distiller? I should totally have a distiller some way. I mean, I probably could do it. I probably just need some copper wire. No, not wire. Fuck, copper tubing. But yeah, kind of talking to you makes me want to rethink my hygiene. I obviously don't use aluminum deodorant anymore, but yeah, I still use shampoo.
Yeah, well, like I said, man, on that specific subject, it goes back to like the healthy bacteria, right? I mean, we all know about like the gut flora, the bacteria that is in our mouths, but this is also like all over our body. You know what I mean? And when you're taking a shower every day, you're destroying that healthy bacteria. Of course, you're getting rid of the quote unquote bad bacteria too, right? But the healthy bacteria is already doing that. So when you're destroying that, you're literally lowering your defenses against the bad bacteria. So it's kind of like a race. Like the bacteria is just like in a race to build back up to get those defenses back, and you're destroying it daily. So that's kind of like I guess the quote unquote science behind it, right? But yeah, a healthy microbiome is going to naturally give you a higher immune system, and you're basically just going to live longer just from that. You're not going to live forever with just that, but you're going to extend your lifespan just from taking care of your microbiome.
Yeah, I haven't stopped knuckle bumping people. The whole, CV-19 thing has been happening, and I never did stop. I continue to knuckle bump people or shake their hands or whatever that they'll let me get away with. It's like, give me whatever microbiome you got. I want it, the good and the bad.
There
Give
you
it to
go,
me.
dude. There you go.
I mean, that used to be like conventional wisdom, didn't it? Like not even too long ago, that by being inside and not seeing anyone, you're actually making your immune system worse. And then suddenly it was like, no, that's wrong. You need to not see anyone to be healthy. It was like, no, you're just lying. It's such an obvious lie as well.
That's such a good point that you made, though. Like, I never thought of that either. It's like, what are we like? We're loving creatures, right? Like, we love to like greet each other, hug each other, things like this, right? And what are you doing when you do that? You're getting the microbiome of the person that you're connecting with. You know what I mean? That's really some profound information. Which doesn't surprise me because, like, as soon as you think you know everything, you know nothing anyway. So just that's a great
Yeah, for
reassurance
sure.
for me that I'm definitely in the right place, which I of course already knew, but it's nice to get confirmation. Like that's what's so beautiful about like this path of life that I'm on. And like that's why I'm so passionate about sharing it with people. It's like, dude, this is truly infinite. Like, as you're like, oh yeah, I've got it down pat, right? And then like there's always something next, and that's so like reassuring and satisfying to me. It's like, there's always, it's eternal, it's infinite. There's always something else to learn. That's what's so cool about it. But yeah, I mean, the path of life is amazing. I highly recommend it to anybody. And like, it's not like I'm here selling a cream. Like nobody here, we're not selling you a product or anything. We're just like sharing the truth with you, and and we hope that you find yourself, and you give a fuck about yourself. That's, I mean, that's what it boils down to. Like, we're just promoting healing. Like, heal yourselves. We want you to feel how we feel. We want you to like love yourself and radiate love, that loving energy, that healing energy to others around you. Like when I found out that's what it was like, right? It was just like about loving yourself and loving others. I was like, I mean, it's just so nice, you know. It's just something I completely resonated with, and I immediately got behind like this cause. So. But I'd always been really interested in like shamanism and all this stuff. Like I wanted to. I always felt like I thought differently, and I was researching like the Mayans and all these people, and like the people that thought differently and acted strange. You know, like today they're labeled as sick, right? You know, they're like, oh yeah, they're different. You know, but like back in the day, like they were like, oh, you know, this guy's got a gift. You know, he's special. Like he's not like everybody else, right? And like the community looked up to those people. They came to those people for advice, right? So anytime I sense someone's thinking outside the box on any topic, you know, I immediately like listen to what they have to say because I know, you know, I know that there's wisdom there that I can gain something from listening to these people.
You know, in Africa, I've heard that they take the people with so-called mental illness and mental health issues, and they just allow them to be themselves, and they're looked at as like the shamans, the healers, the people that are out of touch aren't out of touch. They're just vibrating at a different frequency or what have you is one way for me to put it into words. And it's like they treat their mentally, what we consider mental health people, like, I don't know, it's like totally different than us.
Yeah, I don't think that's true. From my experience in
Disagree.
Africa, they treat mentally ill well. I mean, look, I only have experience in some African countries. I certainly don't think that would be true in East or West Africa. I think they would treat them very badly. Um, Bear in mind, you're talking about an enormous continent with 50 plus countries, so it's very difficult to say. In Africa, X is true, right? It's massive. There's so many different cultures there, but I think broadly speaking, that wouldn't be true from my experience.
Yeah, well, I would say what he said is definitely true. Maybe not today, but at some point in time, like that's basically the exact same thing that I was saying. It's like these Southern American tribes, like they would see that you were acting different, and they knew right away. Like they put these people into positions of power, right? They made them witch doctors. They made them shamans. Because they knew that the community, like their tribe, could gain insight from these people. And if that's happening there, I'm sure it's happening all over the world. But yeah, not necessarily today, like you said. But yeah, especially in the past, they put these people in positions of power. You know.
Yeah, I mean, where's the shaman college? You can go to Hogwarts in New Zealand. I think that's an actual place, but you can't actually, go to the shaman college. Like, where do I learn, what roots do what and what barks do what and what flowers do what? And there's lots of people on YouTube that got like survivalist manuals and, they teach you how to do stuff. But other than, where they went to school at, half of the school they went to might have been like, as, I don't know, what would they be considered? A botanist? I don't know. But the real school is when they went out into the field and found these, plants that the natives knew about, and then they brought it to the lab and studied it. I want to say that's where the actual knowledge came from, because we had a lot of like natural remedies when I was growing up. A lot. I mean, a lot, a lot.
Yeah, and I mean, I had always looked at it like that too when I first started. Was I was looking at like entheogens, plant medicines, like apply nature to the self, right? I had always thought it was like that too. And it's funny. I mean, obviously, all of my wisdom comes from the Creator, and I give Him all of my, all of the credit to Him, right? But like, he took me aside and he was like, "Yeah, this isn't really the way. Like, there's stuff that's better than this." I would say like the best source to look to if you're interested in this path of life, or even any form of shamanism or healing others and yourself, look to the Indians. Like, look to Ayurvedic ideology and Eastern medicine, because they knew like that it was kind of like completing the trinity of the temple itself, right? So it was about cleansing the body. This is the basis of Ayurvedic medicine. It's cleansing the body to free the mind, and then ultimately release the spirit into a different spiritual realm, or having access to that spiritual realm. So that's basically the basis of the Ayurvedic medical system. And they use things like distilled water. They use living water. They use all different types of medicines. You know what I mean? They don't only look to nature. I mean, they do, of course, right? But it seems like if we're made up of like 70% liquid, right? Maybe the answer is just common sense. Common sensely gonna be a liquid too. So.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're still coming in loud and clear.
All right, cool. So I heard this story growing up several times that there was a Native American lady from Oklahoma, and she married a white man from Texas, and she had breast cancer. And when she went to the white hospitals, they removed her breast, and she still died from cancer. And the saying was that if she would have went to her family and had them treat her illness, that she would have ended up way better off, because first of all, they never would have cut off her breast, and second of all, they might have actually been able to heal her because they have different medicine than we do. And I remember thinking, like, different medicine, like, what does that mean? Right? Because I was hearing this at a young age, right? A very, very young age. And my grandparents were always like the naturopathic type. Like, they were always talking about get your vitamins, eat your vegetables, eat the meat, eat everything that you can that's different, and get the different kind of salts. And they'd always like talk about this kind of stuff. And like earaches, man, earaches are so simple. Olive oil, cotton. Like, who doesn't have olive and cotton? I mean, it's just like, you can go to the doctor into the ER and spend like thousands of dollars really quickly over an earache. It's like, or you could just put some olive oil in your ear. And I'm not saying this is a cure. I'm just saying it's soothing when it's lukewarm, like 103, 105 degrees, and you put it in your ear, and it's like instantly, like, oh, like instantly soothing. And then you just put cotton in it and repeat twice a day, once every 12 hours. And it's like, man, it's like when you compare like antibiotics and what it does to your gut biome, and then that's like 80% of your immune system right there in your gut. And it's like, man, and then the fact that people drink sodas, like, I can't get my wife to quit drinking Coca-Cola. And it's like, why would you do that? Why would you do that to yourself? Like, there's so much sugar in there that they had to add like some sort of phosphorus stuff to keep you from vomiting up, because your body knows that you can't take that much sugar in it at once.
Did you know in McDonald's in the UK as well, where they get the syrup and they mix the Coke with the water, they actually add extra sugar to counterbalance the ice that they add to make sure that it's still as sugary as if it was a can of Coke without ice.
Yeah.
So they actually add even more sugar in the McDonald's Cokes.
Yeah, they want to. That's exactly right. I know this because I've actually been a manager of a McDonald's before. Of course, when I was much younger, right? But yeah, they are very specific. They have very specific guidelines in their contract with Coca-Cola to maintain its what is it? To maintain the quality, right? The quality assurance. They want every cup of soda to taste exactly like if you were to get it from another place, right? So it's about maintaining the quality. And yeah, they do outrageous things to maintain that quality. You know what I mean? Well,
Yeah, the consistency you're talking about. Yeah.
That's the word I was looking for. Right, correct.
Yeah. I know what you meant.
Yeah, they are very, very strict on maintaining that consistency. And see, I don't know if that was Coke that started that, right, with them, but McDonald's as a whole, all of their stuff, right, all of their products, they're all about maintaining the consistency. So if you go to a McDonald's in Virginia, where I'm from, they want you to have as close as possible to the same experience as if you're going to one in Seattle. It's all about consistency, and it like I said, that's exactly right what you said about applying that to Coke. But they took it one step further and they applied it to all their products, right? So people know what they're getting into. They're like, oh yeah, I've had this before, and then I can go to this restaurant anywhere and get the same experience. That's what they're all about. But I mean, of course, at the end of the day, it's all just complete poison, like complete shit. So
Yeah, I would agree. I definitely think that I don't know about in the US, but in the UK, a lot of these fast food restaurants now are coming under increased pressure to make their food healthier. And I think it's actually coming from consumers, because consumers don't really buy stuff that's dripping in grease as much anymore. That said, there'll be other things in the food that are very unhealthy anyway. But it's one of the few things where consumers can actually improve the quality of their own lives by, voting with their money.
oh yeah, 100%. That's for damn sure. And it's funny, like another thought that I had since we've been having this conversation is like, what do they tell you affects your health, right? They don't talk about things like water quality or anything like that. They just like, oh yeah, health. You got to eat better and you got to exercise, right? Now,
No, they say it's genetic.
oh yeah, that too, right? That too. But it's like, yeah, they're big on this, right? The food pyramid, getting all your nutrients, right? Making sure you stay active. If your body is full of toxins because you don't know the best way and the less stressful way on your temple to detox, when you're exercising, you're working your body twice as hard because it's already less efficient from the toxins, right? So then they're making you think that you need to go out and be active with this toxic body, right? And that's going to help you. Not only is it not helping you, it's literally making you worse. Like, that's how ass backwards the logic is. And people are eating this stuff up. They believe it, right? Oh, I'm a vegan. I have nothing against people that are vegans. God bless those people. But, uh, you know, these guys are eating healthy and they're being real active and they're skinny as a rail and they look good and they get the girls and all this stuff, but they're full of toxins. Like, their body is dying on the inside. And it's just because they don't know something as simple as the best water to drink. Like,
Yeah, you've made me realize, because I've been meaning to get a distiller for a while. I did have a distiller, and then yeah, it broke. I'll just say that it broke. That's not really what happened, but I need to get a new one because distilled water just has this fantastic taste that just it's like water from a tap. Like, even when you get water from a tap and you put it through a filter, it's still no way. Like, you can it just tastes clean, doesn't it? That's all I can describe distilled water.
It's
It just
so
tastes
airy.
clean.
Yes, it does. It's so airy. Like, I'll give you an example. Like, my dad, he was, bless his heart, he was dying of cancer. And this is when I first started my health journey. I was a full-time caregiver. And I gave him a glass of distilled water. And the man's like 55 years old. He had never drank distilled water once in his life. What's the first thing he says? He's like, that is some damn good water, boy. That's what he told me. Like, and I was like, yeah, man, this stuff tastes amazing. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's almost like the chlorine treatment process, like just, I don't know what it is. Like, it like destructures the water. Like, I mean, once you start getting deep into like the Ayurvedic method of healing and stuff, like they talk about things like water structure, sun charging your water. There's just this huge community behind this, and yeah, it just tastes great. Like, I mean, it's just out of this world. It's super airy, super subtle. It just goes back, just flows. I mean, oh, it's great. Like, I love it.
Have you seen? There's a guy on YouTube who he'll get like 5 or 6 different bottles of water from different stores, and then he'll get like water that's been through a filter out of a tap, water that's just straight from the tap, and then distilled water. And what it'll do is it'll pass an electrical current through the water to kind of reveal what's in the water. And some of the stuff that comes out is disgusting. Like there was one glass of water where he just poured it straight into the tap, and I can't remember exactly what he does, but he puts these like two prongs in and then applies an electrical current to the water. Is it called uncoupling or something? I can't remember what the
think
process
it's.
is called.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I think it's what's called a closed circuit or an open circuit, and the stuff that's in the water literally can open or close that circuit, causing like a light to come on. Right, so it's all connected to a bulb, and if the two
No,
prongs are
I'm talking about
okay,
something else. So you put the
okay,
two prongs actually in the water, and the water changes color.
okay.
And what it'll do is it will show you what's in the water. So I know what you're talking about. You're talking about actually making an electrical circuit using the water. I'm not talking about that. Something else. And what he does is he puts these two prongs in the water, and after about 30 seconds, you see the water just starts to change color. And then he was saying like, if it turns green, then there's all this kind of nasty sort of bacteria in there, and if it's black, then it's this. If it turns yellow, then it's this. And like virtually all of the water that wasn't distilled turned some disgusting color. And you're just looking at the water going, fucking hell, I would have drunk that, not knowing. But when he puts the prongs in the distilled water, nothing happens. It just stays clear.
Yeah.
Crypto, can you share, or do you think you might be able to point us in the right direction for that?
Yeah, I mean, I saw this like probably a couple of years ago now. It wasn't on YouTube. It was either on TikTok or something. Maybe not TikTok. But yeah, if I can find it, I'll certainly share it. But at the moment, I'm driving. But maybe someone listening knows what I'm talking about. Maybe they've seen the video. But it was an eye opener for me. At that point, I was like, oh, yep, got to start drinking distilled water because that is disgusting.
Yeah, I've got a great video, Ronnie, that I'll share with you. That feel free to pass along to people if you resonate with it. I'll also send it to the other guy that was asking. And basically in this video, it goes over many things. It's only a 12-minute video. I highly recommend anybody that's interested in healing watch it. But this guy literally shows you before your very eyes where he turns green water clear again. Right? And like this is what I tell people is like when your brain can't make this sensical connection with your eyes to your brain, right? Like when you see tap water, it's just clear, right? So that you're not sensing that there's anything in the water. And he puts in this circuit thing, and there's two prongs not touching, and he puts in the distilled water, and it doesn't light up. Like the light bulb of the circuit doesn't light up. And he puts it in tap water, and of course there's stuff in the water that connect the circuits and cause the light bulb to come on. And there's a little audience there, and he's doing this experiment in front of them, and he tests the tap water with a TDS meter, which is total dissolved solids, right? So the stuff that's dissolved in the water that you can't necessarily see, and it's like 300, 350 parts per million, like just absolutely filthy. And then he puts it in the distilled water. Of course, it's 0 parts per million because it's pure. There's nothing in it. And what he does, he's like, oh yeah, well, we're going to turn this distilled water into tap water. So the first thing he does is he washes his hands in the distilled water. He tests it. It might have went like up 1 part per million, right? And he takes a little cup and dips the cup into the distilled water and says, but you know what's funny about this, right? You won't drink this water, right? And the lady's like, of course I won't drink this water. You just washed your hands in it. And he's like, yeah, but it's still hundreds and hundreds of times more cleaner than the tap water. And the lady's just like, you're right, right? And he's like, did you see what your eyes did to your brain, right? What do you really want in your water? You don't want anything in it. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter if it's 1 part per million or 350 parts per million. You do not want anything in your water. So when your eyes are able to make this connection with your brain that you don't want anything in your water, you just want pure, you want it to be pure and clean. It just makes sense. And he did this in front of 20, 30 people. And when I saw that, I was like, oh, it makes so much sense, right? We can't make this connection because we don't see anything in the water. So we just assume that it's clean and good for us.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
how they get you. That's how they get you.
Yeah, for sure. And I think distilled water is kind of the first step on the road, isn't it? Of maybe fully cleansing yourself. I've always drunk a lot of water, and I sorry, go on. I was just going to waffle anyway. Go on.
No, I was just going to ask, what do you guys think of alkaline water? Because there's a lot of alkaline talk going on.
I would say you need to take the center path, right? I don't think it should be. You definitely shouldn't have a 9.5 alkaline body. That's way too high. I think that you should avoid, being acidic, but not too much. I think it's all about balance.
Yeah, I think.
Well, there was a doctor who won a Nobel Prize. I think his name's Arthur Warburg, and he proved that cancer can't survive in an alkaline environment. You heard of that?
Yeah, I completely agree. That's why I said you can be alkaline, but you shouldn't be drinking nothing but 9.5 alkaline water. I don't think that's because it's all about balance.
Do you think though it might be necessary? Let's say you got cancer. Do you think it would be necessary for a short term to go alkaline in order to help beat that?
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that. But I mean, I don't think you should drink that every day, all day long if you don't get cancer.
Crypto.
Yeah.
Have you heard Have you heard of Dr. Sabi?
No.
Never mind then. Never mind. He cured people of AIDS, lupus, cancer, with an alkaline herb diet and a few other things. But long story short, he actually proved in the American court of law, the highest courts, that he could cure most of these diseases with this alkaline herb diet. But he actually won in court. I didn't know if you'd heard of him.
Well, what was the case about?
Well, the case was he's like a traditional healer, and he basically was curing people of all these diseases. So he started posting in the biggest newspapers in London, Amsterdam, and America that the cure for AIDS and the cure for cancer and the cure for all these diseases had been found. So he actually set up a scenario where he wanted it to be on the world stage. So he knew he was going to get arrested, so they arrested him and they put him on trial for false advertising. And basically, he had to prove in court that he had cured all these people. So they asked for like two of his patients for each disease that he said he'd cured to come and testify. And he actually turned up with like 10 of each disease. And he won the court case. But it's like the only example I've ever seen of a herbalist or a homeopath or any of these people actually winning court cases. He's dead now, of course. But yeah, Dr. Sabi.
I just want to be clear that I'm not saying anything negative against what you're talking about. I'm 100% on board. I'm just aware of orthodoxies. If you hear me on here from time to time, I'll talk about orthodoxy and how bad it can be. So it's like there for a while, like a few years back, flaxseed was the new orthodoxy. And all the people were trying to get some flaxseed oil and flaxseed in their diet. And then, it comes out that it lowers testosterone. So then it was like omega-3s, and everybody wants nothing but omega-3, but it turns out you're supposed to have omega-6 and omega-3 ratio. I think it's like 5-to-1. So you're supposed to eat, I guess, 5 meals with like omega-3 and then 1 deep fried omega-6 or something like that. So I think, there's more nuance to it than just getting alkaline, right? Because what happens if you get too alkaline? Right? There might be other like issues if you become too alkaline. So I would say you want to be alkaline, but the best way to get alkaline is to eat green leafy foods, because that's how you get your blood to have oxygen. And oxygenating your blood can also be done by meditation, deep breathing once a day.
Yeah. And I think what Crypto said, I kind of agree with what he said about how if you develop a disease that is terminal or whatever, serious, then there might be an argument to go extreme alkaline, but only in them circumstances.
And prevent the disease, right? Don't wait till you have to treat the disease. Just prevent it in the first place.
Sure, but a lot of people have already, let's just say that they lived a life where they weren't aware of these things, and then they turned around and they went, oh fuck, I got cancer, at that point, if they were then researching all of this stuff, and they'll be like, right, how do I make sure I don't die first, and then I'll get back to, trying to be balanced in the future, then that might be interesting information for them. That's the only reason I'm asking.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with you.
Yeah, it's like fasting. You can actually reverse a lot of diseases with intermittent fasting, but if you fast every day, you're going to die.
Well, the funny thing is that when I go through periods in my diet now. Sorry, Hank. I'll just be quick. I used to when I was a lot younger, I was fairly overweight. And then I just discovered that actually I was eating a lot of the time out of habit, and just because I was told, 3 square meals a day and all this other shit. And then I developed a new habit, which is a lot healthier for me, where I would maybe only eat 6 or 7 meals in a week. I would maybe just eat dinner. Cut out. Am I still there?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
you're
back.
still good.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, I'd only say 6 or 7 meals a week for say 3 weeks, and it wouldn't just be the weight loss that I noticed. It would be that I would feel like this increased energy. I would notice that certain things like a rash that I had would disappear quickly, stuff like this. And then I would go back to my normal diet, and then I would come back to this, and I would kind of yo-yo between those two. And I found that that's been a much more successful way for me to have a nice kind of shape to my body, but
Yes.
also just I never ever get ill anymore. When I was younger, I got ill fairly often, and I think it was not directly due to overeating, but certainly, indirectly. And now it's like I very rarely get ill, and
I
obviously
was
I'm a lot
just
older.
about to ask you that. Have you noticed that since you started doing a couple of days detox a week or whatever, that you're not getting colds and flus? Because,
Well,
yeah,
it's not even a deliberate detox. I was just realised that I was overeating. So I wouldn't even have called it a detox. I wouldn't have even put it in those terms. It was just I was eating out of habit, and now I'm not. But for sure, I very rarely get ill nowadays.
You don't think of fasting as a detox, but that's exactly what it is. Because if you're eating food, you're eating some sort of pesticides or some sort of something in that food. Because it's not, just 100% food, just like the water. It's not distilled until you distill it. But you can't distill your food. So you're getting some kind of, carcinogenic substance or something in your food every time it passes your lips. So,
Sure.
so really, when the Bible tells you to fast, like that's actually good advice.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's multiple reasons to fast. Like one might be to lose weight. That's a good example. Another one is detoxing, and obviously these things are kind of loosely linked anyway. But actually, it seems to me from the research I've done that the body heals better just when it's not processing food, even if that food has no toxins in it.
yeah.
It needs a break from eating so that it can heal. That just seems to be a natural process that the body has.
100%.
Yeah, we're taught that you get your food from energy, and there's an element of that, obviously, where energy can be released from food. And of course, yeah, food is a source of energy. But if you've ever fasted, I don't know about you, Crypto, but I've noticed I have more energy when I'm not eating 3 meals a day. And as long as I'm getting my nutrition through supplements or smoothies, I've actually got double the amount of energy. I can stay up later, and it's quite remarkable, really.
So you know how when you're
Yeah.
driving your car and it's wintertime, so you don't have your air conditioning on and your gas mileage is better. Well, having your air conditioner on is pulling from the engine, pulling horsepower. And it's the same way when you're eating food, you're digesting, you've turned on your your secondary systems that aren't required 24/7, and it takes a lot of energy to digest food, right? That's why we get all sleepy and lethargic after we eat a big meal, right? It's because now it's time to
Yeah,
now I got to process all this. So like you spend so much of your energy that's like usable energy throughout the day, and you can't use it after you eat. So lately, like on my days off, I've learned that I do not want to eat anything. I just want to, I'll worry about eating later. Like on my days off, I just want to like have the energy that I have because my days off, even though I have 2 full days off, I work like 50 plus hours a week. So it feels like 15-minute breaks. My 2 days off feel like two 15-minute breaks nowadays.
Yeah, and it also used to be conventional wisdom, like not to eat late at night. Don't eat late at night. But I noticed now that if I have like a week where I'm only eating once, I'll eat like a big meal late at night, and then you go to bed and you wake up feeling absolutely fantastic because you've spent all of that time healing your body, sleeping while processing the food, and then you wake up and you don't have to eat and you can just get on with your day. And I just find that works way better for me.
Yeah, similar experience.
So when you don't eat and you're burning fat, because after 2 days, females going to go into shit. What's the name of that thing? And 3 days, men, we go into
Ketosis.
ketosis. That's it. Thank you. Um, yeah, and when you're burning fat, it's a lot cleaner of a burn than eating carbs and burning carbs because you have to digest all those carbs and your liver and pancreas have to process all that sugar, right? When if you're just burning
Yeah.
fat, your liver doesn't kick on and the pancreas doesn't release the insulin, right? So the insulin is the problem, I think, and the insulin comes from carbs. So you really want to watch how you take in your carbs. Like you don't want to eat a whole lot of breads, sugars, empty carbs. You don't want to drink your carbs, but there's nothing wrong with having an apple like before a workout. Absolutely nothing wrong with that.
I think it's one of
Yeah.
those cases as well where the dose makes the poison. Like, yeah, you shouldn't eat breads, but I think if you eat like a muffin, you'd be fine. But you get people they'll go to like McDonald's and then they'll have like I don't know. Maybe McDonald's is a bad example actually. 'Cause they don't give you an awful lot of bread, but they'll go to a restaurant saying they'll get like a pizza. So the whole meal is bread, and then they've got garlic bread to start, and then they've got breaded mushrooms as a side or something. You've eaten an absolute enormous amount of bread, and that's just it's just really really bad for you.
The same thing as like the natural sugar in the fruit, right? I mean, yeah, it's sweet, yeah, but it's not refined sugar, and there's not 70 grams of it in your glass of soda, or like your glass of soda. You know what I mean? So it's just absurd amounts of these sugars. Like pick one. Like either run off of like fruits and stuff, or run off of fat. Like don't use both. It's just like,
Exactly.
yeah, don't use both because like you're doubling your body's energy usage, right, to process these things, just like Hank says. It could make complete total sense to me. It's like when you're fasting, your body can focus on healing. Like if you break your leg, your body is the one that heals yourself. Yeah, they put a cast on it so you keep your leg straight, but like they're not healing your leg. You're the one that's healing your leg. And if your body is not focused on doing other things, it can focus on healing itself more efficiently.
Exactly, bro. Like you're not going to have your car hooked up to a battery charger externally, like plugged into the wall, at the same time that it's running. So why would you eat a whole bunch of like fruit and then eat a hamburger?
Yeah, this also goes back to a lot of advice I give to people when they start the detoxing process. Like they start drinking like a gallon of pure water every day. Um, a lot of people ask me like should I continue to exercise? Should I do this? Like how should I eat? I was like, well, for one, focus on one thing at a time, right? If you're detoxing your body, let your body detox, right? Like don't go out lifting weights and like causing your body more stress. Yeah, it might be good to change your diet up a bit, right? Like smoothies is great. I love smoothies, right? Just so easy to assimilate and to process. But a lot of people they try to take on too many things at one time. Your body is focusing on detoxing, like healing itself. Let it focus its energy on one thing, because it's going to do that one thing more efficiently than if you're trying to do two or three things. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like if you've seen, if you've got a cat or a dog, if you've ever seen them when they're ill, they refuse to eat anything. And when we're really ill, our body just refuses to eat food. So it's naturally in us to reject food when we're poorly.
Yeah, because we know at some level that not eating aids the healing process. That's seems logical to me.
Yeah, we lose our appetite for a reason. It's very clear.
Yeah, when you tell someone, "Oh, you got to have this soup," it'll make you feel better, It's like, no, actually, just let me have my fever,
Yeah.
and I'm not hungry right now because, I'm trying to fast, and fasting creates stem cells. So just let me fast.
Well, that's another thing. We take these paracetamols and aspirin to lower the fever, but if you look into this, the fever is there to kill off um, bacteria that are deadly. So if you are not healing, your body's going to heat up higher and higher and higher and higher. It's trying to cook the virus, but we suppress that, and it's just interesting how we're actually taught to keep the temperature down of a patient or whatever, but actually it's that heat. That heat actually aids the healing process.
Yeah, just to be clear, none of this is medical advice. None of us are doctors. You should always consult your doctor and ask them if neurotoxins are right for you, because what do we know? I mean, for all we know, they could be really good for you. And just, consult your doctor. And this is not medical advice. We're not doctors. We're not even capable of giving medical advice.
Well, listen, we're not geologists, but we're capable of understanding the Earth's flat.
Yeah, he's just trying not to get sued, bro. Don't take it too seriously.
Gotta do it.
Someone's like, you can buy Bitcoin. Oh, this is not financial advice. It's like, well, kind of is, but not officially.
Yeah, I forgot this is live streamed on YouTube.
Yeah. We gotta stay off the books. I think it's like literally illegal in America to say that you can cure something if you can't prove it. I think it goes back to what you were talking about that person that like got sued or got jailed, right? Because he claimed that he could cure something that the current medical community couldn't cure. You know what I mean? And he got jailed for it.
Yeah,
So.
bang on. I've done a herbalist business course, and I have a little business where I sell alkaline herbs, and I have to be so careful. I can't say that word. I'm not allowed to use that word. I have to use, their sports enhancements and life enhancement supplements is what I have to call them. You can't call them medicine.
Yeah, you can definitely see that I tie myself to the heal word, right? Yeah, I don't claim to cure anything. I just try to teach people how they can heal themselves. But yeah, that's just the world we live in.
Yeah, it's scary as fuck because we're losing the knowledge. I mean, the father of medicine, Hippocrates, he was famous for saying, "Let food be your medicine, and let medicine be your food." And he is the person that modern medicine is based on. So,
The Hippocratic Oath is satanic.
yeah, I think this is, it goes back to the germ theory. That is the actual moment where everything changed.
Yeah. And us
Well, we
poor
see
bastards, we
bacteria.
ate it up, didn't we?
I don't really think we should be bashing the germ theory because we can see bacteria. So if I get like a bacterial infection and I like sneeze on you, like if you're a good, healthy,
You won't get that.
strapping, yeah, you'll get it, but it probably won't defeat you. But if you're like someone with a compromised immune system because you just got off of antibiotics, or you might have AIDS or something, right? If that's the thing, I don't know. But right, you see what I'm saying? Like the terrain theory and the germ theory are both true, I think. But everybody wants to ignore the terrain theory because the
Well, you
terrain
you
theory.
say that,
Go
you
ahead.
say that, but they have never managed to fulfill Koch's postulate and isolated a virus and put it into another person. They claim they did it once, and I can't remember what it was. It was actually the guy who created Koch's postulate, but the only way that they can actually cause the same symptoms, because disease is defined as a bunch of symptoms. So if the only way you can cause the same symptoms from patient to patient is if you actually take with that so-called virus the dead tissue. It's the dead tissue, the death element of that is what actually causes the same symptoms. But if you isolate a so-called virus and just inject it into someone, or you take the mucus of an infected person with symptoms, they have never been able to prove causation being the germ, the virus, because from listening to Dr. Shiva, Andrew Kaufman, a couple of other people, the viruses are there as firefighters. You know, you carry 65 million viruses in your body everywhere. You know, more than that now probably. But just because we see the virus at the scene of a crime, you know what I mean, doesn't mean that that virus is the cause. The more you learn about viruses, you realise they're there to eat dead cells. So yes, viruses are eating your dead cells when you've got a set of symptoms, but that doesn't mean that that virus is the cause. And in order to prove that, you've got to actually isolate a virus and put it into another body, and they can't do that. They're not even with COVID, and they say they have, but it's
all right,
not.
we gotta stop right there. We can't talk about.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You know,
I'm forgetting where I am.
it's all right. Yeah, we just can't talk about that here. We'll get shut down. So yeah, I was
100%.
talking about bacteria. We can see bacteria under the microscope. So I don't
Yeah.
disagree with what you said. I just don't think that we should be able to talk about it. Or we
Check
should
this
be able
out.
to talk about it, but we can't. You know what I mean?
Just
Well-
keep it simple.
So
It's a shame.
if you get an irritation, say in your throat from smoking or yelling or whatever, and you don't have enough water in your body for the moment, and the little bacteria starts to find a home inside of that irritation. Now, you can get the bacterial infection from that. You don't have to always get the bacterial infection. We're always dealing with bacteria. But the second you open yourself up to quote unquote contracting a bacterial infection, which you don't get you don't contract the infection starts inside your body, because like I said, the bacteria finds that weak spot, that irritation, to make a home in. Viruses don't do that. Viruses are a excretion of toxins in the body. So when your body does a natural detox process, you call it getting sick, when really all it is your body expelling the toxins. That's why your temperature rises. It wants to kill all, if there's bacteria in there, it wants to kill that, all kinds of stuff. So there's no such thing as the V word, but there is bacteria. There's a difference.
Yeah, I agree, and I think some man-made bacteria can be very, very troublesome.
Yep.
But these V words, these viruses that are in your body, these we carry these around with us every day. They're sitting there waiting to spring into action to protect you, to eat your dead cells, your infected cells, because it's those dead cells and the death element is what is actually the cause of the
Right.
symptoms.
It's the buildup of toxins from dead cells. Yeah. And that's what cancer is. It's a grouping of those cells that basically find their own life source out of killing you. But anyway.
I just want to say I think we shared a lot of really good knowledge, and I also gained a lot of insight. It's always a pleasure being around people like you guys. I'll be back later, but thanks for the chat, and stay healthy.
You too, bud. Thank you.
Catch you later, dude.
I think stress is the number one thing you should be aware of. So it's chemical, emotional, or physical stress. So stress puts you into fight or flight. So you can't be rest and digesting and repairing while you're under stress. So that's like the number one cause in America, I think, is because like you look at how sick our population is. If there was any other species on the planet as sick as we are, we'd be like, oh my God, what is happening to this species? What is the problem? We'd be all like looking into it. But right now it's kind of like, the new normal, right? For everyone just to be sick like all the time. And, it's like, is it our diet? Is it the air we breathe? Is it the water we drink? Is it, the lifestyle that
All
we
of it.
live? Yeah. And it's like all this stress. And it's like, does anybody know how to like meditate? Like how to really meditate? Like I talked about meditating the other day on a hockey puck. And it's like if I'm thinking
Yeah.
about the hockey puck and visualizing the hockey puck in my mind, I'm not thinking about anything else, right?
Right.
And I don't even like hockey.
Mindfulness.
I don't even like
Yeah,
hockey.
it's mindfulness. Yeah, well, that's actually what makes it good about a hockey puck is if you don't know much about the thing you're looking at, it makes mindfulness even better because you're wondering, and you're wondering only about the hockey puck. I'm wondering only about the pen in my hand. You know what I mean? I don't
So
have to
like
worry about anything else. Just this
another,
fucking puck in front of me. What do they do? How do they make this puck? Let me see if I can cut it open. See what's in here.
right. And another thing is music. If you're playing a guitar or a piano or some sort of instrument, like you're trying your best to make those vibrations match the vibrations that are in your head or in your ear. And like you're going through all this like mental strain and like physical strain, but it's not like a stressful strain. It's like a it's like filtering and straining your attention, right? Like you're straining your attention and just getting like the most basic, like purest amount of attention and putting it on that left hand, trying to make it make that G chord or that C chord or that B
Exactly.
chord.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like your attention is like really, really narrow, but you can narrow it even like further when you're playing the guitar or whatever instrument, right? And that's another way of meditating because you're not thinking about your divorce court, right? You're not thinking about your lawyer or your doctor or your kids or anything like that. You're just like, C, go, C, no, C, right? You're trying
Yeah.
to make that C chord.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly, dude. It's good therapy.
Come on. It's like, come on, Pinky, get in line.
Yeah, seriously. Pinky and ring finger on the right hand. Ugh. Lazy
line.
ass.
It goes even deeper than that. Me and Crypto were talking about. Have you heard of that Japanese scientist who did experimentation on water, and he created different geometric patterns in the water with different sounds and music.
Cymatics.
That's it. Yeah. You're
Well, and then they got these sound frequency healers. There's doctors out there now. I get my YouTube channel. I'm subscribed to so much crazy stuff, and one of them is this guy is obsessed with sound healing and healing with frequencies and stuff. It's really good.
You know what we ought to do? We ought to like trade YouTube channels for a week. That way I could see all the cool shit on your channel that I'm not seeing.
That's a great
Dude,
idea.
I wish I could share. Can you share your? Because you can share playlists. Can you share your subscription list to somebody?
I don't think so. You'd
That'd be
have to give them
fucking
like
cool.
you'd have to give them your password. It'd have to be somebody you trust. Like, okay, after a week,
Oh,
you go back and
Well-
you delete everything that you watched, and then we'll trade back.
nah. I think I have a better way to do it.
Aren't your subscriptions viewable to people that come in to channels? I should know that by now. Wow.
I don't think they
I
can
think
watch
so.
your
Yeah,
watch
they are.
history.
You can make them. You can
You
make
can
them
watch the
private or
liked
not.
ones, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Mm-hmm.
Have you guys looked into electricity and health much?
Oh yeah, electrolysis of the blood, the Dr. Bob Beck protocol. You guys looked into that? That's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, but it does sound interesting.
So you got all these like, it's like all these organisms in your body that aren't you, right? And it's like you don't realize how many parasites you got. What Dr. Bob Beck did is he made like this wrist bracelet, and you can't take any medication or anything before this because it like amplifies the amount that your cells open up. So think about electrolysis on your cells. So you shock the fuck out of your cells, and they like open up, like they open wide up because your cells have walls and your walls have windows and doors that like literally open up. But anyway, like the blood electrolysis, it's like really interesting because it's gonna make you have like the flu, right? You start doing it like 10 minutes a day, and there's like a die off, and it's gonna make you sick. And then after a while, you'll be able to do like 15 minutes a day, and then 20 minutes, and eventually like 30 minutes a day. And then after that, you're supposed to use. Now this is his protocol. I don't know if this is real or not. Electromagnetic pulses over your lymph nodes to kill what bacteria is left will be hiding in your lymph nodes. But it's really interesting to think about, like, is there a way to kill all the bad bacteria. And that's the third part is the colloidal silver. That's the third part of the Bob Beck protocol. It's the colloidal silver. But I would recommend making it in pure glass, pure silver, distilled water, obviously.
Just to add to that, if anyone thinks of trying this, make sure not to smoke or drink a coffee because it's going to make you. Apparently, it's going to make you overdose on nicotine. It's going to make you overdose on caffeine, alcohol, because, like you said, it amplifies
The
everything.
frequencies will.
No, you're opening the cells up.
Oh, I
So
see.
you
Yeah,
don't
that's
want to do.
Yeah, that's
Like if
I gotcha.
you don't want to drink coffee or take any medication for like 24 hours before you do. Just look up Dr. Bob Beck. I mean, this is not medical advice. We're just talking about what he was talking about. But
Yeah, yeah.
only
I
thing
think
I
I have
did
come
was the
across.
colloidal silver.
Hey, maybe I could ask you, Hank, since you mentioned the colloidal silver. My whole thing is like I'm going to try to get all the nutrition and elements that I need through my nutrition, right? So it would be, I think it'd be good to find out like what foods actually have colloidal silver in them because we know they do, you know. It
I don't
gets it
know
out
of
of the
any food.
ground.
I don't know of any food that has silver.
Yeah, I think that's
think
why it was
any-
so valuable, and they made silverware out of it, is because you can't find it much in nature.
I think there's silver in any fruit that has water in it.
Why?
Okay.
I've never heard that.
Because it's
Prove it.
pulled up. Well, and you know what? I might be talking out of school. I better do more research on this.
I get what you're
Before I
saying. The
open my
minerals
mouth.
and such are pulled up into
Mhm.
the fruit.
All of them.
All of them.
Yeah,
So is
even
there
gold.
silver in everything?
There's diamonds and everything too. There's gold in
No,
everything.
you know, that's a little
No?
bit different, but
No?
Don't make fun of Sonny. I will hurt you in the feelings if you make fun of
it's
Sonny.
okay.
Please do. Please do.
I can handle it.
I love it. I love
It's
getting
okay.
fucked on. I love it.
Have you
But it would
guys heard
make
of?
sense how the rich people back in the day ate with silver spoons if it had some like
Right.
antibiotic properties.
Exactly.
Yep.
Even when I was
Yeah.
growing up, you know, a lot of people
Or-
had silver.
Yeah.
It was an expensive metal that they just used because they had money.
All that,
It's
yeah.
both.
It's both.
It's both.
Could be both.
No, it's because everybody knows that silver has antibacterial, antimicrobial, antifungal, anti-inflammatory properties. So if you got a dirty dish and it's made of silver, is it really dirty?
It's like
Actually,
self-cleaning.
yeah, it's just like soap, you know.
Yeah, the reason I mentioned silver and water and plants and things is because Himalayan salt has silver and gold and just about every other mineral in it.
Maybe, I don't know.
No, I'm not saying maybe. I looked it up. They're saying it does contain these things.
No, I'm gonna.
Oh, hook it up. I'm gonna look for it to see if I can find it. But if you
I'm
got
gonna
a
check
source
some
already,
Himalayan salt real quick. I'm gonna just check some Himalayan salt real quick. You know,
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
way too much.
it's like isn't like it's sweet, you know, sweet. Yes. Tasty. No.
Himalayan salts
Yeah, very tasty.
by themselves? No.
Himalayan pink
No.
salt.
Bro, I
Yeah,
should
don't
melt
have it
down
by
some of my
yourself.
salt. I should melt down some of my salt and get some gold out of it, you know. Real
Are you
quick.
being funny?
Not really.
Well, I mean, you could just ask Sonny to cite a source if you don't believe him.
No, I
Because
believe
if they're-
100%.
There's the source. There's one source.
Source.
Soviet Dom, are you a flat earther or a globe earther?
What does a good person? What does a good person is? Yes,
Soviet Dom, is the Earth a globe?
me? No.
What's the Earth?
Earth is Earth. Earth,
Oh, good. And
Yes.
is there a shape to it?
probably.
Probably. Okay. All right. Well, I'll let you know. There's at least two competing narratives going on. One is that we live on a spinning water ball in an infinite or near infinite vacuum, uncontained vacuum, mind you.
Mhm.
And then there's the people who observe reality as is, and we see flat and stationary Earth everywhere. And we have searched for curvature to prove a, sphere or any kind of bend. We can't find any curves. So what do you think? Is it a globe or is it a flat Earth?
It's all new information for me, man. I have no idea what's happening. I thought we just live on Earth, just Earth. Yes.
So you haven't heard about space travel?
No, I have no idea what it is. What is space?
Oh, good.
He's trolling.
Well, anybody else want to
Well,
take care of this one?
What is space? Like space between
no,
us?
not really.
Space
6
between
feet
our
apart, space. Yeah. Do you know what space travel is?
space, like the space travel to
Yeah, you
like
heard of
walking,
NASA?
like
Have
if
you
I
heard of
walk, I
NASA?
space.
Yeah, you're muted.
He's a
Thanks, whoever
troll,
did
man.
that. Anyway, yeah, you're a troll.
I wanted to make sure that we got him noticed right away because I didn't want him to waste anybody's time.
How you like the conversation now?
I think it's more productive, even if it's silent. Because
Agreed.
fucking trolls.
Yeah, I agree.
So yeah,
I was
remember
really-
when doctors said you could smoke cigarettes and it's good for you? Like it helped clear your lungs out and stuff. Remember that?
Yeah.
I wasn't alive, but I heard that's what went on. That's what went down.
Yeah, I remember commercials. There's a doctor
Yeah.
in the room with a pregnant lady saying, "You should switch to Tarrington."
Yeah.
I think Camel had
Cools,
adverts
man.
as well
Cools.
with doctors.
That's what my mom smoked, and she said she was quitting smoking when she got pregnant with me, and then so it took her about 2 weeks after she found out she was pregnant to quit smoking, and she said Cools were her favorite. They were the hardest to kick. I said, why? She said, because spelled with a K, bro. It's the coolest thing you ever seen. No, she said she just really liked the taste. And
I think
I
they
have a
put-
sneaking suspicion there's a lot more chemicals in the menthols than
I
there
think
are
they
in the
put-
others.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think they put PCP in the Cools, bro. Prove me wrong. Oops. Anyway, I
Soviet
was struggling
Dom,
with that guy. I was struggling
we
with
just want
Soviet
people to be
Dom.
honest.
Sorry.
No, but nobody unmute him, please. I just wanted to let him know, Soviet Dom, that it's best in life to be honest. And when you said that you don't know what space travel is, that's a lie. So, anyway, just maybe work on that for next time. Thanks. Hello, Rabbit. Are you wascally today? You feeling wascally, Wabbit?
I was struggling with what to say to somebody who says they don't know what space travel is. I
That's
don't
what
know
he
where
said.
to go with that next.
There's nowhere to go. Whoever muted
was
him
like-
did the right thing.
I
Right on
was
time.
like, I was really, the next thing I was going to go is, did you learn how to tie your shoes? Yet? Did mommy show you that yet?
I mean, yeah, it's akin to the shoe thing. In fact, tying my shoes is more difficult to at first comprehend than space travel. Right? When they say, hey, space travel and space vehicles and just look up in the sky, see planes? Yeah, we're doing that on the outside of Earth in space. And I'm like, hey, cool. That's all right. I can imagine that. But tying shoes, you got to do it to learn it.
I know what space travel is. It's to seek out new life and new civilizations, to boldly go where no man has gone before.
Yep.
Dead air day strikes again. Y'all continue.
Curious about the Soviet Dom guy. Soviet Dom, do you go to the YouTube chat every now and again? Hang out in there a little bit sometimes?
He was here a couple weeks ago. He was a troll then too. So
Yeah.
I've heard of him.
He's typing. He's typing kind of like one of the regulars in the YouTube chat.
Bad batting average on the Discord there, Soviet Dom. You're 2 for 2 on trolling. Way to go.
Consistency is appreciated, however, honesty is even more appreciated.
What happens if I'm honestly inconsistent?
We'll know. We'll be able to tell. From Quantum Eraser, the grand finale signature series Numpty Baltard clip for October. Every Monday and Wednesday at 2 p.m. U.S. Central, 8 p.m. UK. That's 2 p.m. U.S. Central, 8 p.m. UK on the Quantum Eraser channel, YouTube channel. And today at 2 p.m. Central Time, 8 p.m. UK time, we've got a world premiere of Rumpy the Glue Sniffin' Numpty. Greatest hits. So that seems, is that Rumpus? I think that's Rumpus. Yep. Rumpus is one of our favorites. Hasn't provided one inkling of globe evidence, as if there are any to present in the first place, but his personality also makes it wildly entertaining to listen to. So check out the Destruction Quantum Eraser YouTube channel today, 2 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. UK.
I know, right?
When I hear the name Rumpus, I think back to the debates back in the day, and the body of science compels you. I can remember him saying that.
Why don't we start off the celebration with a Numpty clip?
Do it.
Here we go.
Yeah, give us a Rumpus. Rumpus us a little bit, huh?
What are we celebrating?
The existence of Rumpus.
No, we're celebrating the Quantum Eraser
finale signature
of
series.
The Numpty clip signature series. Yeah, man. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Let's just start it off with a little icebreaker here first. This is always kind of fun.
We only have one shot at this guy. Okay, a little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No. God damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast? Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the Earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. No. They saw us. I missed a shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Oh. Globe, Earth, sniper. I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Well, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him. It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him! Like, every sniper just shoots people. That's a fucking mirage, or that means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe, Earth, sniper. Okay, if you factor in the curve. This is clearly a mirage.
Old Owen. That's an old one too, right? I mean, like, back when he first woke up from his globe dream. Remember, he was like, I can't be a flat earther.
I wasn't even really following him that closely. I know a lot of people were, though.
I was right then. I'm not anymore, but definitely then. And it was very entertaining. Because that's what I said to myself, too. I was like, dude, it can't be flat. My life can't handle that. I have to keep all my friends and family.
Oh, I don't know. I was ready at the time for some reason.
See, yeah.
It was that
I'm not even
perfect time
40.
for me. Yeah. It couldn't have. I suppose it couldn't have happened really any earlier for me. Just everything that occurred had to occur before then. Anyway, here's one of the great numpty clips here, classic.
Good morning, Nathan.
Morning, Brenda. How are you?
Ready to get destroyed again?
Ready to be lit on fire, Mr. Strawman?
You mean you came in ready to be destroyed again? Yeah, we accept it, Brenda. Hi, how are you?
We got our torches ready, Strawman.
I've destroyed your argument every single time.
What a way to start a morning.
Hey, Brenda, if thoughts are physical, does that mean psychologists are actually physicists?
A lot of psychology is basically handing out drugs to people. Yes.
Oh, so it's
basically psychology is pharmacology. That's
psychology is pharmacology now.
Yes.
Is it a dog bone?
Dog bones are clocks.
So if my so when we go to the butcher,
I'm like joking, bro. You gotta chill.
When we go to the butcher to get a dog bone, is he also like a watchmaker or like I don't know? Is that?
I almost died for a second, dude. So I was eating, bro. You gotta chill, Brenda. Seriously, get away from chips, dude. Chips and sauce is a bad mix with Brenda.
You know the hole in a donut? That's space-time.
You're a moron.
Get fucked, Brenda.
No,
Get the
it's true.
fuck.
You're a moron.
Shut your
donut.
mouth.
Don't
Get
say
the
anything.
fuck
Don't
out of
make
here,
me
Brenda.
Shut up. You've got nothing more to add. You're a
Hole
moron.
in the donut,
I couldn't
Brenda.
care less.
Wow.
You're a moron. Don't
The
add
hole
anything more.
the hole in a donut.
Shut
The
up.
hole
I don't
is
want to
Swiss
have to
cheese.
eject you.
Space-time.
If you want to continue spouting shite about holes in donuts, I'm going to kick you out. Last chance, shut up. Any evidence?
No, I thought you were about debate. I thought you were about
You
fair
can fuck off
debate.
right now. You can fuck off. I was asking a new question. Now you don't get to take part. That's your problem, stupid donut idiot.
But Nathan, come on, bro.
Donut hole is space-time. What a complete moron.
We were enjoying that shit.
After 5 long years, the globe-tard spinning space monkeys finally give us the globe Earth model.
Globe Earth model. The globe Earth model is that it's a globe. The globe Earth model is that the Earth is a globe.
Oh,
Just saying it. Yeah.
So they contain carbon-14, don't
Yeah,
they?
you don't know what carbon-14 is.
I don't?
No, you don't.
It's an isotope of carbon.
It's an isotope of what?
Carbon.
What's an isotope?
It's a different it's a different number of electrons. Chemo, the formula for pressure chemo is P equals F over V.
That baby can't even breathe.
Yeah, I was going to say that de-escalated
No, Brenda.
at the end
It's
there.
conceptual, mathematical, invented by Einstein. Not real, not physical, not tangible. A concept.
You can measure a thing's length and breadth, and it persists in
kick her
time.
out.
Therefore, you're measuring its time. That's how
Really?
time is measured,
Okay.
by persistence.
How much time is
By
there?
persistence,
How much
it's
time?
duration.
How much
Is there in
time
a
is there
table?
in a cubic meter, please, Brenda?
Cubic meter is space, not time.
Sorry, you just told me when I run a ruler down something, time and space are factors I would be considering because you told me to, because you reified those concepts. Now I'm asking you, given that you've told me specifically only 2 minutes ago that when measuring something, I will be factoring in space and time, according to you, you religious fundy zealot, how much time is in a cubic meter?
As much time as it takes you to measure it, because it doesn't blink out of
So how much time there is in a cubic meter depends on how good you are with a tape measure. You're a fool. You're a complete retard.
That's not what I said.
That's what you just said. How long it takes you to measure it. So how swift
love
I am
it.
with a tape measure is dictatorial to how much space-time there is in a cubic meter. You're insane.
The object you're measuring persists in time, does it not?
Sorry, how much time is there in that cubic meter? Yes or no?
If I measure my table, it persists in time.
And how much time is there in the volume of your table?
That's a non sequitur.
No shit! It's a fucking concept, you daft bitch! No fucking shit, it's a non sequitur. It's nonsensical because time's a concept and space-time has been reified by you batshit crazy idiots. So yeah, it's non sequitur. Has the penny finally dropped, you stupid idiot?
I can measure the time portion of a table
Brenda, you've
by
already
measuring.
Oh, go on then.
how
Go
long
on.
it
Go on then.
persists-
Go
how
on
long
then.
it
You can measure the
persists in
time. Get someone write that down as a quote. I can measure the time proportion of a table. How much time is there in a table? You complete moron.
For that, don't worry.
You never cease to deliver better and better idiot quotes, Brenda. Better and better stupidity every time you
can
come
do
here.
that.
I can measure the amount of time in a table.
Yes, I can.
You complete retard. Do you have any idea how stupid you sound? You're just beyond stupid, Brenda. It's almost painful listening to you.
By noting that the table persists in time, I am
Time's a
measuring
concept.
its time.
Time's a concept. Time is a concept. So what, because it persists in your reification of time? What, and the qualification you'll give with a clock and its cogs moving? It's a concept.
So let me explain this. So if I say the table is in the kitchen and how it's been there for 3 days, I can give you the spatial component, which is length, breadth, and height, and the time component, which it's been there for 3 days.
What, you
That's how you measure
arbitrarily
space.
assigned how much it's spent in your kitchen rather than Home Depot, and that's how much space time it's got? You complete moron. You think that your arbitrary assignment of its time value is how much space time it's got? You're thick. Like, literally, you're telling us how you square the circle by acquiring a table and The length of time it spends in your vicinity is its quantity of space-time based on its physical dimensions and duration in your presence. You complete retard.
Amazing.
That's what science is, Nathan. It's
Oh my God.
That's what
Science
science
is the establishment of cause and effect based on naturally observed phenomena. It's not how much bloody Brenda time there is in a table based on how much time it's spent in her kitchen. This is nonsense. That's not science. You total moron. You're just insulting us.
That's why teaching your children flat Earth is.
That's why being a globehead retard is definitely detrimental for your children. How dare she thou spew that us explaining to her that time's a concept about half a dozen different times, and her telling us that she can qualify how much space-time there is in a table is a justification for telling us that we abuse our children when we explain what level means. No, Brenda, never have children, because it's not going to work out well for them with you telling them that a shoe is a phenomena. Yeah, you would be abusing your children by telling them that science is telling them that a phenomena is a shoe, or that you can qualify how much time there is in a table by how much time it's spent in your kitchen. Don't abuse children by ever talking them to them about anything ever, Brenda. You just by talking to children would be abuse.
Correct.
I thought it was to describe particles just coming in and out of existence from nowhere. And yours
Well, that is something that does happen, yes.
You out your cotton picking mind. So particles come into existence from nothing, eh? Didn't you just say 10 seconds ago?
Things are made from other things.
So how can things be made from other things and, at the same time, have things, particles, made from nothing, as in no thing, and not bludgeon the law of non-contradiction into a bloody pulp? Por favor. Number 1, law of non-contradiction violation, that is, a paradox. Number 2, apparently now your statement,
it isn't hard to understand,
is hard for you to understand. And finally, you are now in direct contradiction with the first law of thermodynamics. How's that feel? Forgive me, but you're somewhat of a cluster on a second grade coherency level.
Let's put another shrimp on the barbie.
We can prove experimentally.
Oh, what a minute. Oh, wow, man.
You just stepped right in it, numpty.
Science doesn't prove things.
Uh-oh! We can prove experimentally.
I'm sorry, that's a little bit of word games. I will not accept that science proves things because scientists will stand up all day long and say, no, I'm sorry, we don't prove things.
Uh-oh! We can prove experimentally.
You cannot prove something scientifically.
Uh-oh! Can't you numpty dipshit Baltard spinning space monkeys at least make it a little difficult for incoherent second graders to pummel your dumbasses? Don't you have, like, Be Kind to Dumb Animal Week conventions or something? At least get within 85 degrees consistency with your collective dumpster fire message so that the little Lebowski urban achievers can't flamethrow you in between iterations of Candy Crush. Is that too much to ask? Currently, it's easier shooting pregnant hippos in a fishbowl. Spinning space monkeys. Spinning space monkeys. Now, it's one thing to be in direct contradiction with your fellow brain-dead baltards. However, it's an entirely new straitjacket to be in direct contradiction with yourself. And as we all know from your belly laugher history and your earlier bash yourself in the face with a spade shovel first law train wreck, it's quite clear that this is your happy place.
We can prove experimentally. Science can't prove anything.
What the hell did you just say?
We can prove experimentally. Science can't prove anything.
Say what?
We can prove experimentally. Science can't prove anything.
If you don't realise how retarded you seem, carry on giving us your hypothesis for shoe, you absolute bonehead.
Yeah, the hypothesis for the shoe is that this is a shoe.
It's not a hypothesis.
Yeah, it is.
Brenda, this is why we love when you come back.
Brenda, how do you?
Turn out the lights.
Tender clown face monkey.
The party's over. They say that all good things must end.
Ballers scattered on Dawn's highway bleeding. Fallacies and refravity crowd their fragile eggshell minds.
You are so dumb. Damn.
Is there any new people?
Hey,
Hey, who are you? Cam?
I'm doing good. Yep.
So you're brand new in here.
Yeah.
So what do you think on the shape of the Earth?
Well, from what I'm learning, it, like, through all of this, it seems to be flat. And most of the stuff I've learned, I realize is, like, bullcrap.
You mean most of the stuff you've learned in school and everyday life, a lot of it is turning out not to be true?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very astute of you. So so how new are you to this conversation?
I just came in, like, a couple minutes ago.
Right, but you haven't been flat earthing on other servers or
No,
YouTube channels? Okay.
I'm very new to
So,
this.
so how did you find the channel?
Well, I actually found it by joking around. Like, originally I came in for drama and stuff because I like to see fights for some reason. But I originally found it because my friend told me, "Hey, here's a server," and then I went to it, and now I'm here.
All right, well, I'm going to ask you 3 questions, and it's going to help us, including yourself, understand what you know, okay? Just 3 simple questions. If you don't know the answer, just say that you don't know, but if you do, we might have to dig a little deeper and find out how you know it, okay? So first question, in ancient times, up until recent history, has anyone that you know of directly measured the curvature of the Earth, and if so, how do they do it? Do you know the answer?
Okay, so people have tried to, but I've noticed they really haven't.
Okay. So the answer is no. There's no one that you know of that has actually measured curvature.
Yeah, no.
Okay. Second question. Ancient times up until now, has anyone directly measured the Earth rotating on its axis? So axial rotation directly measured. If so, how and when and who did it?
No.
Okay. So the third one is that the third claim of the spinning ball Earth is that it's in the middle of a vacuum of space, right? And it's a near perfect vacuum with extreme large amount of volume. and the Earth's atmosphere is right next to it, and it doesn't spew out to fill the volume. So is there any way that you can demonstrate, or anyone that you know of in ancient history up until modern times, that has demonstrated gas pressure without a container?
No.
All right, so according to your answers, what you have is a belief that, no one has done it, but other people that believe it, if they're on the same page with you, then they have only a belief. So this is kind of a religion, isn't it?
In a way, I can see that. But I don't think it's necessarily a religion. Because I don't think they're worshiping it. Like, I live in a religious household, so I know what religion is.
So religion, you pay a tithe, right?
What?
In a religion, like you pay money to it, right?
Not often, for me at least. But I do know that some churches take donations, so yeah.
Do you go to a specific building to learn more about your religion?
True.
Right. So the reason I say it's like a religion, because a religion is based on faith, right? And nobody knows that Jesus or Muhammad walked the earth because we weren't alive back then. And nobody
True.
knows about the creation story of how it all began because nobody was alive back then. So if there's anybody that believes in the Big Bang, or anybody that believes in the Abrahamic God created the world, then it's just a belief, right? It's not knowledge. And the reason it's a belief is because if you have knowledge, it doesn't require belief,
Yeah.
right? Because you have knowledge of the thing. So, for example, I have 10 toes, but I'm the only person in this room that has knowledge. Everyone else has belief that I was born with 10 toes, and they have belief that I still have them and I haven't lost any.
I got you.
All right, so I'm just going to say one more thing, and then I'll turn you over to the rest of the room because I'd imagine there's some people that have questions for you, or you might have questions for them. But what was the one thing that really started to make you go, like, what? This makes sense. Why is this flat Earth stuff making sense?
I think it was the rocket video or GIF I saw in the chat that made me think, huh, okay then. Where they, never actually went up into space.
You mean it curves back down? The rocket curves back down, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So anytime you look at a missile, the way that a missile takes off, it's like, and it's gone, right?
Yeah.
And it goes like straight up, right? But with these rockets, they take off like really slow, and then it has a parabolic arc, and it looks like it's heading back down towards the Earth.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that is kind of weird. So, yeah, do you have any questions for us?
Okay, so from what I saw, the way that it looked is the flat Earth circular, not curved and round, but in a circle.
We don't know because we can't explore the whole thing. We're very limited on what we can see. So when you think of Earth, I don't want you to think of like a model or a picture or like some kind of diagram. I want you to think about when you go outside, that stuff that's between your toes, when you walk around barefoot at the beach. That's what Earth is.
Okay.
So the stuff outside that you look at, that's the real thing. And the problem is that imagine if I could go back, 500 years ago to the Native Americans, and I could bring a television and a computer with me, and I could make them see anything that I wanted them to see and hear anything that I wanted them to hear. So a computer makes you have auditory and visual hallucinations at the same time. And when you can see something and perceive it with two or more senses, it appears to be very real. Right? And that's the problem. We've seen it on TV. We've seen the globe on our newspapers. We've seen the globe in our magazines. We've seen cartoons of the globe. We've seen, animation and Japanimation, or what they call anime nowadays.
Yeah.
We've seen it everywhere, but it's only on TV and in our mind's eye. When you go outside, what does your senses tell you about the Earth? What do you actually experience?
I just experience nothing really, just standing there.
Right, you experience the same thing that we all experience, a flat stationary plane that goes on as far as the eye can see,
Yeah.
with the sun, moon, and stars making a rotation roughly once every 24 hours above your head, right?
Mhm.
So that's what we all observe. Why is it that so many people believe we're in motion and going around the sun, and the sun goes around the galaxy, and the galaxy shooting through space? But we can't verify any of that. It's all a just so story. It's a cool story, but it's like trying to verify the Big Bang.
Yeah.
You can't do it.
Okay, I getcha. So
Could I ask one question?
yes, go ahead.
Hi, welcome to the server.
Hi.
Nice to meet you. My name's Sunny.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, thanks for speaking up. That's kind of a big step for some people. You said from what you had learned about flat Earth that it seems to be flat, and I was just curious, what information did you see that caused you to lean that way? Anything in particular? Like, was it a video? Was it a website? What was it? A Facebook post?
Honestly, just from the stuff I've learned here, like most of the stuff outside of this server has been like, oh, the disk is floating in space.
Okay. So you got the information here. Okay, that's what I was wondering. Good, awesome.
So let me help you out. The easiest way to understand this is the physics of water. So physics being, moving parts, moving things, right? And then water. So 70% of the Earth is covered in water.
Mm-hmm.
And over 50% of the Earth is covered in what's called an abyssal plain. So under the water are these plains. And, there's the Great Plains of America, there's plains in Canada, there's plains in the Middle East, and pretty much all over the world. The largest plain that we know of, or the largest salt flat, should I say, is the Bolivian salt flat, and it's 9,000 square kilometers with less than 1 meter of vertical drop. So less than 1 meter of drop. So when it rains, there's like a few inches of water over this entire thing, and I'm sure somebody's going to post some pictures of it. And the whole thing looks like a mirror, and that's because the physics of water is to fill the container, and then it's always level on the surface. And the reason that I say that is because every time we try to measure curvature, we fail. That's why we can see the Chicago from Michigan. We can see, the Chicago skyline from Michigan. That's why when I went to Corpus Christi, I could see 10 miles across, even though there were no 6-story buildings.
Yeah.
And everywhere we go, we see the same thing. We can see too far. The horizon isn't where it's supposed to be, given the metrics that we were given of a Earth with a radius of 39 to 59 miles.
Okay. Sorry, I zoned out a little, but yeah, I understand.
Yeah, it's the physics of water. It's a dead giveaway. So you can measure it yourself. You don't have to take anybody's word for it. This is actually verifiable.
Yeah. Like, so I know that you don't believe in space. I get that. But how big is the sky and how far does it go?
We don't know.
Wait a minute. So hold on. So you asked a very good question. You said you know that we don't believe in space. So do you know why we don't believe in space?
I think it's because I know, but I can't put it into words.
Okay, here's how I'll explain it. So we have gas pressure here on Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 14.7 psi approximately at sea level. So, do you know what the cause of gas pressure is?
1 second. I need to mute. I think my mom's yelling at me to go to therapy.
Oh, no problem.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, you gotta go. Okay, well, come back for the sequel.
Yeah. Well, you better move it. Okay, Mom. I'm just sorry.
Okie dokie then. Well, gee whiz. Don't you hate that when you're right at a good part?
Make sure to tell your therapist
Anyone
that
else
the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Need to know. Go with therapy, man.
Scorbit.
They're gonna try and make you
Scorbit.
annoyed.
Scorbit 123.
Yep.
Scorbit
be
has
that
no
guy's
roles.
therapist.
Exactly.
Here, let's unmute Scorbit and see what his deal is. Hey, Scorbit, are you able to speak? Oh, you dipped. Okay, that was the answer. That was the answer for that. Anyway. Nothing but flat earthers everywhere. What? It's good to see everyone here. Master Chief, top of the morning to you. Roger, good to see you. And everyone.
Good evening, Sonny.
Yeah.
Same to you, Sonny. Good to see you.
Well, that was the start of a very good conversation. Good job, Hank.
I bet she'll be back.
Yeah, I
She
think
seems
so.
curious.
Well, she got her information from here, so that's a good start.
Yeah, she'll be back. Definitely. Seem very inclined.
Mm-hmm.
See, there you go.
While we're thinking about that, here's a little chart I just put in the voice text of the maximum detection range of Russian ballistic missile submarines. See, they're in the Arctic region. 200 kilometers.
What is that, like 150 miles?
Mm-hmm. Line of sight. Those are the different submarines on the design number.
Is it
On the
further
left.
in the Arctic region because of the temperature difference? Assuming it's colder.
No doubt. No doubt. It has something to do with it. Say it says ocean is 1,000 kilometers.
Yeah.
Greater than
Yeah,
a
but this-
1,000 kilometers.
There's less fish and whales and stuff where the signal would bounce off of.
Yeah, so in regular ocean, I thought up to over 1,000 kilometers on some of those ships.
Wilby Flat was explaining this the other day. He was saying it's dependent on the temperature layers.
Yeah,
But I think he
definitely.
was-
So look,
he
yeah,
was
it says
regarding
shallow water. The shallow water is only 100 kilometers. Right? It gets interrupted because of the shallowness of the water.
1,000 kilometers, though. That's a bit too far. for a
This
globe.
right there, this right here, just this chart is what I'm going to bludgeon Platypus if he ever shows up again.
I don't think Platypus can take much more bludgeoning.
Mm-mm. Yeah, stripped to the bone, man. I don't get it, man. I really don't get it. Now the vultures are like picking it apart.
So last time GE was on here that I know of, he was saying due to all the shipping issues that are going on, international shipping, all that debacle, he's possibly losing his employment based on that. So go a little
sucks.
Go a little easy on him if he's back
Dude,
in.
yeah.
Okay.
That sucks.
Yeah, I will. I'll try. Actually, I
'Cause we're all
enjoy listening.
people.
I
We're all
can't.
people at the end of the day, you know.
That's true. That's true.
Oh, yeah,
and some of
for
these
sure,
people
for
I
sure.
can't. Some of these people I can't engage with for very long, and that's not on them. That's on my particular, state that I may be in. As sometimes I don't have
Yeah.
the constitution to maintain in myself a balance. So
Right,
now I'm learning finally to go, okay, well, I can just disconnect or I can just listen, stay off the mute, move away from the mouse. It's easy.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a good call. Yeah, we all have things to work on, and everybody has their moments. So and GE is, I mean, I've never thought GE was a bad person in the slightest.
No,
He's got a little bit of a chip on his shoulder, but it's almost cool. It's almost part of the character, and I can tell who he is. He's a very good person on the inside, just by the way he speaks, what he says. I'm a good read on that, and he is a good person. And so when people call him psychopath and Satanist and all that, I'm not saying that that's necessarily unwarranted. People can talk about, say whatever they want to say, but yeah, I don't know if I share those sentiments. But again, yeah, we all go through stuff, and you never know what someone's going through in that moment. You never really truly know.
Yeah, and I think I need to soften my stance because, like, what I realized a long time ago, and the program had a lot to do with this, Glad, is that what I, that if I spot it, I got it, right? So if it's something, so what it came down to me is if I'm treating others, if I'm even thinking badly about others, then it really is just a reflection on what I'm feeling about myself. I'm not feeling good about myself. If I'm treating others like shit, I feel like shit inside. So I need to fix that part. Like, I like what you've been saying lately, Glad, about it's all an inside job.
Yeah, focus on the internal. Don't be self-serving. But do self-work, right? Don't be selfish.
Yeah.
Do self-love so that you can give it to other people.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, I agree.
You're all doing fabulous.
I'm so much more fulfilled that I try to do things for others and think about others more than myself because that's literally slavery.
Mm-hmm. And it's slavery. You're putting yourself in. It's not even like a guy over here dangles a carrot and then he makes you a slave. It's like you're wanting to be a slave to those judgments and emotions for whatever reason.
Yeah, I held on to them. Yeah, for whatever reason. So the bondage of self, that's the biggest disease on earth. Selfishness is a disease, and it causes human misery, and the misery isn't being caused by something outside of the individual. It's being caused by us individuals inside of us.
Mm-hmm.
I would say destroy the argument and leave platypus intact.
There you go.
Yes. Okay, I could go along with that.
That's a great way to put it, Hank.
I'm learning a lot, actually, from people younger than me, like Elijah has been really bringing some really points that I've had to look at myself and go, wow, I've really been handling some of this really just terribly. And
yeah, he's a smart cookie. For sure.
Who, Elijah?
Wise cat. Yeah.
Yeah, Elijah F.
Yeah, for real. I'm a big fan of Elijah. I've noticed a lot of growth in that dude since I first started. Because when he first started coming around, the Bible chats, we were like, hey, man, glad you're here, bro. Like, and then, like, the more he came around, it's like, I don't know, it's like he really is developing that spiritual side. So I'm glad to see that. Kudos to him. But yeah, when QE says no quarter will be given, right? I think he's talking about their arguments. Like, we're not giving you no room, no bread for your dirty little, tactics in our brains. We're not giving you any real estate, right? We're going to take your arguments, we're going to destroy them, and then we're going to feed them to the wolf pups.
I'll bet Kiwi has wolf pups, guys.
I wish I had some wolf pups.
He just seems like the kind of guy who would.
No, dude. The dude's a teddy bear. He's probably got poodles. I'm only kidding.
You ever look in the eyes of a wolf, though?
No.
Oh, they're beautiful.
I've never
Really,
been
but I've
close
seen.
to a
Listen,
wolf that I know of.
coyotes that are wolf size. They're where I go hang out. I see them in the daytime even. This is the biggest freaking dog. It's a wild dog. It's as big as a German Shepherd.
So let me tell you why
They
wolves
can
are
get
badass.
bigger. They get weird looking big.
So wolves howl at a frequency that doesn't echo off of the walls of the canyons. So when they give off their location to their buddies, it's their exact location, and they can hunt together in a pack. But the wolf is amazing because he's cool out there alone by himself, but he's like even fucking better with his pack.
I'm just trying to find the size difference between a wolf and a German Shepherd now.
Yeah, some of those wolves, that's huge. They're quite large.
German Shepherds though, they can get fucking gargantuan. One of my best friends, if you didn't know his dog already, you would have been scared shitless him coming at you. He'd jump right at you.
This coyote has the biggest, longest snout I've ever seen in any dog type creature. It's really bizarre. But they know I'm there, and I've confronted them before, and they just go the other way. I say, pretty much, I give them a stance like, you leave me alone, and I'll leave you alone. I won't hit you with my water bottle or something else, like pepper spray you, and they stay back. Never had a problem. When I first saw that one, it scared the shit out of me. Because look, I live in the city, so this is 1.5 miles or 2 miles on trails away from the street, right? So it's not far. Once I started seeing them, then I see them all over the place. I start seeing them. And I see why people would have squirrels as pets. Actually, when I was married the first time, my wife told me she had a pet squirrel for years, 10 years. I had these squirrels yesterday just jump up right on the tree right next to me. They were like a foot away looking at me, all sniffing.
So my wife, she watched TikTok like no tomorrow, and she showed me a wolf pug mix.
What? Show that picture.
I had to get it for my wife. I'm sure she sent it to me. I'll look for it in a minute when I park.
Jesus.
No problem.
It's like, how? Like, okay, I understand how, but how?
Yeah, no, but why? The attributes. What are you trying to get from those opposite attributes, if I might say it that way?
I don't know. I think it was an accident.
Oopsie.
They accidentally fell in love.
I think something like that, yeah.
Look at that handsome young man in the chat. He's a good boy. Look at that. Look at that good boy. Call him Muffins. Muffins the wolf.
Dude, I love wolves, man. I do.
Yep. Call him Jack Nicholson, the wolf.
When I was learning about them, about how they almost got extinct because we almost wiped them out, it's like, oh, thank God they're still here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's people out up in the hills up near the mountains that have wolf. They have like a whole wolf kennel up here, up in the mountains, kind of.
There's a good documentary about the reintroduction of wolves back into Yellowstone and how it set the ecosystem back into a better balance.
Yeah. Yeah, up until about 120 years ago, there were grizzly bears in this county.
You know what extinction is, right? It's genocide.
Right.
Well, it's the only thing that happens to different kinds of animals, because I believe there was an epicenter of creation. The only thing that's happened since then is extinction of these different types. That's the only thing.
Right, but what I
that-
mean is the conditions here on Earth, and especially what we do to local or otherwise bodies of Earth, is we destroy it and make it usable for humans. And so my opinion is that most of the extinct species or endangered species are that way because of us. Not a natural process, in my opinion.
Well, that's not.
I think everything that
entirely
was
true.
made to be here should always be here. And I think that
That's not entirely true, because the pictures of this area were complete deserts with maybe a scrub oak from here to the coast, and 10 or 15 miles of coastline was a desert. Nothing grew. Now it's lush, green, huge trees, 100-foot tall trees in the park. Green all over. The whole area is green.
I'm not saying
compared to
humans
what it
are all
used to
bad.
be. Mhm.
But I'm saying that the relationship between the way we treat things and
how
the
most do,
uptick in
yeah.
extinction level. You know, well, do we believe the historians that invented dinosaurs on something else though? Right? We have to not believe them on everything, right? Isn't that how it has
humans
to work?
Definitely are the wild card, Glat, because we have the ability to surpass what is necessary as far as hunting. You know,
This whole thing of
animals
saying
never
humans,
kill more than they need. You know.
this whole thing of saying humans are separate from nature is part of this agenda. So I don't go along with that.
I
part
don't
of
say we're
nature.
separate from nature. But
Yeah,
No, I
we're
didn't say
part
you
of it,
were.
for
I
sure.
didn't. No, I didn't say you were. I'm saying that's what they are trying to instill in us, that we are separate
we're
from nature.
better than nature. That's what they want us to think, that we're better than nature. But we're still just a speck in nothing. Wrap your head around that one.
I mean, extinction of any species is unfortunate, but I don't think it's something that can be controlled ultimately.
Me too.
You know, and
It's part of the
Agree
plan.
with
It's
that.
part of the natural process. It's literally part of the process that happens here on Earth.
Right. I just, listen, and this is my opinion. You don't have to agree or disagree. This is not a fact that I'm trying to pass around. If I were to make a place, why would I make a thing that's eventually not going to be there? I'm going to put everything there that I want to have there while the whole thing is still up and running. You know what I mean? Like, why have things go extinct? What the fuck is that? There's no point.
because it's set in motion. Well, it's like
It makes
hands
life
off.
more interesting. Makes
Really?
life seem
So
more
the
precious, doesn't it?
Interesting and precious, those are opinions, though. Opinions of a consciousness. What really matters, guys?
All I
Yes,
was
that's
saying
what
is that
Can you ask the question
creation is
again?
set in motion. So
Sorry. Go ahead. Who's talking?
yeah,
Obvious. Go ahead. Say that again.
All I was saying was that creation has been set in motion, and the creator is, I believe, hands off with it. So,
Got it. It's interesting. I don't know. Who else did I step on? There's someone else speaking too.
it's Orion trying to speak to you.
Orion, yeah, go ahead, bud.
I didn't have any more to say. I agree with what he just said. This place is separate from the creator because, the creator couldn't be part of the creation by definition, then he wouldn't be the creator, or it wouldn't be the creator.
Right,
So,
I get you there. I can't build myself into the ant farm.
I think it all boils down to free will. I mean, we wouldn't learn if we weren't given free will and given the opportunity to make good choices or bad choices. So I guess one of the bad choices would be making wolves almost go extinct.
Yeah, that's an unnecessary thing. That's all I'm saying. But whatever, it's all good.
In the
If we
same
just
way
focus
that
on the things that we can control, we'll be all right.
in the same way that every time human beings try to intervene with controlling some aspect of nature, we just exacerbate the problem that we perceive for ourselves. Every time we try to control something, we just make it worse. And I believe that'd be the exact same thing with the creator. If he's to intervene in this place, he'd be intervening in within these 3D physical laws, and it would mess it up. The only way it can run is to be completely hands off. And the same principle
That's a lot of
applies
speculation, man.
Yeah, it is, but that's all.
No, I agree. I agree with you. That resonates with me when that's why we talk about it that way, and we say nearly the same thing every time humans get to this point. We always talk about free will and stuff like that. So there's a reason that you say those things. They resonate because they have some truth to them.
Yeah, it's ultimately not something that's knowable, at least within this physical form. But
right, is that fair to you? Do you think that that's okay? Just whatever.
It's hard to say, honestly. If life's going good, then things are fair. Life's going bad, then it's unfair. It's all kind of just relative in that aspect.
What if I were to say life is unfair regardless of if it's going well or not?
I don't know. I think the only way for this creation to work is the way it is. I think it's the only way it can work, can be.
Sure. But do you agree?
I think of it like think of it like a link of gears, right? And if you stop one gear from turning, the whole chain of gears shuts down. If God's going to intervene, a creator is going to intervene and say, okay, this aspect of consciousness, say evilness, is not allowed to manifest, then it's going to have like, how do you say, a domino effect on the rest of creation, where things are not going to, it's going to grind to a halt, essentially. It's a very hard thought to articulate, but I feel like the only way this world can be is exactly how it is, just completely all possibilities available. You can be the worst person you want to be, you could be the best person, you can have the most horrific stuff happening in the world, or the greatest, nicest stuff, and it's all up to, it's just choice, free will. But
it's not
again,
total freedom.
It's hard to.
Yeah, because
I agree with everything you said. Not total freedom, though. Hold on. It's not total freedom because this place has what? Laws and rules, restrictions, my friend. So, yes, you're free to do as you're told. And that's not just in like a governmental society thing.
You can do whatever
nature.
you want, man.
No, you can't. I
Some
can't
people
fly.
I'm talking
are better at playing games than others. And I think, and there's also the generational aspect of that, like, because you're not the only one that plays the game. You get to pass your credits on to your bloodline.
Yeah.
And we oftentimes get upset at the people that have more. But in all honesty, man, like, there are very simple principles that everyone should know. At least by the time that they're 25, they've heard about it and they've just like kind of not looked into it while being upset at the world. But in all honesty, if I saved every penny, just the pennies, and invested them over the years, I would one for nothing right now. At least here in America, that's what you can do. I don't know about anywhere else. But so, there's a mix of good and bad things that happen. But honestly, a day is just a regular day for me, majority of the time. There might be a hiccup here or there. You know, the car may break down. I'm just giving random examples. I don't even have a car right now, but the car might break down. Your lights might go off, and these things happen every now and again. But majority of the time is an opportunity to get ahead that no one takes because they're stagnant, because they're worried about what everyone else is doing. So everything you get in this life is everything that you deserve, except for the people that there are those freak accidents that happen and things that happen bad to people that really didn't deserve it. That does happen, but majority of the time, for everyone, a day is just a day. Am I wrong?
Yeah, today is the only day that we have. We only have one day.
One day at a time, right?
Yeah, the others are already gone, and the ones that are to come doesn't exist. It's always going to be today. We only have one. So in my
Right,
old
Elijah.
age,
That was good. Sorry, go
in
ahead.
my old age, what has been more of my focus is spent on simply energy conservation throughout the day, because I realize I have a limited amount of energy each day. So I got to be careful what I spend time thinking about, or activities that I'm doing, if not to waste my energy, so I have enough throughout the whole day. And I hope you all are able to get to that point that I am, because I've had to sweep away decades and decades of rubbish thinking that was forced upon me, you know? But anyway, I was going to say something about like fair and unfair. How would we know why would there even be such a thing as fair and unfair if it wasn't for us to choose to be fair even in the unfair circumstance?
I have one sentence. It's not fair for everybody, therefore it's fair for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So, learning to be balanced in a chaotic, unfair system, well, who's going to be stronger? The way I feel about it is, who's going to be stronger, the ones that have been challenged the most, or the ones that have had it easy? So I hope and pray that all of you, things get bad enough that you can change.
Yeah, everyone's an asshole, so no one's an asshole.
No, you have to choose that yourself.
Remember, we conjure up all these concepts from a place of ignorance. You know, we don't understand this construct, this realm.
Yeah.
So we're always coming from the dark. So I'm like, you know, that implies that whatever we can come up with is flawed ultimately. So don't think too much into it, honestly. Be a good person. Enjoy your life. Do the best.
Yeah, because honestly, I believe that even us, flat earthers and woke, even the most woke people, still can have tendencies to carrying around something that is akin to superstition as a remnant of this heliocentric lie, the brainwashing that we've been subjected to.
Yeah, it's coming from a place of materialism, thinking we can quantify this world when we can't.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck me.
Yeah, that's what globeheads want to do. They want to have everything nice and orderly and laid out and explained perfectly, and there's nothing left to ever think about ever again.
In a tidy little package, and then let others worry about it, not taking responsibility.
But that, you know,
But wait, guys, what about the stars?
I know.
But wait a minute, what about Chewbacca? You know, it's like, you guys, reality. We're sitting there telling you that it's impossible to get to outer space because of thermodynamics, entropy. And then they sit there and they go, yeah, but the Wookiees, man.
Right.
It's like, do you not understand that that is a fantasy that you have been made to turn into pop culture to where you live, breathe, and feel it every day? Not everybody, but just the Star Wars fans.
They think they live in a sci-fi movie.
No, I was just talking about that because, so I was watching The Flash, right? And again, just watching The Flash. Now, this is something that I've been watching since the beginning, and I didn't realize how much the end is in there, like so much. But so there are these crossover events every year, every season for all of the CW, the DC stuff universe, and so now that they had Crisis on Earth, I had to watch 5 episodes from 5 different DC Universe shows, and that's Legends of Tomorrow, The Arrow, The Flash, Supergirl, and Batwoman. And just watching this series made me realize, so watching all of these shows would perpetually have me in this mindset of sci-fi. Well, I mean, I could understand where it's like, okay, people with superpowers are fake, but they're dealing with, so many things that are theoretical. Now, people, that word, they just use it to how they see fit. So when they say theoretical in that sense, it's like, wow, well, there's a lot of math that goes into this show, and there's scientists and stuff, and they figure out how to go across space and time, and maybe one day we'll actually be able to put that into practice because someone somewhere is actually trying to figure out how to do this stuff and figure out the wonders of the universe. And that's the kind of mindset it keeps you in. Never mind questioning whether any of it is real in the first place. They're just always like, oh yeah, space. Well, that's real. That's the no-brainer. It's the traveling through a wormhole to get to that next, maybe a faster way to go to the other side of the universe. Maybe that's something that we need to figure out how to do so that we can, you know what I'm saying? Like it's always there, constantly indoctrinating you through your favorite shows. And people want to say, oh, I never even learned about it. Some people really come in here and say, no, I never really learned about it. No, school didn't tell me anything. I came to that conclusion on my own. Really? Okay. Oh shit! Did I cut out or y'all still there?
I heard everything you said.
Cool.
Absorbing it. That's a lot.
So I like to pay attention to words, right? Einstein's Rosen bridge, bending and warping of space time, making wormholes. Like, is that not a word salad? What does that mean? I mean, does that mean that we can travel through space and time? Like to distant, far off galaxies? Like what am I saying right now? Is any of this real? Or is it just all a bunch of hypothetical postulations about what if, what if, what if, what if?
Is this the real life? Or is this just fantasy?
Caught in a landslide, no escape from reality.
I'm just a poor boy.
From a small family. Maybe I could do an accompaniment. When I find the right key. La 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 la.
La 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 la. So I mean, I kind of feel like, everything that I just said before I started singing, it was all like, I don't know, like blah 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 blah, like Snoopy when the parents are talking, you know, or like Greta when she was talking about the politicians, blah 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 blah. It's like when you're talking about all this theoretical bullshit, like it's like you completely left reality and you're just like skating around in your mind's eye on space time, and then you dive through it and you come out on the other side and like here's the list hard aliens, like Spore, like here's the floppy fins. Like it's just so funny that people are like entertaining all this stuff with absolutely like no evidence for any of it. And it's funny, but it's sad. It's sad funny.
Well, like in the physical realm, people tend to enjoy going off into the realms of mental masturbation over and over again.
That's exactly what it is.
I was
Because you're
talking
just
to.
wasting all that energy. Go ahead, bro.
I was just gonna say I was talking to Kumu Virus earlier because I just randomly popped into the after show, and I heard him say that what was it? We were talking about horizons, and I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. Why he was talking. Oh, how the horizon obstructs things, and somebody said something about him double speaking, and I was like, it is double speak because it can be here and there.
Yeah,
And
it
he's
was
like,
at first I was talking to him about it. It was because I was saying like how many horizons are there, you know, and so on, and he was like, oh, there's the radar horizon and so on, and then that's when you had like jumped in.
yeah, which actually it was a red herring. I thought he was talking. Well, actually, it's not because the radar horizon is based on the 1.2 times the square root of the height of the fucking telescope, the height of the antenna, which was funny.
Yeah, that was
So
funny.
it's like,
He came in, destroyed him.
oh, okay, so we are talking about the same thing. That thing that you claim is physical, it's there until it's not. That's double speak. And it's like he to to I don't even know. I don't even know. It's like, and then they get upset, and then I don't. It is hilarious. It is also very sad. Like you said, Hank, I don't really know what to do. Like people really, 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 really. I mean, flat Earth has been out for how many years now? Some people have gone so far that they don't want to come back. They don't care. They don't want to know. And I can't understand how it works like that. Like we are dead serious. If you can't think for yourself and get, verifiable evidence, like how could you not believe that you're a slave? How could you be okay with that? Most of the people that I talk to, how the fuck could you be okay with me telling you that something that you believe, something that's like a part of you is actually alive, and you fight me. You argue me down. You tell me you don't want to talk to me. Like, how is that?
It's like the scripture in the Bible where it says, "Have I now become your enemy because I've told you the truth?"
Man, it's always a scripture for everything, man. It's insane.
Yeah, and you've also got where the people are given into a delusion because they did not love the truth.
Mm. Mm.
Yeah, it's kind of similar to those people who call themselves furries, right? They're living in a delusion, but they're actually they're putting on a mask in the real world to live in this delusional mindset they may have of who they are. Kind of same with the globies, right? They're living in a delusion and they associate themselves and their reality with that delusion. Maybe that's a bad analogy.
No, it's good. I was thinking about it because it's like the people that like think that they're furries, like they could say that they're a bat, right? But they don't have echolocation or wings or anything to fly around with, so they're just like, you know, batty, like batshit crazy, like insane, like Batty from Fern Gully. My name is Batty. My logic is erratic. Like their logic is very erratic. So in a lot of ways, it's very similar. It's a good analogy.
I think there's a severe lack of self-awareness with people like that.
Batshit crazy because that dude in China ate some bat shit. Now the whole world went crazy.
But Ozzy can do it and everything's just fine, right? Fucking white privilege. God damn, I'm tired of that shit, man. We got to put an end to this white privilege. When Ozzy eats a bat, we got to shut down the whole world for a couple of years. And Roger's over there. No, I just got out.
Well, I walked into an interesting conversation.
Yeah, I was trying to make a joke to make everybody laugh.
Oh, I'm laughing on the inside. I
don't want
didn't
no
know that
courtesy laughs.
Yo, Cuddles, let's hear the question. Is he doing some street activism, or is it his job or something?
I have an answer. Let's hope they match.
Yeah,
Sorry, I'm ordering lunch.
I didn't get the Roger thing.
Oh, Roger, he just got out of being interned in his home. What is it called? Lockdowns?
Yeah.
Like they just released his country, right?
It's the Netherlands, right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I think they've been out of lockdown for a while, but they've got a lot
No,
of
it's
heavy
been like a month.
Oh, has it only been a month for them?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're full on. You need a QR code to do anything over there.
That's retarded.
Somebody else speaking about it though. He said it was kind of falling apart a bit. There was a lot of legal pushback going on.
Yeah, what they're trying to do around the world is not going to be logistically easy for them to pull off. But they'll try. They'll continue.
I don't think they have the fear levels required at this point. I think it's fizzled for them, but that's why I think they've got something up their sleeves coming soon.
Yeah, we've got 40 years until they initiate the new plans.
Listen, they've got so many deep underground military bases. I think they're just fucking with us until the creator wipes it all away again, and they're gonna hide underground again. It's really awesome.
Learn to swim. Learn to swim. Some say the end is near.
We'll see Armageddon soon.
I certainly hope we will. I sure could use a vacation from this stupid
Bullshit.
Shit. 3 ring.
Sideshow of creatures in this hopeless fucking hole you call it LA. The only way to fix it is to flush it all away. Any fucking time, any fucking day. See you down at Arizona Bay.
Yo, what's up, flatties? How's it going?
Yeah, what's up, Nightmare? How you doing, man?
Doing great, bro. What's up, Cuddles?
I just ordered lunch, and I am excited.
I'm about to be on my lunch break now, so I'm also excited. Have you guys had any Globers here recently? Or is it just us flat earthers?
I think there was a young lady here earlier. She came in for a few minutes. She was a flat earther. She was new, but other than that, that was the closest thing we got.
Damn, man, alright. It's like, what's going on, guys? I've noticed that there's no more Globers coming in here. What's happening?
There's no such thing as a Glober. Everybody's a flat earther, they just don't know it yet.
What did you say, Chemtrail?
I said there's no such thing as a Glober. They don't exist. They're just all flat earth. Don't know it yet.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I gotta agree with that, bro.
Yeah.
We are
There's
living on a
flat
flat
earthers
earth.
that know how to think, and then there's the deluded flat earthers. I think they live on a globe.
Yeah.
They're only
Pretty
deluded
much.
because they got too much toxins in their water. I think if everybody would drink distilled water and look outside, right, go to the ocean, 95% of the people live next to the ocean. I think it's only a matter of time. We just got to clean up that drinking water.
Distilled water, man, or magnetized water. That's the way to go.
Bro, a water filter for, right now. I got a zero water filter, and I actually like it because I got to see the compare and contrast tests. I think it's Project Farm on YouTube. You buy stuff, compare and contrast, and there you go. Best one I got out of all of it was the zero water. It takes everything out. Lead, metals, everything. Now, you can add it.
Yo, Ariel, you're here. I was expecting you to show up.
Who's playing the music?
Sorry, that's me. Sorry.
Sonny.
Okay, you're
That's
fine,
Sonny.
Sonny.
He's just adding to. So the zero water filter.
Psychological analysis going on, so I was expecting Ariel to show up soon enough. Especially with the furry. She had a really good breakdown on the mentality of furries the other day. That was pretty. I'm saying Ariel had a really good breakdown on why furries be furries, basically. The other day.
What was
Do
the
they
breakdown?
feel furry on the inside?
Well, I'll let her explain it herself.
Repeat it.
Oh, you should have. It was good, yeah. It was
I
convincing.
wasn't here, Ariel, to hear your breakdown. I want to hear.
I just fished that out of thin air. Come on.
Oh, all right.
I'll just say it. You know, when children are small, they get furry toys, and they have their favorite toy, and that favorite toy is always there with them under their arm. They drag it to the supermarket. It's with them in the car when they're driving with mom. And when those children are in trauma situations, like they drop their ice cream on the floor, or someone at school pushed them, then they go home and they tell all the little secrets to their little furry friend. And because they're plopped in front of the TV, and then they're given handheld devices to keep themselves busy, that toy there is actually like really a big part of a child's life. So I think that somehow these people are trying to duplicate that in a way when they're young adults. That safe toy, that safe thing, a personification of that. Did I get it right? Obvious it'd be.
Yeah. You put a bit more effort into it last time, but yeah.
Did I?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
You were emphasizing how, like, in extreme neglect situations, like we're talking about children that really get zero attention from their parents for all of their childhood, so they get an extreme attachment to this
Yes.
Their toys, their furry toy and stuff.
Yes, because I mean the whole dress up and play thing with the furries, when they zip themselves or button themselves or whatever, when they get into that furry suit, I mean that's like only in our age. I know people in tribes and people in the past have liked to dress up and personify something that was important to them. Maybe it's that thing that is being repeated here. Yeah.
You're talking about the totem, I think, the spirit animal.
I would love to have lived in a tribe where I could walk around semi-naked with like feathers and stuff and never have to worry about the laundry and ironing
I used to say that when I was little.
clothes.
That's something I said when I was a kid. Like, man, I wish I was born back in caveman days.
Yeah, just smear some mud on myself. Yeah, I'm ready to go.
Like who needs like zippers and belts? You just get you a leaf, right?
Yeah, easy peasy.
Yeah, I used to think that when I was a kid. Yeah,
That's some high class. That's some high class clothage there.
Yeah,
A twig.
I always think, no, not a twig. It'd have to be like an elephant ear, okay? But it had to had to be something.
Well, if you think about it,
vine, I mean.
if you think about the manufacturing process for textiles, it's the second most polluting industry in the entire
Yeah, because they're not using hemp.
Yes, and to manufacture the dyes and the whole process is just chemical.
And then we put it on our bodies.
Yes, and then we walk around like peacocks and pretend that we are so great.
Yeah. Sunny.
That's something that has picked up in recent decades, this obsession with dress up and pretending to be things, You've got like Comic Cons that blew up over the last 3 decades. You've got Halloween, which people are obsessed with now. The adults put more of an effort into dressing up than the children,
It's funny because there was this experiment where they like did this thing with the rats and they like put them in like cities. And then they noticed that like a certain group of them were like constantly grooming themselves, like constantly, and they called them the beautiful ones. And then if you look at like, people that live in the city, they're like, always getting their nails done and always getting their hair did and, getting the liposuction and the nose job. And it's like, oh my God. Yes, I don't remember the name of the study. I wish I could cite my source, but it was the study about rats, and they were called the beautiful ones. Let's see if I can find it.
It's the Rat Utopia experiment.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
You're welcome. That's what I'm here for. And Ariel, I put a picture in voice text for you about laundry.
Okay.
It's a sign in my laundry room.
I'm not going to discuss my laundry habits on here.
Must not be up to snuff then.
Queen.
Nice tunes, honey.
Isn't it, Sonny?
Huh?
That's the intro for yeah.
Yeah.
But he originally played it on the piano, and Sonny's playing it on the 6-string. It sounds like acoustic. Is that an acoustic?
Yes.
Job well done, sir. Yeah, I love it when they switch the instruments and play it a little different. And Sonny puts this thing on it where he plays it just a little slower. Makes it really hard to sing to, but it just kind of mellows you out.
No, if you guys were singing, then it would make a difference. So you could start singing with it. What is it? How's it start? Okay, here we go.
Oh, I'm not singing. Go. Somebody else go ahead.
It's a real life. Wait a minute.
That was awesome, Sonny. Wow, dude.
Mama, he's killing me. Put a gun against his head. Oh, my dear, now he's dead. Mama, life has just begun. But now you're gone and thrown it all away. Kind of an instrumental version.
Good stuff as always, Sonny. I'd sing, but that guy, I think it was yesterday or the day before, he's kind of scarred me from singing on here.
Oh, don't let the naysayers get to you.
Well, he came in as VC verified, and I guess he just went down the list looking at everybody's roles and saw that I had a karaoke badass role. So, like, his first words on the server were, "Hey, Napalm, I want to hear you sing. Sing something." I'm like, bro, what are you doing? It's like you just walked in my house and demand that I sing like I'm a freaking clown.
Dance, cowboy.
I have just dismantled my whole side flute, so I'll clean it and I'll play for you sometime, Sonny.
Do you play the flute?
I've got several. Yeah.
Do you
Flutes,
play like
whistle.
Jethro Tull? Can you do the
I
Jethro Tull?
Yes, I can.
What the fuck, Ariel? That's awesome.
Oh my god! Oh my gosh! Oh my
Oh,
gosh!
yeah.
Really? Oh right, that's awesome.
I'll clean it tomorrow morning when I can see in the sunlight because it makes my hands really black.
In the morning? What time is your morning? I need to set an alarm. Jeez. Dun dun dun.
Oh, I forgot that one. Oh shit.
All along the Watchtower and some Led Zeppelin stuff. Loads. Yeah.
Wow, this whole rat utopia thing. It's describing like modern society.
What is it about?
So you know how like the natural thing is abundance, right? But you still have to work to have the abundance, right? So they made this rat utopia, and I guess it was like the perfect place for rats. And they started noticing like all this weird behavior, right? Like there were pansexuals who would engage in sexual activity with anyone, male, female, juvenile, that would tolerate their advances. Some of them were the ones that ignored all other rats of both sexes, and all the other rats ignored them. The probers were the final group of males that emerged at the densely populated central pens. They were hyperactive, constantly searching for sexual. I mean, doesn't this sound like the city? I mean, I worked in Dallas, so I mean, um, yeah. Just I posted it a few minutes ago. You can read it if you like.
Yeah, it's a really good study. It's a great analogy as to how a society deteriorates or what it deteriorates into when you're basically they gave them perfect living conditions, gave them ample food. Like the rats didn't have to worry about anything. So they started changing their behavior, constantly grooming themselves, got overweight, didn't care about anything else except like sexual deviation, like all kinds of stuff.
And they stopped actually procreating, didn't they? I remember this now. That was a experiment that was it a French. I don't know what his field was. But
Okay, so I used to do like all. Sorry, go ahead.
You're so gracious. My question would be, were they actually copulating or were they just simulating it because they saw others doing it? So that there was no intention behind it really other than a sort of weird urge. Don't know. But I think I remember that experiment saying that so then they stopped producing offspring because it became, it wasn't tied into their survival. Something.
Yeah, the population started to decline rather quickly.
Okay, so from what I've heard from Jordan B. Peterson is that like when you do a social experiment like that, like in reality, because they've repeated this in human populations where they tried to like do the projects and make it like really nice, and then even though they made like really nice places for them to live, they put them all together in like one spot, and the bad ones influence the good ones. So like as you know, the young kid, he grows up and he doesn't have a whole lot of money, so he's like part of this, you know, experiment that they did, and then he's now hanging out with other kids that are poverty, but the bad kids actually rubbed off on the good kids, and even though that they had better like living conditions and everything else and upward mobility, like it still didn't fix anything because the bad ones made the good ones worse. So he basically the conclusion was that when you do a social experiment, there's too many known and unknown variables to be able to do any good, and it looks like the more you interfere with like the natural progression of things, the worse things get. That's what he said. And it's like I'm looking at this going, so Disney made like a rat trap for men and women and children, and it's like all these cities, like they're all the same. It's like the rat race, and it's like I gotta get out of this if it's the last thing I ever do.
Yeah, but I think these impulses are tied into the fact that people are, aware of their mortality.
I saw a lot of people driving Dallas like they weren't aware of their mortality.
Yeah, I see that every day here too. I really don't mind if you sit this one out.
I don't know what's going on with me, but I'm not able to sort of maintain the me. I'm like a ship at sea. I'm being, I'm this way and that way. One day I'm just like, oh well, it's going to play out. What can you really do? The next day I'm really searching for something hopeful. The next day I'm down this rabbit hole and things are getting really dark. I struggle. I really do.
So hey, while I'm thinking about it, there was a housing project that was erected in St. Louis called Pruitt-Igoe, and it was for basically the projects, right, for low income families. Majority of them were minorities, and it's a good study into how there can be a decline when you put people in a bunch of, crowd people into a specific area. But the thing about Pruitt-Igoe is that the government actually tested biological weapons by spraying them over Pruitt-Igoe, like literally tested chemical warfare weapons on the citizens and the people, the residents of Pruitt-Igoe. So when people say, "Oh, my government wouldn't do anything to me," pretty good example of that. Sorry, I just thought about it because it was a project.
Yeah, very nice. I always tell people, you accept benefits and privileges, you lose your rights. Well, those people accepted a great wealth of benefits and privileges, and they lost their right not to be tested on without their consent.
And now you should see the place. It's completely deserted, overgrown.
Hey, I heard you talking about government benefits. Now, I'm in a lot of trouble. Should I apply for like help, or like what is a person like me, anti-government, flat earth, like why would I ask for help of all people? Like I feel like it's a trap, like you said. As soon as you ask for help, you pretty much sign your rights away. Like they own you. Like should I ask
So
for
here
help
it
or
is.
not?
I can't give you any advice on what to do, man, but here it is. The 1933, there was this thing called the New Deal. And the New Deal kind of makes you wonder, well, what was the old deal? Right? But the New Deal says that, there's no more money, right? We're going to work everything in IOUs and negotiable instruments, and the government can be your daddy. But if you live under the government's house, you're going to play by government daddy's rules. So you've heard in some places, like if you're on welfare, they might drug test you. Well, if you don't want to be drug tested, don't be on welfare. And it's like, well, if you don't want to go and take like how to get a job classes, then don't take TANF, which is cash. The government gives you cash instead of like food stamps or debit cards that you can't get cash off of. So it's like every time you contract with the government and you take benefits and privileges, you lose your rights, because a man doesn't need help from the government. A man can take care of himself. And that's why they say there's two Americas. You decide which one you want to live in. If you want to take benefits and privileges, then you can be a 14th Amendment citizen. But, you got to give up some rights in order to do that. That way, when Washington, D.C., they pass a law in Congress, but they don't have any jurisdiction over Texas, but they do have jurisdiction over United States citizens. So if you act like a citizen, you'll be treated like a citizen. But if you act like a man and you don't use your Social Security card and you don't take any of the benefits and privileges like using Social Security card to get a job, right? And you don't contract with these people in any kind of way other than, what you have to do, like take money, for example. Like you have to use their currency because there's no other currency to use. Well, that was true back in the day, but now that's kind of changing. But anyway, if you want to know what I'm talking about, there's a document called One Man Out. And if you find this document, you might find it on SPC University. But it talks about how one guy is like divorcing the government. Like, I don't want no part of you. You don't want no part of me. Like all these implied contracts that may have been in the past. Like, I don't want none of it. And it's like the difference between the United States of America and the United States. So the United States is a corporation that puts its name on everything that it owns. That's why you have U.S. territories, United States Postal Service, right? These are things that they own, right? And if you're a United States citizen, guess what? You're something that they own. So I can't tell you what to do. If you live in a cabin in the woods, I guess you'd be free to forage for trout or fish or turtles or snails or whatever you can find to eat. But you're not going to be taking dollar bills into McDonald's and be a free man at the same time, I think.
I think
you have to
I'd rather
completely
go with the
leave the
trout.
system.
I think I'd rather be with the trout. Sorry.
It's okay, bro.
I was just going to
And-
say, I think I'd rather have the trout and the turtles and that sort, actually. Honest. I'm about ready to just give up on anything they provide, including a place to live.
Who said that they were struggling with shit? Not chemtrail. What's her name?
Ariel.
Yeah, it was
Ariel.
me, bro. Chemtrail.
No, Ariel.
Ariel.
So
Well, chemtrail too.
well, he's struggling with money. He's a man. I don't care about him.
What I meant
No,
here was that.
Yeah, I didn't understand what you mean exactly. Like morality, like what?
I was listening to this guy that Elijah linked me, and I find it quite useful because he was telling people to raise their vibration. So I've been taking note of how
Chemtrail, dude. Hold on a second. You're gonna have to repeat everything after I mute this.
Thank you.
Rude, man.
So
Dude, it's just been fun that's been happening all day. This crazy background noise. Hey, can everybody exercise some mic discipline? Like, it's just been crazy all day, man. Squeaky doors, freaking people changing the tire on the live stream. Just stop. Anyway, go on.
So overall, I don't think I'm in a bad place. I'm not. I don't feel depressed or really gloomy, but I just feel in a way that I'm not guarding, what I'm looking at and what I'm hearing and what I'm thinking about, because it is quite difficult at the moment. I can get into the habit of like looking for bad shit. I don't think it helps.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna give my 2 cents. The way, just for me personally, I just try to help people that are struggling. You know what I mean? So, but it's different probably for me than most people. So I live in a city. I see homeless people every day. Just giving a homeless people $2 makes their day. Because just giving them $2, they'll have to sit there and panhandle for like 30, 40 minutes, which is degrading in and of itself. Just giving them a relief for like 5 minutes. Just charity is really. I don't know if it was an Australian study or no, maybe it was France. They found out that people they gave people this free vacation time, like 6 weeks. And they found out people were the most happy when they when they went out and volunteered to organizations and help people, you know what I mean? As opposed to taking the money they got and spending it on material items. I I just find that like we get focused on this big picture, like, oh my God, I can't save the world. Fuck the world. Focus on an individual, right? And one person at a time. You know, what do they say? The journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. So just start, like, if everybody just helped one person at a time, there wouldn't be problems. Everybody sees looks at the whole and says, oh, this is impossible, so I'll do nothing. Can't take that viewpoint.
Oh, that's
Hey,
a
absolutely right.
very good way of looking at it. The one thing that I am doing is I'm buying all this weird food. I bought all this stuff from Whole Foods, like dried food that is already vacuum packed, and now I've bought like powdered cheese, which I've never even seen in my life.
Powdered cheese, what is that?
It's from Denmark, and it's dried cheese.
It's like Jetsons, right? You add one drop of water and it becomes a meal or something.
I have bought 500 grams of pizza sauce, which if you add water, you've got 5 liters of it. So it's tomato powder and herbs and spices and stuff. And when I get these things and they get delivered, then I check it all, and it's the weird thought process in my head, like, are you going to need this? You know, did you have to buy this? I have a spare room, and I've got so much food.
You might want to hang on to that.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm looking at the food and I'm thinking about meals that can become of this food, and it's just freaking surreal. So that's what it is.
Are you in London, Ariel?
Yeah.
You.
Oh, so you're in a city too, so you must have nearly the same daily experience I have, just mad, chaotic nonsense.
Yeah.
Put it this way, beginning of COVID, there's homeless people, and it escalated probably like a year ago. There's probably 10 times the amount of homeless people. Now they're like, this never existed in Boston before, but it's like tent cities of homeless people, which never existed in the history of Boston. There's never I know it existed like in LA, they got Skid Row and stuff, but it's never existed here. But it does now.
Historically, Boston is a money-making city.
Oh man, there's mad money here. This freaking all you got to do is be present. You can make money here. You don't even got to think about it. I think McDonald's pays like $15 an hour.
Mm-hmm. Probably the last time I was tent city anywhere around there was during the Revolutionary War.
Yeah, probably. Civil War, maybe.
Around, yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's true. Around DC in those areas. Yeah.
Well,
there was some black regiment that they just like chucked into the street when the war was over. You know how they are. Well, you were useful. Thanks. Bye.
I think London would have been one of the most optimistic cities to be in through all this nonsense. Had the biggest protests, the biggest everything. No, Ariel?
yeah.
Did you go to all the demonstrations and that stuff? Were you taking part?
I've been to a few. But yesterday, I was watching this boat. It was on an auction, and I was going to buy it. And then I thought it's going to go for way, way more. And then this morning, I was in a meeting at work, and I couldn't get into Microsoft Teams. So I'm working at home on my laptop. And I called the IT department and said, get this fixed because I'm in a meeting in half an hour and it can't happen without me. And there's like psychiatrists and like loads of special, people. And so this guy who was trying to sort it out, he didn't get far. And then he said, just about 5 minutes before my meeting, and I'd been waiting for him like half an hour for him to fix it. And then he didn't fix it. And he said to me, you'll get a call back from second line support or some rubbish. I ended up going into the registry on my laptop and fixing it myself. It took me about 8 minutes to figure it all out. So I got into my meeting late, but everybody was really relieved. But so with all this meeting shit going on this morning and nothing working, I completely forgot about this boat. And then when I went back to the auction site, it went for such a low price, and I was so disappointed. Because I honestly think maybe at one point I'm going to need a boat just to get the hell out of here. So
I don't blame you. I think the same thing. I'm along the coast too. I'm like, there's one way. I know how to swim to a boat and probably could,
So am I crazy, guys? What am I? Am I losing it? I don't know.
No,
No, man. All I know is that Texas is big enough for everybody to live in, and the governor said there will be no mandates by any entity in Texas.
All right. I think Texas might be the place, man. Maybe if I go down by the coast, I would feel more comfortable there.
I love your governor.
Also, Florida is good state too.
That
no?
might be the place. Yeah, but the thing I don't like about Florida is only one way in and out.
Yeah, mosquitoes, humidity.
Yeah, I don't like the scamitos. Mosquito.
You're in California, Sonny.
Yeah.
My condolences.
You know what the guy who was selling the boat said? He said that the owner died unexpectedly. So I was thinking, So now I'm back to watching boats. I'm a boat expert and I don't even own a boat. But I
Well,
probably will soon.
if you do buy a boat, I can give you some advice on how to keep it, holding water. If it's got through holes, I don't know how big a boat or what it is, but
I am quite mechanically minded, so with all these auctions and ads and like descriptions of boats, I have learned quite a lot. I do build my own computers and stuff. I'm not a typical female.
Oh, good on you. I've seen some of the most shitty computers for like $1,500 recently. It's like, this is disgusting that people are doing this to people.
Yeah. I saw this review that this guy bought like medium priced graphics cards on AliExpress. So I thought, hey, I haven't looked there because, I might want to build a new rig. But then again, I'm thinking, what's the use of it going to be? Well, what's my social credit score going to be? They won't even let me near the internet.
Yeah.
It's so weird.
somebody knew where Squamish was, I think. The rest of you thought, no, that's just some batshit crazy stuff Sonny's putting down.
So in any case, I will build a boat. I will buy a boat. I just think, whatever, then I've got a boat. There's no harm in that.
Hey, worst comes to worst, you can always get a boat for the low cost of a balaclava. Jokes.
Well, the consensus seems to be that they have caused this fuel shortage here, so they can run out the tanks with all the stale old petrol and replace it all with this high ethanol content. And my car is not a new car. I have to use super unleaded because there is no more unleaded fuel in the UK. It's scarce. It's not going to be available anymore soon. So I don't know if I should go and replace all the rubber bits in my engine. And what a weird time to be alive. So Yeah, these are the trials and tribulations of Ariel.
Yeah, last I read about the trucker shortage in the UK was something like 100,000 truckers. Well, they're short
Yeah.
100,000.
But you know what Rishi
Somebody must
Sunak
have
did?
lost them.
You know what Rishi Sunak did? In April, he made it so that closed corporations, people who were like dodging the tax, they were made into. They got the same terms. You cannot do that anymore. You will pay the same tax as somebody who's got a permanent position in a company. So people who were drivers and who had like their own, deals with the tax man, they all lost out. So now they don't have the benefit of paying, getting that tax rebate, but they work longer hours. So the whole deal for them fell through in a big way. And that's why there was such an exodus of drivers from the UK, because of the Chancellor of the Exchequer, the rich guy.
Hmm. Yeah, they're just trying to induce a collapse. Absolutely.
Okay, now I'm definitely getting a boat and I'm going to buy some more food. And the stupid thing is, I've got nobody to talk to about these things who will say to me, calm your tits, woman. What do you do with all this food? But then I seriously sit here and then I think, no, I haven't got enough food. I'm going to buy some more food. Then
No, you're smart. Listen, you're very smart. Listen, when this thing started happening very early on, I started going online when I had the money and buying emergency rations, like buckets of it. So I have 30 days, a couple of buckets of 30. No, maybe not 30 days. Yeah, a couple of buckets of 30 days. Where now, because like when I run out of money, now I can use that. Where you have these big packages of like soups and things like that you can mix like a third a cup and a cup of water, so you can make you a nice little pot of soup. Like it's coming in handy to supplement, my diet.
Yeah, so when I'm not working, I'm busy packing my food store.
I don't know if you're in any danger of the grid going out, but if the grid goes out, like I'm ready with rechargeable lanterns, everything's charged. I got camp stove, I have tents if I need it, backpacks, like survival gear, like knives, lanterns, yeah, twine, like cordage, things like that.
Well, I mean, it's
Like
pretty dire for the UK, Sonny. I mean, gas is is the blood of a nation, so if it runs out, anything can go down.
Yeah, if the power goes out, you're gonna want to be able to cook food for yourself.
No,
and have water. Like that's my biggest issue, is not having enough water.
Yeah, I purchased a water butt about 4 months ago, so that's to collect rainwater. But I haven't perfected the filtering system,
Well, you're lucky you get rain.
Ariel, have you tried networking through the Flat Earth app? There's a lot of dots in the UK, especially down near the channel. Could maybe meet and connect with people that already have boats and are like-minded.
Yeah, well, you know what I've just done? My phone's off of its contract now, and I want to flash. I want to flash Linux onto it. I might break the thing. It's like a day-to-day struggle with myself. Are you paranoid enough? Are you too paranoid?
Not in this day and age, I don't think. If anything, we're under paranoid.
Let's have a sing-along. Yep, sorry that I talked about all that shit.
There's no way you talk too much. You're barely on here.
But when I am.
Yeah, don't feel bad. There's a lot of call it economic uncertainty. I've been following economics for a long time, and I've never seen like as many mixed signals as there are now. It's hard to make heads or tails of what's really going on.
Well, I do read what the economists say, but I do it on Zero Hedge. But it's not actually the articles because people disagree about things. But it's the comment section. Yeah. Something big just over the event horizon.
Yeah, it's the Trojan horse. That's what's over the horizon. Surprise, motherfucker! We lied. There's aliens.
Yeah. And no doubt all these mask wearers will all fall for it. And then they'll point at us and go, these people are crazy.
They'll probably all get down on their knees and pray to their alien gods.
Yeah, they'll get down on their knees, but they're gonna, offer up the, you know what aliens want. They want to probe Uranus, not the planet.
There's an AC verified in here. Miko.
Uh-oh.
Everybody act normal.
Good luck with that.
Now Robert's back as well.
Rabbit. Rabbit. Sorry.
Hey, yeah. What's up? What's up,
Hey, how
everyone?
you
Oh, I was just listening, y'all.
Yeah,
Oh,
same.
Rabbit's back too.
Robert
I
and
said
Rabbit.
Robert though.
Sorry.
Oh,
Yeah,
are you guys
Robert
saying
and
Robert
Rabbit.
or Rabbit?
I was saying Robert.
Okay.
And let's just say Ribbit as well to finish it off.
Great convo.
No, I really do think the fake alien invasion, it's coming. Because it just seems like the right time.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's so many people like divided over the CV-19 Axel Rose Miley Cyrus the virus that it's it's a good time to unite everybody.
It's
Yeah,
going
they
to take
kind of
it's going to take a massive something to unite it. We're so divided right now.
to get that division to funnel into one direction. That would make a lot of sense. A huge overall distraction once again. That's even more monumental.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to take something big.
I remember not that long ago, like the globalists were saying that this CV-19 Axl Rose, they were saying that it's not good for globalism because it's making people more nationalist. And I'm like, well, good. Maybe we should be nationalist. Like, if you assholes over there want to do this and us over here, we want to do this because we're assholes, then maybe we should do that. Like, I don't want to be governed by a bunch of pricks in Washington, D.C. That I don't know them. They don't know me. They don't know what it's like being a Texan. They don't live next to a border. So what the fuck do they know about guns? It's like, if there's 15 coyotes in my backyard, I might need 30 rounds. I'm not a very good shot. But I understand if people in New York City are like 30 rounds, hell no. Like it's way too much. If that's what they want, that's what the people like elect their government. That's what their government wants because the people want
Take
it.
all those people in New York and put them in the middle of fucking Texas.
No,
Better
that's
yet,
what we're suffering from now.
put them in the middle of the fucking woods with bears and shit, and be like, nope, all you get is this little rape whistle, you punk.
Well, why can't we have like a mental competency test for gun owners?
Because there are fucking retards that still believe we live on a globe.
I don't know how that equates, but no, it's like for gun ownership. I mean, why not have like a mental competency test? How about you have to go and take a gun safety course that lasts
How about you
3 or
come
4
and take
weeks?
them, bitch? How about you come and take them?
Look, here's the deal, bro.
I have a
Who's going
better
to
idea.
decide? Go ahead.
I was going to say, gun safety courses, since, the number one reason people accidentally die from firearms is misfire, right? Gun safety courses should be mandatory. It should be taught in school, like first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade. It should just be in school all the time.
When I was going to school, it was. They had
You
a
hear
hunter
me?
safety course.
Everyone should know how to use
Yeah,
a
we heard
firearm
you.
safely, period. And then we don't have stupid, because their argument, right? Oh, minors killed themselves accidentally with firearms. We destroy that argument by training people how to use firearms.
Well, the biggest thing isn't it the people that do the mass shootings are all like fucked up in some way. Like they like. That's what I was saying. Like maybe we need to have a mental competency test. Like if you're a good person and
Listen,
know
there
what you're
won't be mass
doing,
shooting listen, in America, it used to be a fine for not owning a firearm. Yeah, it used to be a fine. You had to own a firearm. So if everybody owned a firearm and everybody knew how to use it, there would be no mass shootings, or they'd be so short, there wouldn't be a mass shooting. There'd be one round fired, or 2 rounds fired. They'd fire a round, and then the round would hit them. The next round would hit them.
Yeah, I think that law wasn't a nationwide law, was it? Wasn't it like for Philadelphia or Boston or one of those cities up there?
Oh, we got this. Listen, you get a year mandatory in jail if you get caught with a BB in this state. Dead up serious.
There's an incident that happened in Oregon where somebody wanted to do a mass shooting inside of a shopping center. It was the Clackamas Mall, right? Clackamas Town Mall. And there was somebody that is a constitutional carry believer and all that, and he's got permits and all that. And the guy opened up and started yelling and whatnot. And before the guy was able to let off a round, a bystander, the one that believes in gun carrying and all that, was able to neutralize the suspect before he took a single life. And they call
Hell
that the
yeah.
Mormon Rule, right? This is like way back in the day. So the thing is if everyone is armed, not stupid people aren't going to do stupid things. But when nobody is armed, then only the criminals will have guns.
Yeah, that is what I believe. And I've seen it.
And criminals wear badges.
The liberals. I was going to say that the liberals' argument against everybody being armed is that people don't know how to use guns. Their argument is, well, police are specially trained to use guns. This is their argument. So take it away from them by training everybody.
They're not trained that well, though.
oh no, they're not.
Listen, who said liberals make good arguments? I never said that. They just say shit. But you can still, quote unquote, disarm their argument.
Problem with the liberal take on things is they want a nice, safe little world, and they can't accept the fact that accidents do happen, and occasionally there is a fucking deranged person. Nothing you're gonna do about it. It's just the way things are. But they want it all or nothing, 100% safety, or nothing. So
I think there's a lot of people that are more afraid of doing the wrong or doing nothing rather than doing the wrong thing. You know, like that. It's such a rush to fix a problem just to just to say, well, at least we tried. You know what I mean? I think people are just in too much of a rush to do that. They're afraid of not doing anything.
No,
Being said, you didn't do anything about it to stop it, or you didn't do anything to try to stop it. So people are rushing to throw everything they can against the wall to see what sticks. But nothing's working. You know, obviously, taking away everybody's guns is not going to work. I mean, everybody knows that, but nobody will like admit it. Well, I mean, the people who are talking about it, they're not going to admit that they know it's not going to work.
See, like if you take the guns away from the everyday citizen, then only the cops and the criminals have guns. And if only the cops and criminals have guns, what's to stop the cops from being criminals and the criminals being cops?
Obviously, just look at Mexico. Just look at Mexico. Mexico, they took guns away from all the citizens, and now the whole country is corrupt. Police are corrupt. The officials are corrupt because they know the citizens don't have guns, so the citizens can't stand up to the government. The cartels are running around extorting everybody because nobody can defend themselves, and it's just a big fucking mess in Mexico because they're not allowed to have guns. If they were ever given their guns back, maybe the people could take their government back. You know, take back the power, but they won't because they can't. And that's what I always tell. I'm on that side of the fence, but I always tell people when I hear them say that, like, "Oh, we need to take away guns." I said, "No, just look at Mexico. You want to be Mexico? There you go."
Yeah, it's well known that the cops do, or the federales do work with the cartels. It's well known in Mexico.
Oh yeah. I see right now what's going on is like in a little town where my wife is from, Santana. The cartels come into Santana and they go around, and because they're out of the weed business anymore because weed is legal here in the U.S. now, so they have to come up with something else. So what they're doing is they're going around and they're extorting doctors, and they're telling doctors they got to start paying, and now doctors are leaving, and they're going around extorting business people, and the business people are leaving. So like it's like it's so stupid. There's nobody to stand up to them. They just walk into a town and they just take it over, and it's like their town. So they get bored and they move on to another town.
I don't think giving all the citizens of a country weapons automatically turns them into revolutionaries.
Well, probably not. It takes
you gotta be willing to die to take your government down, basically. And I don't think that's in most people because that's a certain mindset, that's a certain understanding of reality and everything, and most people don't have it.
Now, there have been
kind of because of the globe, to be honest.
There have been instances in Mexico where the citizens did stand up against the cartel. They're allowed to have shotguns in Mexico for hunting only, But there was a case where the citizens had enough, and they stood up and went blasting toe to toe and drove the cartel out. But yeah, you're right. It's a mindset. If you don't give a shit, if you just want to keep your head down and don't care, then you're never going to fix anything.
Yeah.
Sorry, but I swore an oath to defend the Constitution, right?
Well,
and the letter
the government
of the Constitution
the guns
says,
away. Oh.
Sorry, God, Rock, can go ahead and talk. I'll stop.
Well, I was just going to comment that the government, when they took away the guns in Mexico, they knew very well what was going to take place. And so you have to think, they knew for a fact what was going to take place. And so it just adds a whole nother dimension to what's going on globally or worldwide. I hate to say global, obviously, but yeah. So whenever they do something like that, it's got to be part of the plan somehow, somewhere, in order to, you know, I don't know whether it's population control. I really don't. I mean, that's a little extreme, but there's definitely something behind the whole plan because they knew what would happen. It was in right in front of their face before it was already happening, before they took the guns away. So all it did is make it worse. They knew.
Yeah.
Now, welcome back, Cam.
I definitely agree that there's a large, or at least a portion of America that would stand up to wrongdoings, but I also believe that there's another portion of America that wouldn't, because people don't like to get involved in shit. A lot of people like to just keep their head down, do their thing, don't rock the boat. I don't want to cause any trouble. It would take everybody together to do anything, and we don't have that kind of unity.
Yeah, I don't think many would, even in the United States, but I think enough. There is enough that could.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there'll be a significant portion that
You
would.
don't need a lot. You don't need a lot.
Yeah.
Say like 80% of the U.S. population just kept their head down, while the government and the kind of revolutionary citizens went at each other. They're gonna keep their head down either way. So say if you have 20% of the population going up against the government and military, that's unified. They know what their purpose is, and they're willing to pay the ultimate price to uphold that. To get to that purpose, and yeah, that's enough people. That's the big psyop the government plays on us, thinking that we need all of the world to change things. We don't.
I agree with that, and I also think that it's once it gets started, then the people who are fence sitters and people jump on the bandwagons, but they don't like to start anything. You know what I mean? Like they're like, well, I'll join in. I'll join in once it starts. Once I see something moving, then I'll get involved. That's where a lot of people are right now.
There's this black dude in the UK, and every afternoon he goes to a different school, and he waits just when the children are coming out the gate. And he's got this, he's got a megaphone, and he's actually recorded a track, and the message of it is, don't take I don't want to bring it up here, but don't take what's the word for it?
The arm invader. That's what I'm calling it.
It's so catchy, and it's and he's such a big, loud character. And then the children are just drawn to him. They go over, and he fist bumps them, and he says to them, "Don't take it, don't take it." And then you see the teachers running out of the building, and then he mocks them. Then he'll see a teacher running over, because all the children are congregated around him now, and the music's going, and he's talking to them. And then he'll turn and look at the teacher and go, "Oh, look at him, Usain Bolt." And then the children laugh, and the children seem to be in agreement with this guy. They're giving out pamphlets as well, highlighting all the dangers. And he asks the children, some of them, do they warn you about this? Do they have this conversation with you? And the children all say no. So it's quite weird. I wonder, this mastermind who's Pinky the Brain, who's in his lair with his plan A, plan B, plan C, and all these computer modeling. I mean, these people don't know real people. And yet they've come to all these presumptuous conclusions about how they're just going to steamroll us. How they've all got us pegged. How they can control us and manipulate us. I just looking at it from the angle of, wow, this is a great big plan. How are you going to put it all in motion, and how is it going to play out? What have you concluded about people that you think so little of them? Surely in the bosom of every, red-blooded person, there is a line that you will not fucking cross. And then the shit is going to hit the fan. So I'll go back to looking at my boats now. What do they base all of their decisions on?
History.
Are you watching boats go over the curve?
And the secret knowledge that they've known about, and the what was it called, the mystery religions. They might even know about cosmic events that are about to happen, like events inside of Earth's container. That they already know about certain cataclysms that happen cyclically, but they haven't told us about that.
Yeah.
Cataclysms of what nature? Natural.
Earth-shattering natural disasters. The Creator instigated natural disaster.
Well, by the way that volcano is behaving in Las Palmas, I would be getting out of California at this point. That thing could just blow up and fall into the sea and cause a tsunami.
I know. Thanks for reminding me. I live here. I have nightmares. Well, not nightmares. I've had dreams of the water washing up onto the street where I was like, I got to get out of the building now.
Since 2012, having that dream.
I live in Arizona. I'm hoping California drops off so I can have beachfront property again.
Hey, I might just have an island.
Right?
So, I don't know. I might have my own island if I stay.
You might. Do we really need California? I don't know.
No, I live here. No, we don't really need it.
Well, what about the oil and the gold?
You could get rid of it. I just want to be able to get away. So
right,
we need the oil and the gold that's in California, though.
Is there's
a lot of oil in Southern California, LA.
There sure is.
It was founded on oil.
Yes.
Yeah, and there's still gold. I mean, there's still gold in them there hills.
A lot of people don't realize this, but a lot of the mines were shut down during World War II, the Strategic Metal Act of 43, right? So by 1945, all the mines that were not copper producing mines or iron producing mines were shut down by the government.
Yeah.
And after the war, nobody went back to mining because gold was $32 an ounce. And there was a big boost in the value of the dollar, so gold was worthless. I mean, people would just have gold nuggets as necklaces. My grandmother has one. My grandfather used to have one. He even had a watch band stuff on
there
the
were
side.
oil. There were still oil derricks when I first moved to California, and places like Marina del Rey, Venice, California. You would have condos that were going up at houses, and in between there'd be lots with just nothing but an oil pump on it still.
Shit, when I went to Yorba Linda, they still had derricks in the middle of the neighborhoods. They just had a facade around it to where it looked like a church or something.
Yeah, they still. I'm posting an image. Actually, should be up soon, of what LA looked like in the 1900s. There you go, folks. That was LA.
Still smells the same though.
Well, not as bad as in the 70s. We had it was horrible air quality in the 70s. but it got better. It's actually
Oh,
better
you
now.
know, I drove my truck down Alameda, down a Skid Row in L.A. And
Yeah.
I caught one of the tents on the back of my bumper on my trailer,
Oh
and I
shoot!
pulled 7 houses down with my truck. I just dragged them.
And
I
you're a
didn't mean to.
and you're a globe earther. How dare you?
I know, right?
That's so mean.
I should feel bad, but I don't
Glober.
because they're all just lined up on the streets, and I'm like, you guys realize I need to come up over this curb right here to make this turn because I mean anybody around LA knows that downtown is those streets are just so tiny, and you try to drive an 18-wheeler down through there, you're going to go over the curb.
How big of a carbon footprint is that big truck, sir?
And the people had their tents right there, and it's a lot. It's a big one. I went up over the curb and
Can you
bumper
can you
grabbed
tell
one
me
of the
can you
tents.
tell me any can you tell me any can trying to get a word in. Can you tell me anywhere in your truck technology where it uses a globe?
No, there's nothing in my truck technology that uses a globe.
Wow, how come?
So you don't even have one of those gimbal type, what the fuck do they call them? Compasses?
No, I don't. I
They have
don't.
them six.
I just
Oh,
know what I'm doing. I don't even use a GPS anymore because I just go to the same places all the time. It's like I used to in the beginning when I first started out. I'd have to use a GPS everywhere I went, but now I
How do you know,
I just know where I'm
Robert?
going.
What indication do you have of a vertical drop over a certain amount of distance? Because it's supposed to be 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, but you're not taking into account the observer's height though. On that,
Well, so you're in your
that
truck.
equation.
You're in your truck,
8
and
inches.
you're seeing like 200 miles. You're seeing 100 miles away to mountains, and there's no ball.
Oh well, not on. Yeah, land is all different topography, so you're not going to see any like that. I mean, driving, you're not going
You
to see it. You're
could
not
if
gonna,
there was a
you're not gonna see where
mountain
hills.
off. If there's a mountain off in the distance with the radius and that calculation of drop over distance, you certainly could tell if there was a bulge of earth in between you and the mountain.
Oh,
what if you're
well,
in Kansas?
Yeah, well,
But
I
you
mean,
never see
the 8 inches, the 8 inches squared, whatever. That's you have to be right at ground level, like with your eyeball touching the ground.
False. That's not true.
Yeah,
That's not true. No, it
gotta,
isn't.
yeah, because there's
No,
a,
you
there's
just
a
calculate for the
Calculation would
height.
be
Oh my
with the
God.
observer height of 6 feet.
Yeah, but that's okay. It's okay. I don't see any. I mean, driving on the highway, you don't see any of that because you're always going up and down, up and down. You don't,
Okay.
you know what I mean. You're just always driving, going up hills
Do you
and
know?
down hills.
Do you know of when anybody has ever physically measured Earth's curvature?
Yeah.
Physically measured it without
definitely.
presupposition. Okay, who?
Yeah, they do it all the time with the Aristosophy.
When did they do it? Tell me when a specific one that should have the Nobel Peace Prize should be easy to find. Who measured the curvature without presuppositions?
Oh my gosh! Oh, surveyors do it all the time. Jesse, what's his name?
Okay, show me without presuppositions.
Without presuppositions. Yeah, surveyors don't have presuppositions.
They're not measuring.
Surveyors
They're
just
using planar surveying. I want to know when they measured drop over distance that a ball is required to have.
Oh, all surveyors have to account for the curve.
Okay,
yes.
show me one that got the Nobel Prize for measuring the curvature of Earth, because I've never heard of one and nobody's ever presented anything. So please present it.
I don't think you get the Nobel Prize for surveying.
You would be the
Hey,
first
you know I
one.
have
You'd be
surveying
the first and
equipment,
only
right?
one that ever did it. Why wouldn't you receive a prize? Okay, forget the prize. Just show us when somebody physically measured it, not secondarily, physically measured drop over distance that the sphere requires.
Well, what I'm talking about is surveyors. Okay, when they're doing large swaths, not surveyors that are just surveying land for a house or for small little areas, you don't need to account for curvature then. But yeah, over large distances like miles, yeah, you do. And they do it all the time. They use triangles, and they use their
Okay. Can you show me how NASA's using that when they're flying objects, real aircraft over the surface? Can you show me where they're using that curvature?
when the airplanes are flying, how they're
Yes.
what?
When aircraft are flying, NASA, the FAA, McDonnell Douglas, all these other places, Boeing, are saying they're flying aircraft over a flat, stationary Earth. Don't you think maybe you should alert them because they're flying real objects? If there's a curvature, don't you think they should know it? Why don't they know it yet? Because they're telling us in their own documents that they're flying over a flat and stationary Earth.
No, that's a misquote.
Oh, really?
They're not-
It's a
they're- yeah, they're not saying
misquote. It wasn't a quote.
not-
Really? Show me where they're not saying that.
Yeah, they're
Show
not
me.
saying that.
Show me. Show me
mean,
where they're not.
I'm
Show me where they're fucking not saying- No.
I'm driving.
Yeah,
but they don't say
okay,
that.
you're fine. You just shut the fuck up.
Robert, I'm listening to you like a fourth time in 4 weeks, and it's nice to listen to you and hear that you're driving every time. That's every time it's good to hear.
Yeah, I got to take Robert's back on this one. Yeah, it's really hard to text and drive.
Try to come one time on server where we are not driving. It would be so interesting. It will be different. Because in that time you will find a way how to post. Why are you always calling and coming on server when you are driving? That's very, will be easier for you.
We're just here to kill his boredom. He can't provide any evidence for his globe. He was just asked for direct measurement of the Earth, and then he cited some guy that lived before Christ who measured a shadow. So I don't think he knows the difference between the Earth and a shadow.
That guy,
maybe he does.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Thinking about that statement, he's quoting a guy who lived before Christ. If he absolutely believes that guy existed, then there's no reason why he shouldn't believe that Jesus existed. Or anybody who thinks that guy existed. Because they have less information on that guy who put some sticks in the dirt than they have of a guy who was up on a stick in the dirt.
But the guy didn't put stick here and then 200 meters away. Guy put the stick here, and he went 500 miles straight 2,000 years ago with the camels, and then he put another stick.
There's more written testimony of the witness of the one known as Jesus. I'll call him Yeshua. There's more evidence of that than there is of Error or Sosthenes ever being around. So, I mean, just think about it. His name alone, Error. And Sosthenes, I bet, is come up with, has something to do with it. So I'm pretty sure it's a made up name.
Yeah, I
And
want
that
to know
doesn't sound
how.
like
I
a-
want to know. I want to know how Aristosthenes established level or horizontal on a sphere because he presupposed a sphere before he left the house that day.
No, listen, this Sonny, he proved the flat Earth because the sun in reality it's
moving.
It look that it's local, not that it's 93 million miles away, and we have photos about that. That means if it's like that, if we have local sun, Aristotle's proved the flat Earth. Nothing else.
Maybe Robert wants to talk to QE.
Uh-oh.
For sure.
Well, I mean, here's the other thing,
It
too.
doesn't work.
Aristophanes sounds Greek. It doesn't sound Egyptian to me.
There was a heavy Greek influence in Egypt at the time. I mean, the Pharaoh. One time, the Pharaoh was a Greek.
Apart of name, Robert, how he did it with camels 500 miles straight line in 2,000 years ago. Let's try to do that today. Let's repeat that what he did it 2,000 years ago.
Yeah, can
you do that? Can you put stick in one place and then go straight line 500 miles? You can choose any continent. Sure.
Yeah,
with the camels.
easy.
With the camels.
Well, no, I mean, you could draw. a straight line
Let's
over
put cars. Let's put airplanes in 2,000 years ago. Or what?
Okay.
I want to repeat how he did it. You know.
Sure.
Yeah, let's do it.
You could do it right now.
Okay, let's do like this. You know, man. Where are you living now? Go out from your car, put one stick, and go 1 mile straight line.
Okay.
Can you do that for me?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not hard.
Yeah. Can you try now with 500 miles?
Well, I don't want to walk 500 miles.
But you are sure that that line, what you will walk with, will be straight for sure?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah,
You get your reference when you get your reference points. When you get your reference points, you can walk a pretty straight line.
Okay, great. What were Aristophanes' reference points, please?
I have no idea.
Then shut the fuck up about stuff. You don't know what you're talking about, bro. How did they establish level and or horizontal for a datum on a curved surface?
You know, if I had the Aristophanes experiment in front of me, I would read it to you. I know you got Google right there.
It's not an experiment. Google is not a source.
It's not an experiment. Number one, let's just finish this off real quick. There's a lot of train wrecks about Eratosthenes, but we can kill it quick. At 41 minutes after the hour, this kills Eratosthenes. This is a total solar eclipse from NASA. This is their diagram. You see, Eratosthenes needed parallel sun rays. In this diagram, it shows convergent sun rays. Eratosthenes is done. It's that simple.
Okay.
I don't need to really say anything else.
I don't think you're in the right voice text, Huey.
Live stream voice text?
I didn't see your post.
Yeah.
41 after the hour.
I see it. 41, sorry. My
it's 41 minutes after the hour. So I could post a number of different ones, Smithsonian and Rice University, but I don't need to. This is from NASA. So I could go on and on for about an hour about Eratosthenes, but I don't need
I thought NASA lies all the time.
Yeah, that's right. Well, they're either this.
Wait. So can I ask?
Wait. So this is a fucking hostile witness. I gotta shut you up. So this is a hostile witness, right? I'm using your pseudoscientists against you. So they're speaking out of both sides of their mouth. You can't have parallel sun rays and convergent sun rays at the same time. You're holding and they're holding two mutually exclusive thoughts as true at the same time. It's a paradox. You're finished.
Okay.
Because they will not exclude Eratosthenes. They will put inside this again together with this story. That means double speaking.
Wow, that was quick. By the way, I just did a presentation on this yesterday.
Yeah.
On what?
On my channel.
Converging sun rays?
Yeah, on my channel. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah. Did it on elevation angles. Short. It's very short. Just go to my presentation yesterday. Just click through real fast and go right to divert. Here's the problem. You got this is so fucking hilarious. It's a nightmare because you have divergent. We observe divergent sun rays, right? We could a number of people could post photos. I'm not going to do it. We observe that in this reality, right? But the pillars of pseudoscience and academia show convergent rays, like I just did with the eclipses, all the while saying and stating parallel sun rays.
Right.
Look at this is a ballpark.
Well, you know,
triple speak.
Doesn't
this is triple decker.
Yeah, doesn't railroad tracks look like
it's a triple decker?
Told you they understood perspective.
Who cares about railroad tracks? I just said you got 3 different stories. You observe divergent rays. Then they show us in models convergent rays. And then they tell us that we have parallel rays. That's a triple decker fallacy, man. It's a paradox.
So you're saying when you see the sun rays and they look like they're touching somewhere up above the clouds, you assume that they're actually touching somewhere up above the clouds, correct?
No, I'm saying the rays are divergent. There's a whole bunch of them right there. 45 minutes. XO just posted one.
All right, hold on. I'm gotta be real careful when I go to look at this.
Yeah,
it looks like a pyramid.
All right, okay. I'm looking. Okay, see, yeah, I see rays, and then you get that one ray that kind of goes off by itself. Okay, that's a sun flare. All right, I'm looking at these. I don't see anything wrong with these photos. They're all sun rays.
You shouldn't believe our lying eyes, right?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it looks just like if you look at railroad tracks. Railroad tracks
that's what it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, railroad tracks start out really wide and they go, like they go to converge, but they don't.
Does that look like a 93 million mile away?
Yeah. Railroad tracks diverge.
Yeah, do the railroad tracks still point to the center of your vision as we're moving off?
Yeah, I mean, what I'm saying is they look like they converge, but they don't actually.
No, not diverge.
No, but do they appear? Oh, sorry.
Sonny!
Yeah, they appear, but that's not what's going on.
He's talking, shut up!
I got you, QE, no problem.
I'm going to shut him up. You fucking idiot. I'm talking about divergent rays. You're talking about convergent railroad tracks. Are you retarded, sir?
No, actually, I'm not retarded.
Does convergent mean divergent?
No, convergent does not mean divergent.
Why did you bring up?
I'm just looking at these photos, and they're all parallel. They're all parallel.
They're all parallel.
Yeah. They're all coming from the same source.
Oh shit! Right? They point right to the source. Thanks.
I'd give you that, but unfortunately, we've measured the distance to the sun, so that's
Who measured it? Do tell.
Oh yeah, that's easy.
Who measured it?
Yeah, that was done by radio waves.
Oh, really? What's the one-way speed of light?
Hold on. 186,000 miles per hour.
Nope, that's the average two-way speed.
Hour?
My question.
He said hour, not second.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Whatever. I mean,
what is the one-way speed of light? And let me ask you a question.
Okay.
You said you bounce radar waves off the sun. Isn't the sun a black body?
Is the what?
Isn't the sun a black? Listen. Isn't the sun a black body?
I must have some interference. Black. What?
Yeah, you got some interference, all right. This is going to go down the tubes real quick for you. Isn't the sun a black body?
I don't know what a black body is.
Black body. The sun. Isn't it told
black?
To us? Black. I'm not being racist.
The sun is not black.
The sun is a black body.
I've never heard that.
You never heard that before, right?
I've never heard of black body. I know the sun is a ball of burning plasma. Yeah,
No.
but it does have mass to it, so you can
No,
bounce
shut the
radio
fuck
waves
up.
off of it.
I'm not
It's like
listening to
with
your
the moon.
bullshit. Do you know what black body radiation is? Black body. What's some of the tenets of a black body? Do you know? Obviously, you don't, right?
I don't know what black body is. No, I told you that.
Yeah, right. So, but according to the fairy tale pseudoscience priest, the sun is a black body. Do you understand? Do you think I'm lying to you about that?
Oh well, I have no idea. I have no idea. So I have no idea.
Okay. Now listen closely. So you said they're bouncing radio waves, but the sun, according to Brown University, the sun is a black body. So from Science Direct, black body radiation. Listen closely. A black body is a body that absorbs all wavelengths of light. No light is reflected, and therefore at low temperature it appears black. Emission from a black body is temperature dependent. At high temperature, a black body will emit a spectrum of photon energies to span the visible range, and therefore it will appear white. The sun is an example of a high temperature black body. Section 2, absorptivity. A black body surface completely absorbs external irradiation, regardless of direction and wavelength distribution. Its surface absorptivity is always 1. So alpha wave equal alpha equal 1. The reflectivity of a black body is 0. Always. So, how are you reflecting radio waves off a black body?
Okay, I do see here. Why? Hold on, I see right here. Why? Can I
turn out the
talk?
lights?
Can I talk? Why can we not measure the distance to the sun directly using radar?
Son, you said they bounce. Are you fucking retarded?
What are you talking? I just said, why can we not measure?
And I just told you
the distance to the sun directly using radar.
Told you.
And I'm saying I just looked it up.
I just
looked it up.
I just told you.
I'm agreeing with you.
So how can you bounce radio waves off
calm
something
down.
that can't reflect radio waves?
That's what I'm looking at right now. It's saying that you can't use radar. Okay. So there was solar radio signals could be used to monitor.
Solar radio signals.
Well, I'm trying. Look, I'm trying to do this while I'm driving. Okay, give me a little leeway here.
Solar.
You can't just make shit up, bro.
Yeah, that's what he's doing.
I'm not making it up. See, I'm looking
Pull
it
over.
up.
You should not be driving right now.
I know. Well, that's what I didn't really mean to get into a conversation. I was just listening, but it's okay. You guys got to realize, I can't pull over and cite everything I'm saying.
Oh well, you can't do.
I'll retract that. I'll retract that because I'm retracting that. I know that the sun was measured, but I'm not going to say with radar. Okay.
So, it was never measured. The sun has never been measured.
The sun has never been measured.
Exactly. You have to have something tangible in order to measure it in front of you, right? Everything else is a calculation of what you think it might look like.
So, if you would, please concede that you don't know how, when, or where sun size distance was measured.
Okay.
Please concede now.
I'm going to concede the sun part. Yes.
Good.
I'm going to concede everything that I just said about the sun, or not concede. Withdraw everything that I just said because I can't back it up because I'm driving. But I will get back to you guys with that answer.
There is no answer. There is no answer. You ain't getting back. There's no response to this argument.
I mean, instead of saying there is no, how about say go look for it, and I'd be receptive to any information that you've got. Wouldn't that be a better answer?
Do you mean receptive?
Receptive.
The thing is, bro. The thing is that the sun doesn't reflect anything. So there's no answer to this because they can't measure it by reflecting something off of it.
I understand what you're saying, and
Rob,
I'm
this. You said
I'm
that.
going to go research it.
Yeah, you said that you will go to research. You don't know anything about it, but you are 100% sure that you will find
No,
that.
look, he just conceded that he doesn't know. So if he
Yeah,
can find something
guys.
very good, very
So
good.
yeah,
If you can find some, listen for a second, Robert. There's people here that have been doing this research for well up into almost 8 years now.
Sure.
So, therefore, we've looked for it. I've searched through the flat earther information, everything I could find to find these answers. Us in here have done that through all sorts of different sources and data that we've skimmed through and sieved out, you know, and so go ahead and do that process yourself. See if you can find out when they actually did. It has to be without presuppositions. When did they actually measure any of that stuff?
Exactly.
None of
Thank
us
you.
knows the answer to those questions. None of us knows here. You don't either. And so that's where we stand. But we generally like to talk about the surface that we stand on, because that's the whole thing relies on the radius that we don't
Yeah,
have.
and it's also about being humble enough to know that some things are unknowable, and so to make claims about things that can't be known is stupid.
Well, the thing is yes, I made a claim. You asked me to back it up. I couldn't. I withdrew. I mean, isn't that being honest?
Yeah, I'm happy with what you've done, totally.
Okay.
Do you actually know how they assumed the distance to the sun, though? Do you know about that?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Do you know how they assumed the distance to the sun?
No, I don't know how they assumed it. No.
Okay. Does anyone want to go through the transit of Venus with him? I mean, we don't have to.
So they claim that Venus is the same size as the Earth, right? And they calculated the distance and the size of the sun based on the presupposition of the distance and the size of Venus. So that's like saying, I got a cotton ball of unknown size in a pitcher, and I'm going to use this cotton ball and a man in a pitcher to see how tall the man is. There's nothing else in the pitcher but a random cotton ball with no dimensions. You can't then go back and forensically calculate his height. But if you had a 2-liter Coke bottle, something with known dimensions, you could. But if you got the man standing at 350 yards away and a cotton ball in front of him at 50 yards away, and it's an unknown size cotton ball, you can't calculate shit.
Yeah, you have to assume the size first before you can calculate. And of course, they didn't actually have an objective measurement of Venus, because you can't. And so therefore the whole exercise is a waste of time.
Okay.
So if Venus was a 2-liter with known size dimension, then we could calculate the height of the man. Without the 2-liter, this is more of a unknown cotton ball, and it's just a hairball of an argument. I can't believe they would even postulate to know such a thing.
Yeah.
Well,
Cool. Do you guys want to complete the 3 points?
They do that frequently, and then with all of their models and their different calculations, that's a frequent thing they do. I mean, it's constantly assuming or presuppositions and then calculations off of such things, and it's just ridiculous.
So turn out the light. Party's over. They say that all good things must end.
Oh, tonight, party's over.
The party's over.
It's karaoke tonight.
Someone has sang that before more than once.
Does the gentleman have any way to find any curvature? Did he just give up on that also?
Only on a steering wheel. That's it.
The curvature? No, yeah. The surveyors was I think we were talking about that earlier.
Okay, let's talk about
Livestream it as well.
geodesics. Here we go.
Surveyors found curvature. Is that your answer?
Yeah, let's
Okay,
go into
so
this one.
so
I'm
the
all
thing
ears.
about surveyors is that they take the data and they attach it to a model. Guess what kind of model they attach it to? They got different ones, right? They got some that are potato shaped, slightly potato shaped. They got some oblate spheroids, and they got some spherical. But these models that these geodesic surveyors they attach the data to, it's not spread. You can put on
Robot.
The robotic work.
Garbled there, Hank.
Hankus Roboticus.
Yeah, Dale Gribble stepping on his system saying, "No, Hank, don't tell them. They don't need to know, Hank."
Well, the problem with the models, I think, has been throughout the entire time is that the models do not reflect reality. They're not an example of what is reality. So it's just another ridiculous thing to do. I mean,
Okay. Do you guys know what photogrammetry is?
Please educate us.
Okay, photogrammetry is taking a whole bunch of photos, 100, 200, 300 photos of the ground, and using photogrammetry software, you make a 3D model of the ground itself. Okay. 3 years ago, I started a company called Aerial Analytics. We use drones with our 4K cameras on the drones to do a type of surveying, not real surveying, but like getting a 3D model of the terrain for construction sites and things like that. And we would fly over a certain area and snap. Like this mine hired me to make a 3D model of his total operation out there. So I flew my drone over his mine and I snapped about 500 photos. And then my partner who handles the software part of it took those 500 photos and was able to create a 3D model of the mine itself. And then with that 3D model, it was very like meter of triangles. They use triangles to map the ground and everything. Computer, take a look at it, and then you can actually use that to print out in a 3D printer, and which we did, and we gave a little 3D model of his mine operation. So, but
Thank you for sharing that.
Are you referring to trigonometry?
When have
I'm
you
sorry,
found
what?
curvature?
Okay, what I'm trying to say is we went out to a dig site that was here in Arizona that some people had found some ancient Indian stuff. So they wanted the whole place topographically mapped, a 3D model of the entire dig site. And when we did, we created a 3D model and it was about it was maybe 2 miles square, this whole area, and it took about a week to photograph the entire area. We had about 5,000 photos, and when we created a 3D model, you could actually see a slight curve to the ground.
Well, that's really cool. Hold on. The funny thing about topography
I'm not
is
using.
Hold on, bro. The funny thing about topography is that's completely acceptable in a flat Earth, right? Because you got almost. But the problem for you is that we got the Bolivian salt flats, right? And it's 9,000 square kilometers with less than 1 meter of vertical relief, less than 1 meter of drop, 9,000 square kilometers. See, that doesn't really work on a globe Earth.
Yeah, Yeah, I know. I'm not using this as like proof or evidence or
Oh,
anything
you're
like
just
that.
telling
I'm
us a cool
saying
story about your
no,
business?
no. What I'm
Trying to
saying
dox
is
yourself? You told us the name of your
that
business?
aerial analytics. So anyway, you could use that type of technology, right? You could use that tech. Okay, traffic. God, I almost hit somebody.
I just told you.
Damn it. Woo! I had to lock up my brakes.
Don't you realize?
I think
It's
for
taking a fat
safety, you
picture.
should get off the Discord if you're driving. He just said he'll just slam his brakes.
Yeah.
So I would suggest you get the fuck off. That's dangerous. Come on.
Yeah, I
Pull over,
probably
take
will.
10, man. Pull over, take 10.
I
Yeah,
probably
seriously,
will.
man. Pay
But
attention
anyway,
to the
yeah,
career.
Don't stop
I
the
will.
car. If you stop the car, we will close the server.
I'm gonna get off. I just want to say
No,
thanks
no,
for
no, no, no. Please
thanks for not
driving because you will say all proofs if you stop the car.
Okay, guys. I will talk to you guys later.
All right, we'll
Maybe I'll
see you
come
when.
back in and just listen. I won't talk. I'll just listen.
Yeah, be safe,
No,
bro.
I
Be
will.
safe.
I
okay.
will. I
Yeah.
like you guys. I
Thank
like
you.
you guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome to come back. Safety first. Have a good day.
All right, we'll talk to you guys later. Bye.
See you later.
How strange you gave that story and then said it wasn't any evidence or proof. Well, what's the bloody point
Well,
of it?
I was hoping to get into the numbers because, yeah. Well, I mean, I was hoping to get into the numbers because he said that it was. Did he say 2 square miles?
2
Something like that,
miles
2 square miles.
square. You said like
Yeah,
4 square miles.
yeah.
I got the impression.
He said
Was
you
that
can you can see a curve over 2 miles square, is what he said.
Yeah, but that's like a few hundred meters in each direction. That's nothing. It's a tiny area. It's
And
like you
plus,
wouldn't even expect to see more than about 3 inches of curve over that distance. Like,
Oh, I got
but
the impression you meant 4 square miles rather than. I thought it meant.
oh well, that's what I was hoping to get some clarification on. But yeah, no, fuck all, absolutely fuck all distance.
But even then, if it's just ground, there could be hills anyway. I mean, for goodness sake.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Here's the deal. When people come on here and they're talking about Aristophanes, we need to ask them how desperate are they to use this guy from like 300 BC, and he's measuring shadows. That's pathetic.
and now we can find curvature on the ground, not anymore on water.
Well, if this guy's got a business that uses cameras and photography, maybe he's got a P900 lying around somewhere, and maybe he should go to the beach.
No, no. Water. It's wet.
It's funny because they'll say, "Oh, it's too big to detect the curvature," and then go and try and measure it on the smallest possible scale.
Whoever that was that just spoke, I always forget your name, but you sound exactly like a Globe guy called Chris. I don't know if you've
Oh,
ever heard him
really?
speak.
Nah,
Yeah,
I
you
haven't.
sound exactly the same.
Ah, shit. Was he Scottish too?
No, he's not just Scottish. He's from your part of Scotland and has your inflections and also the depth of voice. You sound like really similar.
Oh, shit. Well, I am not him, so.
Where are you from? Are you from Ayrshire? No, you're from somewhere in Edinburgh.
No, I'm from the East Coast. Around
Oh,
about
really?
Aberdeen. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'd have said Aberdeen, yeah. But I would have been guessing, to be fair.
Do you know I worked
close.
in the nuclear power plant there in Edinburgh, just south of Edinburgh? I went in there to, they had just built a new decontamination unit. It was really interesting. It was brand new. So we went there. I was a white van man. So for a year I lived in Scotland, and I just drove a white van for a cleaning company, and they did all these weird special jobs. So I was on the premises of that nuclear power plant for 4 days. I had an induction and everything. It was cool. Very
You know, the last time I seen, we still got nuclear devices allegedly armed with 1980s Apple floppy disks technology. Can you guys believe that?
Wow, I believe it though. They just closed one down close to here, San Onofre. They closed that one down.
I was like, wow, like what? I think it was something to do with pizza delivery at the nuclear facility or something. It's just something that I happened to catch. I think it was on YouTube or something. It's like, yeah, we got these devices. They got to be, simultaneously turned at the same time. It's like he was like, look, we're running it off of this, and I was like, oh my god, that is like a floppy disk from the 80s. But if you believe in it. If those were like nuclear armed warhead missiles, like, don't you think they would have got like an upgrade on the software? Maybe the hardware is good for 10, 20, 30, 60 years, but like, wouldn't you want to get some better software?
Well, that was a question that was asked about Sarajevo, right? And then turns out that dish was damaged beyond recognition, so they just dismantled that big antenna at Arecibo. So, yeah. It's probably one of those things to where, the technology is no longer good enough to keep up with the ruse.
I saw part of that. I saw a meme of that thing falling, like part of it, them demolishing it. It's pretty incredible because it's huge.
In Battlefield 4, the video game, there is actually a map on that. The whole map is around that.
Oh yeah, I remember that map. Yeah.
I've still got a clip of myself flying a jet on that map.
Doing what?
Just flying a jet on that map.
Oh, okay.
Just in a game, Sonny.
When are you going to get your flute
She's
working?
a gamer.
When's your flute going to be working?
When you started playing, I just reached over and took it off because I've got a display cabinet next to me. And it's been sitting on there. It's really dirty.
So thick as a brick. Da, da, da.
Yeah, but isn't that a piccolo, not a flute that Sonny.
Yes.
It doesn't he use a piccolo instead of a flute on that song? Because I know he uses both.
It might be.
Piccolo's a little shorter.
I think so.
It was also one of the wind instruments that was used for the revolution.
I've got quite a few flutes and whistles and all sorts. I've got some hand-carved bamboo flutes as well that are very weird.
Nice. What about any orcanas?
Any what now?
Orcanas or arcanas or canas or whatever. They're cavity flutes.
Oh yeah, I've played around with one of those. I don't own one though.
What about the Ocarina of Time?
Ooh.
Yeah, the ocarina. That's one of those. That's those instruments. It's a cavity flute.
I love that game, Hank.
Everybody who plays it does. It's so good.
I still like the original.
So you ride yourself over the fields and you make all of your animal deals, and your wise men don't know how it feels to be thick as a brick. and the sandcastle virtues are all swept away. In the tidal destruction, the moral malay.
Love it.
The elastic retreat rings the close of play, and the last wave uncovers the newfangled way. But your new shoes are worn at the heels, and your suntan does rapidly peel, and your wise men don't know how it feels to be thick as a brick. Sorry. Thanks for listening.
Aww.
Ian Anderson, Bard.
I love those songs. I grew up listening. I've always liked them. That's a good acoustic guitar song to play. And people like that. I have to memorize all those words. Or make up my own.
Hello? Hey, Sonny, sorry, I really like your music, bro, but I'm wondering if you could play any heavy metal.
Yeah, I can with my electric guitar. Yeah.
Oh, sick, bro. Have you well, I don't know if you were here, bro, but have you came up with like any fighters metal?
No flat earth metal. No, none of that yet.
All right. No problem. All right. Hello?
When I start playing, I'm pretty much playing metal. So we can make a song and then add metal.
I could do some metal bass lines for sure.
Nice, man. I would like to hear it, Sonny.
That's for Toll. Do you know Skating Away?
Skating away. See, all of these things are so old for me. Like I started listening to this stuff when I was 12 years old. So sometimes I have to go back and I have to review it sometimes because
I think we're out, sir. I'm sorry, man.
I think we're hot micing, sir. Sorry, man.
I wasn't sure what conversation. All of a sudden, I was in another one. I'm like, what? I didn't know I was in this conversation.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I'm at work. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I'm like, where am I? At someone else's work.
Sonny, have you gone back and thought about just the first two opening lines of Aqualung and how creepy that shit is?
Yeah, very. Yeah, it's about an old lech. Yeah. Kind of bizarre.
Yeah, sitting on a park
bench, eyeing young girls with bad intent. What's wrong with that?
It says little girls, not just young girls, but little girls. To me, that's creepy as fuck.
I'm just kidding. That is creepy.
I think back at a lot. It's called Aqualung by Jethro Tull.
Oh.
But there's a ton of songs from back in the day, like listening to them now, like later in life, she was just 17. Like there's so many of these like songs about underage girls. It's fucking creepy.
All right, here we go. Sitting on a park bench, eyeing little girls with bad intent, snot running down his nose, greasy fingers smearing shabby clothes. Hey, Aqualung. Drying in the cold sun. Watching as the curly panties run. Oh no. I'm not reading no more.
Yeah, it doesn't go anywhere good, Hank.
Boy, new strings make such a difference. Anyway, I'll stop rumpusing with Jethro Tull. We'll get a room going so when you get your flute fixed, we can play in a separate room. We can jam session. That'd be fun.
Play the skin flute, if that's...
But it's a family show.
Sorry. Well, kind of ruined that, didn't I?
The army's up the road. Salvation a la mode and a cup of tea.
Yo, what's up, guys? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah.
Alright, cool,
Yeah.
cool.
Who dat? Say who dat every time I say who dat. Who was that? Oh, it was California. Okay.
It was the entire state of California.
Hey, so heads up for all my fellow flatty Californians here. Prepare for a coming stock shortage in markets because the warehouses are not sending out the product to these stores. So we're going to be facing a shortage in November. So prepare, my Californians.
Ah.
Shortage of what?
I believe you. Thanks for that information.
Shortage of liberals.
It's more valuable than that's more valuable than all the news I've ever watched.
Shortage of government cucks.
Shortage of
Yeah,
what
pretty
exactly?
Food, like chips, meats especially, greens. Yeah, we're gonna be having a shortage in like November of all that.
How do they know so far in advance?
Huh?
How do they know so far in advance?
Personally, I don't know that. I just heard it from the upper management where I work at, because I work at a grocery store, and they were telling us that like they're not getting the shipments these past few weeks. So like a lot of like the shelves here where I work at are empty.
Yeah, I've noticed it changing in the last few months about what's available.
We've had that as well.
You can thank your government for subsidizing the crops being mowed down by the farmers because they were paid to mow their crops.
Yeah.
So just remember when you get hungry, where to go. Don't go to the farmer's house.
They were also threatened that if they didn't mow it under, they would lose their subsidy. So they were paid for what the crop was going to yield, but they were also threatened that if they didn't follow through with it, that they would lose their subsidy for the next year. So
Hello.
Bit of a coincidence, isn't it, though, that both the UK and the US are experiencing quote-unquote shortages, even though there shouldn't be any reason for us both to be experiencing that at the same time.
Just go to the warehouses, bro. That's where all the food's at. Like real shit. They're not shipping the food from the warehouses to anywhere else. So like it's all being stored in like these fucking warehouses that are like in the middle of nowhere. Holy shit, dude.
yeah, Crypto, but you know what Boris said to Andrew Marr on the Sunday before he left for his holiday? He said, "It's not the government's job to fix this problem."
Oh.
Yeah, and then he went to Spain to live in a villa that costs like 5,700 quid a week.
Oh.
I don't even know if he's dragged his fat ass back.
Well, that's reassuring.
Yeah. So we know where we stand.
I mean, sure, I don't think it's the government's responsibility to do anything, but they seem to do a lot more than nothing. So, I don't know, like, they seem to pick
How
and
do you
choose
do
what they
more
want to
than
control.
nothing?
Well,
when we choose to
doing
rely
anything,
on the when we
doing
choose to
anything
rely
at
on
all.
these
Yeah, I
systems,
just want to answer. I just want to answer that. Doing anything at all would be more than doing nothing. Yeah.
That makes no sense.
Why does it not make sense?
Like, surely, like, doing something is doing more than nothing. Like,
That's what I said.
what?
That's what I just said.
Here's a question for you. How would you describe tide, like, in the concept of being a flat Earth? Like, how does the tide come in and out on a flat Earth?
Well, it comes in. We already know it comes in. So, like,
then it goes back out, right?
Can you
not
try with
properly.
can you
like, you're
try
not
with the
asking
Google
about.
with the same question?
Like, you're not
What?
asking about something conceptual. You're asking about something we all experience.
Yeah,
So,
but if the Earth is flat, how is there a tide?
well, the Earth is flat, and there are tides. So, there's your answer.
Okay, but you're supposed to be able to, back up with evidence.
All the evidence is that I go out to have a look at the tide, and there it is, and then the tide goes out.
Real solid. Can I ask a question?
Go for it.
If there is a globe, how there are tides there?
Sorry?
If here is a globe, how we have the tides? How we have tides if we have the globe?
Science.
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 Wow.
Oh.
That means one word. It's science.
Yes, exactly. Science.
Science. Okay. What is science?
Wait, so the cause of tides is science? Did you say that?
No, science explains how tides work.
Science
Okay, why don't-
explains. Did you know that
And
science
what does
explains?
science explain? Tell us all, please.
Hold on.
Oh,
Hold on.
I'm not a professional by any means.
Yeah, here's the thing. Science doesn't have a mouth. Science doesn't explain anything. You got to stop
Of course it does.
anthropomorphizing. What do you mean science has a mouth?
What?
Explain that.
I didn't say science has a mouth, but science does explain things.
No, science doesn't explain anything. Science doesn't have a mouth. It doesn't have an address. Science is a method.
So our British friend who's just joined the chat. One thing I would suggest is to take this a bit more seriously. I know that you think that we're all stupid and that we're all a bit crazy and a bit weird, but
I do, definitely. It just doesn't make any sense.
The problem is, though, is that you're talking to someone who's definitely more educated than you, me, and probably more intelligent than you.
I mean,
I was convinced by this.
educated. I mean,
Yeah, I
reading
mean,
random shit from random
I
people.
do have a master's degree,
not
though.
really.
I do have a
Yeah,
master's degree,
in
though.
what?
Do you have one of those? Do you have one? Well, in finance, actually. What have you got?
In finance, that
Yeah,
has
what have you
nothing
got?
to do
What have you
with
got? What have you
the
got?
Earth.
What have you got?
I don't need to explain myself to you.
Yeah, you haven't got anything. So when I said I'm probably better educated than you, I was correct. Regardless, the reason you're not taking this.
But the moment you speak about the Earth
The
being
reason
flat,
you're not taking this seriously.
takes
The reason
away
you're
all
not
of it.
taking this seriously. Yeah, but that's just you having wrong opinions. The reason you're not taking this seriously is because you've already assumed that because we have an opinion you disagree with, that we must be stupid and that we must be badly educated. However, that's just you having opinions. None of that's objective. So if I were you, I would take this a bit more seriously.
I don't know.
Yeah, laugh it away. Good stuff. So,
Is that your knowledge?
How are
Your
you
laugh?
supposed to
I'm not educated. I'm
put your
Baker.
opinion
Is
on
that your
someone by
knowledge?
instantly insulting them? Like,
No, man, but you
that
came
I
here.
insulted you.
doesn't
It's
help
not an
at all.
insult to be
I don't need
told
anyone
that
else.
someone's
I don't
more
need anyone
intelligent
else.
than you. It's not an
Yeah,
insult.
I don't. Yeah, how have I insulted you?
Saying that I have nothing and that you're better educated.
I am objectively better educated than you.
You don't know that.
Okay, what have you got then?
Me and you both could lie all day long and say we have all these other things. Like, it means nothing.
Okay, but what do you have?
Like I said, I don't need to explain anything to you.
Okay, so you obviously don't have a master's degree, and that's not a problem. But that means that my statement was objectively correct, and it's not an insult. Okay, then what do you have?
You can't prove anything.
What?
Oh, I can't prove anything to you. So
then why the fuck are you here, dude?
I'm taking what you say.
Because
on
I'm wondering
faith.
what
Taking what you say on faith, and you're not providing me anything, which makes me think you haven't
don't
got
need to.
anything. Yeah, you could also leave the chat if you wanted. There's lots of things you can do. However, if we're going to have a productive discussion, playing the ninja isn't going to help. So why don't you just answer some questions? Do you have a degree? Simple question.
I'm not answering personal
You
questions.
won't
That's
tell
not
me
what
if
I'm
you
here
have a
for.
degree. Like, do you understand how we can't have a discussion at all if you're not going to answer any questions?
Why are we asking personal questions?
Because I have already
Isn't this chat
established
specifically for debating
because
flat Earth and globe Earth?
answering your question. If you want to ask a question and you don't want to answer, I don't know why you asked it.
It's crazy out there. You're gonna want to come back in.
Here's the answer to your question. Yeah, this was why am I here? Well,
You're just being
hopefully,
selfish.
hopefully
You know
you're
that,
here,
right?
Hopefully, you're here to have a
Look at that.
discussion.
Are you sure?
Dude, come on, come on.
Yeah.
Hopefully, you're here to have a discussion, right? I'm happy to answer your questions, but you don't seem very happy to answer anybody else's questions, which makes me wonder why you're here.
To talk about flat Earth, not degrees.
Okay, fine, that's fine. We can talk about flat Earth if you want. What evidence do you have that the Earth's a globe?
I don't. I just have science. Like, I believe in science.
You believe
I'm
in
not
science.
here to specifically sway you either way.
Religious.
I couldn't care less about that.
Check.
I'm just interested in what you guys think.
Does it mention belief? Where in the scientific method does it mention belief?
What?
Where in the scientific method does it mention belief?
I didn't say that. I just said I believed in science.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Like, I
So
trust
where in the
that.
scientific method does it mention belief? Okay, where in the scientific method does it mention trust?
Well, it doesn't. But then the same could be said. Where does trust or belief go into the flat Earth?
What?
It doesn't.
Yeah, exactly. So what sort of counter argument is that?
So if we measure something, does that involve trust or belief in the measurement? No. Right.
Just because I haven't personally tested anything.
Oh, then that would make you have a belief, right? A belief that you're on a spinning water ball hurling through space, right? Your belief in science.
Yes.
Yes.
If you want to spin it that way, yeah.
Well, it's objective, right? Or else you would present us any evidence that you're on this spinning ball, right?
Yeah,
And
I guess you could say
not
that.
coming here saying, well, if you say the Earth is flat, then everything else is all right. That demeanor.
It was never a demeanor.
Oh, okay, right.
Just because I asked questions.
Yeah.
It seems like anyone who's against anything you say, you go very toxic very quickly.
It's not being toxic.
No, here's
and try and keep the same people who believe in the same thing as yourself, around. You sort of gang up.
We haven't even got to the part about presenting anything. Why don't we ask this guy what he knows about Earth?
Oh, Hank wanted to say something. Hank, go ahead.
Yeah, here's the thing. He keeps on talking about science like it's his Uncle Bob, right? Science is a method for ascertaining cause and effect relationships, right? So if you're talking about the reason that we know how the tides work is because of science, then someone at some point in history must have manipulated the moon's gravity to determine that it was the cause. Well, here's the thing. You can't manipulate the moon. Therefore, you can't manipulate the moon's gravity. Therefore, there's absolutely nothing scientific about that. It's just a story. The fact that they taught it to you in science class doesn't make it science. So when he says stuff like that, he's showing his ignorance. Now, we can handle ignorance and we can correct the guy by explaining to him what the scientific method is and how it works so that he never uses pseudoscience for science ever again. But the thing is, he has to understand. Okay, so what is the scientific method, sir? Do you know what I'm talking about when I say natural science?
No.
What?
No.
Okay, so the scientific method, right, is the thing where you have an observed natural phenomenon. You heard of that?
Yes.
Okay, that's your dependent variable. And then you have to work out a hypothesis. So what do you think the cause of this natural observed phenomenon is? So you come up with a hypothesis, and your independent variable is going to be the cause. Your dependent variable is going to be the effect. So if you see water boiling, that's your natural phenomenon. What do you think caused it?
Yeah, rising temperature.
Heat, right? So how are you going to test this? You're going to add heat to the water. What's going to happen when you do that?
It'll boil eventually.
Right, right. And then you take the heat away, and what happens?
It loses heat.
Right, and you add the heat again, and what happens?
It boils again.
Okay, you've just proven objectively, this isn't subjective, you've proven with the scientific method that heat causes water to boil, affect relationships, right? So I'm going to ask you, sir, can you manipulate the gravity of the moon? Can you turn it off like you can your stove?
No.
So earlier when you claimed that the gravity causes the tides,
I don't know if it's just you, but I didn't hear all
No, he robots a lot, don't worry.
There, you need to repeat.
Thank
How
you.
about
there,
now?
bro.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, that's better.
All right, so my question is did you manipulate the moon and the gravity? And you said no. And I said, then the next question is, so science doesn't say anything about the tides, does it? Does it? I mean, unless you can manipulate the moon and prove that it caused the gravity, because that's how it works.
Wow.
So can you, sir, manipulate the moon?
No, not really, not technically, but
No, not at all. There's no buts this time. You can't manipulate it at all.
To be fair, you can. The observation of the tides of the moon, as far as the scientific community is concerned, is a correlation between the position of the moon and the position of the tides. So the variable there is the position of the moon.
So the correlation doesn't equal causation. Basis would apply, surely.
So I just posted some stuff about science, right? You can look at it for yourself, right? It's on Livestream voice text, right? Because who knows? I may be the village idiot and not know anything of what I'm talking about. So why don't you look at these experts, like, the professor of physics at Yale, and see if maybe he can understand it a little, explain it to you a little better than I do. Thanks.
But the undeniable fact is there is a correlation between the position of the moon with respect to the surface and the tides around the world.
How many
Now,
tides are there?
correlation.
No, hold on,
Sorry.
hold on. How many tides are there in a day?
2.
How many moons are there?
1.
Okay.
Where's the correlation there?
Where's the correlation there?
Yeah.
When the moon's supposed to be on the other side, it causes another high tide. What? I don't get it. It's supposed to be on the other side of your ball.
Yeah, that's true.
So look, the tide is clear.
There is. I'm not arguing that it's the case, but there is an explanation in the model that they present.
Any village idiot can give you an explanation.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I would say I very much doubt that that's the case. I've looked into this years ago. I'm fuzzy on the details, but I remember, again, it's one of those globe claims that turns out actually not to be true. But I've looked at it for a few years. The second thing, to say that the tides are caused by the moon when there's 2 tides and 1 moon is obviously silly. The third thing I would mention is that if that was the case, that the moon
Silly is an opinion. Silly is just an opinion and an assertion. It's not. You're not presenting anything that emphatically or empirically breaks the correlation.
You're projecting, sir.
Okay, but actually, the claim is yours, and there is no evidence for the claim, so I can dismiss it without evidence. If you want to get technical,
there's evidence of there is
with
evidence of a
regards
correlation.
to my third point, because I hadn't finished. When we're talking about the seas and the oceans being pulled by the moon, which is what you think happens, this would also have to be true on Great Lakes and other bodies of water, and isn't the case. So there's an inconsistency there as well.
I wouldn't know about that. I haven't actually evaluated or even looked at anything to do with the lakes, the water on lakes and stuff like that.
Okay.
I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily think that's true because, and the only reason I say that is because.
Yes, listen, I'm a sailor, a navigator for years, most of my life, and I'll tell you, there are no tides in the Great Lakes.
Okay, and how wide are the Great Lakes? In the
What is Lake Michigan? Like Lake Michigan is like what, 300 miles?
Yeah,
400 miles long.
They're huge. Yeah, absolutely enormous.
400 miles long. Great Lake Superior is like 1,000 miles long.
Let's go back to Hank again. Does we have any scientific proof for that? What you are saying that now? Because the science was in the first place.
There's a difference between correlation and causation, right? So during the summertime, ice cream sales go up at the same time as the shark attacks go up, right? So you could say, well, there's a correlation between the shark attacks and the ice cream sales. And you might hypothesize, do sharks like ice cream? No, it's only a correlation, right? The real cause is during the summertime, people get hot, so they want to cool down, so they go swimming and they eat ice cream. So because they're swimming more during the summer, do you see how that's a correlation, not a causation? Okay, so you got to be careful.
Of course. One thing I will say to the previous point about the Great Lakes is that I live in the British Isles, and anywhere east-west on the coastline, it's a distance of 400 miles apart. There's no discernible differentiation between their tides. So the scale of it compared to what they think is the diameter of the Earth, or whatever you want to call it, it's 400 between 2 points on the coast and anywhere in the world. There isn't a significant change in tides 400 miles apart. So that's why a lake would align with that. But I'm not saying it for certain, but I certainly know that if you're somewhere in that situation on the coast,
sure,
your tides are no different
just look,
400 miles.
you could solve this. I know you use a lot of words. I get it. So just show us a citation where lunar tides occur in Great Lakes, or in Lake Baikal, or any of those other large lakes.
But on the basis of what I just said, that there's no observed 400 mile apart tidal differential of any 2 places on the coast of any sea, why would you then assume you see on a lake that's 400 miles across?
Did you say that there isn't any deviation?
There's no significant differentiation.
Well, I mean,
you're saying there's no differentiation in tides from different places?
400 miles apart, no. Yeah.
Quarter mile apart? Yeah, of course not. How about 400 miles apart?
400 miles apart in east-west, I don't think there's much of a difference, to be perfectly honest.
North-south, whatever.
So
How
if there
about
isn't a
1,000?
difference, pardon?
How about 1,000 miles apart?
Well, all right, let's entertain this thought for a second, okay? Right, if what they're saying is true, right? Most places have got like a 1-2 meter difference between the tides. Yeah, I mean, there are certain ports and places where the profile of the water, of the lakes or the deltas
I'm
mean
just going to call BS on you right now because I've been to places where not more than about 300 miles, less than that, even 100 miles or 50 miles, where there'd be a 2-foot tide in one area and a 28-foot tide in another area.
Yeah, and are they on
by.
the? Listen.
Close.
Okay, well, can I just raise the question? Were they both on? Were they both on the open coast, or were they in river deltas, or were there islands nearby? Because because I live near the Solent in the UK, and we get a double tide.
Both on the coast.
Okay, can you give me a citation where they are? Can you give me a citation where they are? Because I can check the tidal tables right now.
This is irrelevant anyway. We're trying to establish.
Is it irrelevant when I ask for a citation of what you just said? It's
Well,
irrelevant.
no,
Right?
because it's
You
not
just
my
made an
claim.
assertion.
I don't care about his claim. I didn't make the assertion. He made some other thing. What? No, you're talking about stuff that's irrelevant. We're trying to establish.
Yeah, okay.
We're trying to establish whether the moon causes the tide. Right?
Yeah.
This isn't going to prove that. So I don't know why we're talking about it.
Because, well, all right. So you don't know why. All right. So I'll let you get on with the
No,
conversation.
I'll just recede. I'll just recede for now from that. I apologize for interjecting that.
I'm just saying it's a waste of time. We're talking about something that doesn't matter. I don't know why.
Well, I didn't raise the subject of the science not being able to prove that the moon. You talked about switching the moon's gravity on and off to prove the tides. That's not correlation. Is a strong instrument in trying to ascertain what's going on in a lot of cases. It's not just a case of being able to say, I can't do a scientific model. Pardon?
Correlation does not establish cause.
No, but correlation, okay, gives a strong indication of a behavioral relationship between phenomena that you can't control. And
yeah,
arguably,
if you're investigating a murder, right, you might want to go investigate it. But when you're talking about against science, this is different, right? When you're dealing with science, it's all cause and effect, and you can actually prove things with science, right? You can prove that water boils if you add heat.
Absolutely.
This is empirical, testable, observable, repeatable, but most importantly, falsifiable. So if someone makes a claim and it's not falsifiable, then it's not science.
I get
right? Because if I make a claim that lack of vitamin C causes scurvy, right, you can actually test it, right?
The variable is do you apply vitamin C to a patient or do you not? I get that. Yeah, these are empirical experiments, but you must understand. And again, I'm not saying I'm just playing devil's advocate, but they have the gravitational model, haven't they? So they can allude that's the relationship. Yeah. Now I can't prove that model. Neither can you prove that model. So we can just say it's fairy tale. But what I'm saying is if can we find another thing that correlates as strongly as the position of the moon with respect to the surface of the planet, in terms of its projection and tides? Can we find any other correlation? Have anybody observed any other correlation as strong as that one is, which is indefatigable, is irrefutable?
You're affirming the consequent.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure that's true, and that would need to be evidenced before we would even go with it. But let's say it is true for a second. Still doesn't prove cause. It could be thing C could be causing both, and without a proper experiment, you have no way of finding that out.
So do I take it that in this community you've got no particular assertion of what the cause is really? Then on that basis, is that correct?
That's right.
Okay.
Well, I mean, personally, no, I don't know. I can speculate, but I certainly wouldn't call it science, and I certainly wouldn't call it fact. If it was my speculation.
The correlation is a fact, but whether that's actually the cause, like you said, is the issue in question, isn't it?
Well, no, but I'm actually saying to you, whether there is a correlation also needs to be evidenced, because I'm not sure that's true either.
I could evidence that for you if you want. I can show you. So, like, how many intervals do you want? Like 10 intervals, the position of the moon in terms of where it is, and where it is.
Okay, we got to get off this moon thing because it's not proving anything, right? We're talking about.
Oh no, I'm not saying that. I said I could prove the correlation if you wanted me to. Any one of us could do it right now.
Okay.
We could prove that correlation. But I agree.
Okay.
That's not proving a cause, is it? That's not proving a cause.
Let me explain to you another way. Okay, you prove a correlation. So, do firemen start fires?
No. Let's not come up with a semantically oversimple analogy.
Come on. Let me
Of
just
course
speak
they
then.
don't, and nobody says they do.
But there's a correlation between firemen and fires. I could say that the correlation of the fire truck being there every time I see a fire, maybe the firemen are starting it, right?
Well, I can show you lots of fires where there aren't any firemen, and I can show you lots of firemen where there aren't any fires. So, let's not use an example.
Oh, but come on, bro. There's a strong correlation between firemen and fires. Maybe the firemen are starting them.
No, there isn't. I've seen firemen spend most of the time
your
on a fire
argument, bro.
station, and hardly ever is a fire station on fire, and firemen spend most of their time there. So, the correlation can be broken.
Exactly. You got it. The correlation could be broken because there could be other causes of the fire. Let me explain it. It's real. Yes. Let me explain it. It's real simple, right? Just because there's a correlation doesn't mean that that's the cause, right? It's really, really simple to understand. Just because something appears to be this way, it's not that way. There's no cause until you test it. You have to manipulate the independent variable, which is the cause, to see the effect.
I totally agree with you, and I totally agree with you a minute ago that you cannot prove the moon is the cause of the tides, but you cannot refute there is a correlation in this case. Now, it's intellectually dishonest to dismiss that, but however, I understand why you may feel uncomfortable with that. The correlation is there, but it's not proof of the cause. I get that. The question I'm asking is, has anybody else come up with a similar sort of correlation for the position of the tides to try and ascertain what that phenomena could be caused by?
I could make some shit up, but we don't really like to make shit up here, right? What we like to do is we like to investigate, right?
But you understand that I haven't made any shit up. That's the point. Yeah, there is a correlation between the position of the moon and the tides.
I agree. I agree.
Right. That's all I was asking.
Okay,
I'm not sure about that because somebody had some map. I have not that map. Maybe Roger, I don't know about tides, or Jaran. I don't remember now. But I'm not so sure about what they are saying now.
Okay, well that's fine. I understand. I respect.
I'm not. I cannot post now. I remember that somebody posted some map of the tides. I don't know who was that, and I don't have that picture.
Sure.
But I know that somebody posted. Yeah.
Okay, so I want to go over something real fast, right? So when we're trying to figure out the cause of stuff, sometimes it gets confusing, right? So let's say you come home and your light isn't on, right? You can't turn on your lamp.
Yeah.
Right. So you say, "Oh, it's the bulb again," right? Because you just changed it last week.
Supply, or it's the supply in my house, or it's the supply outside, or it's the whole. It's a whole other phenomena, and I don't rush. I make an initial assumption based upon personal experience, but I know that's not necessarily the cause, which is why when it doesn't work, I think, okay, it's not that, so I move to the next thing. So I work out the correlation between is the power on in my room, is the power on in the other appliances in the house, is the power on the street by looking outside. Is there anything on the news that tells me what's wrong? There's a whole load of things. I'm not certain in that situation. At no point do I assert a correlation until I find one. That's where that analogy is not the claim as the one.
All right, so I'm glad that we're on the same page on that. All right, so now we're going to talk about the shape of the Earth, right? Isn't that why we're here?
Yeah, of course. I only spoke up when someone said that you can't the variable, because you can't move the variable of the moon's gravity. You can't prove the tides, and I totally agree with that you cannot prove the tides are caused by the moon because you cannot do an empirical experiment where you adjust a variable. However, a correlative observation in that situation does exist, and that's what I'm saying. That's all I was saying at that point. So I wasn't trying to refute what you were saying at all. I was just raising that as a point of interest, really. And it is quite an important thing to do that sometimes, to raise a correlation, because maybe there's a phenomenon. Maybe
it just doesn't prove anything, though. That's all.
No, exactly. What I'm saying is that maybe there's something else, right, which is causing, which affects the position of the moon and the tide simultaneously. Yeah, it's just an interesting thought process if you try and look for something else to think about,
I guess. Does it help us prove the shape of the Earth or not?
It'd be nice to find. It'd be nice to find. No, not at all.
No, we were just going over causation, isn't correlation.
Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah, I wasn't saying it does help prove the shape of the Earth, but in the situation where you're right, you can't find an empirical experiment which would prove that, because you can't manipulate any variable there, can you?
So it's just kind of like a fun thought process, I guess.
Yes, but well, it is for us in the context in which we're which we're evaluating it. I totally agree. The scientific community utilize their equations for gravity to demonstrate that, oh, there's a tide here and a tide there, therefore that fits the model. Now, again, they haven't proved anything, have they?
No, what it does is
assertion.
it says, hey, look, we can look at patterns and then make up a story about it.
Yes, totally agree. Their story, they don't frame it as a story. They frame it sitting in a set of laws that they present as, which I can't prove and you can't prove. You know, it's the same thing, isn't it?
It's called unfalsifiable. Yeah, there's a lot of that going around with the globe.
Yes. Yeah, of
and
course there is.
pseudoscience in general.
Well, the heliocentric model is a conceptual topology of things which I can't prove. That's what I'm saying.
No one can, my friend. So you're not alone.
Exactly. Well, exactly. That's what I'm saying. But that is not. That's not something I'm not going to argue with you about. If you notice, whenever I enter a conversation about these things, I'm not arguing the fact that we can't prove things. That is exactly why you're all here.
Well, we can prove some things. Like we can directly measure the surface of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
And we can falsify that claim, because if they give us a radius of 3959 miles, then the horizon must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, or 1.225 at 1 foot observer's height. So if we can take photographs, videos, and make observations, right, with high power zoom lenses, right, with known denotated distances demarked, right, with some sort of landmark, right, then we can falsify that radius if the horizon isn't where it's supposed to be. So have you ever heard of the black swan argument?
I'm what, sorry?
The black swan argument?
Yeah, I've heard that, yeah.
Right. So I just went over it real quickly, right? So how do you explain the fact that flat earthers and other people who aren't even flat earthers have been making observations of objects that should not be able to be viewed, like Chicago, from the city of Chicago skyline from Michigan, right? 40 miles away, 60 miles away, right? That should be completely hidden, right? How about the world record for the longest photograph ever taken?
Yeah.
What was that? 270 miles. How is that possible?
I don't know. I can't explain it. It doesn't mean to say because I can't explain it that I'm going to jump to a conclusion, though.
Can you at least agree that it doesn't match the math of the official story about the globe?
It doesn't correlate. It doesn't correlate with the narrative of the globe model. No. I totally agree with it. I'm here to say that I understand the mindset that says causation and correlation are the same thing, and if you can't correlate things, then it brings into question whether an assertion is true. I get all that. Like I've been here now for a couple of weeks, and I've said from the get-go, I or you or anybody else cannot measure the Earth's curvature.
We can measure it flat. We can measure it flat every time, though.
You could observe flatness.
No, I said measure. I said measure. We measure it.
Yeah, that's an observation.
Yeah, no, it isn't. Measurement takes an exchange. It's not just observation. Measurement, a direct measurement, requires an exchange of energy between you and the measured object.
That means that my height is
an observation is not a measurement.
If you fire a laser across water at a target and it hits a target, someone's observing the target.
Known distances. Known distances. Who cares what somebody's looking at? Does it hit at a known distance? Yes or no? Then it's a measurement. If there's known distances and heights, it's a measurement at that point.
What are you measuring?
Measuring distances between objects, between the observer and an object. You're measuring that because you have a known distance.
Yeah, so you're not measuring the distance with the laser. You're showing that there's the straightness between the two, aren't you? Effectively.
You're measuring the distance. Yeah, the straight. Laser shoots straight. That's why militaries use it for targeting.
You haven't. To be clear, and I'm just make sure I got this right here. You're not using the laser to confirm the distance between the target and the laser.
Okay, man.
You're measuring the straightness of the line of observation between the two.
The flatness of the surface that the laser is shooting over the Earth.
Yes. Okay. I get that much, and I agree with you. You are measuring the ability to make what is purported to be a straight line observation of one thing from another position.
Measuring it. So what does that mean if you can empirically do this over and over and over again, and you show the same result every time? That lasers continue to hit their target every time. What would you call that?
That's what's called a correlation.
No, it isn't a correlation. It's empirical. If it's observable, measurable, repeatable, and falsifiable, it's the empirical process. It's objective then.
Yes.
It's no opinion about it. It's not an observation. Fuck observation. It's an actual measurement.
It's a correlation.
No, it isn't. Stop using that word. It's not a correlation. A measurement is not a correlation. A proof of an empirical fact is not a correlation.
Okay, well, you are, with all due respect, you are presuming that the laser light is traveling in a complete straight line.
I'm not assuming it is. Show me where it's not.
How we know that Guinness record photo is 277?
No, he needs to show me right now. I'm tired of this. Show me where a laser is not shooting straight right now. Provide the citation. I don't want to hear your voice. I want to see a link of a source in the voice text.
I'm on my phone. I haven't looked for a citation in the car.
Good. Well, when you come back, put it in.
But how we know the distance to that Guinness photo, 270 miles? How we know that? Observing or measuring? We can with the eyes say how much distance we have to the point, or we can measure some point. Like an oil rig, for example, it's 10 miles away, and there is 10 miles, 9 miles, doesn't matter. It's always there. It's not moving anywhere. And we are measuring. It's 9 miles to that oil rig every time.
I mean, how many people in a row? Sorry, how many people in a row got to say, "Oh, I can put anything there. I'm driving. I'm going to wash the dishes right now. I'm going to put a TV dinner. My wife's calling me. My brother's calling me. My fiance. Come on, really?
Look, the easiest way to think about this is Occam's razor, right? Occam's razor states that the least amount of assumptions in your theory, the better off, right? So if you see something at a distance, right, you could assume all sorts of weird shit, right? But without assuming, what if you're just seeing what you're looking at, right? And what if the laser travels mostly straight, right? We ask the Globers all the time, does the light from the sun at 93 million miles away, does it travel at a perfect 90 degrees? And sometimes it takes them 30 minutes to answer, right? And we all know that if an object from 93 million miles away is casting light on another object, then it would have to go in a straight line. Because if it turned a little bit to the left or to a little bit to the right, it would miss it by what, like light minutes? Right? Because how does light work? It usually travels in a straight line. Unless there's a medium, right? Two different medium, right? Like glass and, the atmosphere, or the atmosphere and water, or water and glass, right? We see this sort of thing in fish tanks, right? But out in the open, we don't really see a whole lot of light bending. So when we look at an object and it's way too far, or it's laser light, right? It's going to be traveling in a mostly straight line. It's not like a little boat with a rudder, where it can do circles and loop-de-loops, and right, light usually travels in a straight line. I mean, you could assume that somebody put a rudder on their laser light, but that would be quite an assumption to make.
Done that, you've made the measurements.
Or made it like a slinky laser light. It could just bend any which way you wanted to.
An interesting experiment I would be interested in seeing, and not because I think it would help to refute a lot of these arguments, is to have a target at 40 miles away and a target at 80 miles away, such that they nearly align. So if you look at the one that's 80 miles away and you get the altitude of the line on that, and then swing the things that goes to the 40, is it the same height on both targets? Now, if it was the same height on both targets, you can categorically say the light is traveling in a straight line from A to B to C. If the middle target is at a different altitude, we know there's
we've
a
done
source.
that. It's a video called A Mountain of Evidence. 3 mountains.
Oh, cool.
The guy climbs the first mountain at the same height as the other 2 peaks. And then he takes a straight shot with a video camera of all 3 peaks. Now, if all 3 peaks are, I can't remember exactly, I want to say like 70, 80 miles away, then there should be a curvature drop rate, and one should be lower than the other. This one away should be lower. It's a video called A Mountain of Evidence. I'll see if I can find it for you.
I'll write that down, actually, because I'm on the phone, so I'd love to see that.
I'm looking for it too.
Yeah, cool. That's exactly what you could use to when someone says, "Well, I don't know if it's traveling a straight line." That's the sort of thing, isn't it? Because that's not just firing it from one spot to B, from A to B. That's using A to B to C to prove parallelism.
But I posted the video. It's not flat earther. It's only guy who is making zoom testing of Nikon. He is not flat earther. Look at that video. He has in between some distances, and he has a mountain on 93 kilometers, 57 miles.
I'd like to see that. So I'll look. I'm not saying I'm on my phone, but I will go to the computer and look at it in due course later on. So thanks for posting that.
Yeah, because for me it was the best thing, because he is not proving. He is not make. This video is not made to prove flat earth. This video is made to show how we can zoom with the Nikon.
Yeah,
and you can see, you can go on his channel. He's only making that kind of videos. He's not making videos about that.
No, it's interesting stuff. I mean, it's one of those things where, like I say, it's a measurement. Yeah, how accurate is the measurement? And if you can you're making assertions about the accuracy of the measurement, then you've got a killer assertion on your hand, haven't you?
I couldn't find the video. Someone else could find it.
Okay. All right.
I already posted it. I DM'd it to Pausa. I think I posted it in live stream.
I will pick it up later on. Thanks for your patience. I've got to go now, but thanks for your patience in talking to me.
No problem,
Roboting.
Personally, your arguments.
You're roboting. Sorry.
Sorry, I thought that was me. Listen, I'll get back to you guys later on, okay? Take care.
All right. See you next time. Later, Pausa.
Later.
See, I don't really dislike these people. It's just trying to focus on the information. That's what the important part is. Yeah, if anybody hasn't seen that, A Flat Earth, A Mountain of Evidence, that's a great, it's a great video. I usually stay away from it though, because I like the measurements over water myself.
But never use correlation that if you see so far that Earth could be flat, never.
That's right. It started making me mad that, because I'm talking about empirical, and he's saying that he was trying to put words in my mouth or twist what I was saying. I didn't like that. Him saying that what I was saying was correlation. When you have measurement that's repeatable and falsifiable, that it fits that empirical framework. No, it's not correlation anymore. It's a fact. If you can measure it over and over again, repeatably, you can falsify it. Hot soup. Ooh.
I just had some pho. It was really good.
Had some what?
Pho, PHO.
PHO? I don't even know what that is.
Do you know what that is?
No. Oh, pho. Yes, I do. Pho noodles.
Vietnamese
Yeah.
ramen.
Pho noodles. Yeah, they have a pho shop right down the street from me. I can see it from my window.
Good stuff. You just said hot soup, so I thought I'd chime in. Anyway, good job, guys.
Lulu's. Lulu says black body now. I wish I knew who was changing her name every time, because I know it's not her. Yep. The tides, that is a very interesting topic until the Globers can stop all the Earth's tides, then to determine what the cause is. Good luck on that one. It's a big job. Plus, that it's completely illogical to their whole framework or their idea of gravitation. But don't never mind that. No, never mind. That nothing in reality matches the globe model. Okay, check. Got it. How about a little cartoon ball for your listening pleasure?
Sure.
Coming right up here. One moment, folks. Oh, wait a minute. I never heard that. Gems Flat Earth Sunday Roast? Huh. I'll have to listen to that later. Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
All they do is deny.
Why would they lie? Because there's no proof? Because there's no proof? Maybe that's why they would lie. Oh, here we go. Here's one. We'll do this one instead. One second.
1, 2, 3, 4. I told you so.
Told you so.
I told you. I told you so. I told you. Remember when I told you about 9/11? Remember when I told you about Building 7? Remember when I told you about the fluoride in the water? Yes, I did. Remember when I told you about the New World Order? Remember that? Remember when I told you about the chemtrails in the sky? Remember when I told you that NASA was full of lies? Remember when I told you about the ultra mind control? Well, I just want to say that I told you so, yeah. Remember when I told you about 432 hertz, that is, and what 440 can do to you? It hurts my ears. Remember when I told you about the vaccine agenda? Yes, I did. And that Michelle Obama is a transgender. Yes, he is. The dinosaur fraud, the climate change scam, and yes, Sandra Bullock is also a man. Remember when I told you that there ain't no globe? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. Remember when I told you about the TV flicker rate? And how it puts your brain in an alpha state? Remember when I told you about germ theory? Remember when I told you about gravity? Remember that? Remember when I told you about Paul McCartney? Remember when I told you about direct energy? Remember when I told you about Monsanto? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. Remember when I told you about the mainstream media? Your so-called celebrities and pedophilia. Remember that child trafficking and adrenochrome. Remember when I told you about the Georgia Guides? Remember when I told you about the false flag operation? Remember when I told you about 5G radiation? Remember that I told you that? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 But you didn't listen. I told you so. I told you so.
I told you so.
Yeah. Now I'll play cartoon ball. Then I'll leave you guys alone for a little while.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is Photoshop because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a famous on the galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof. It seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. And assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I'm taking. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. And assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
A mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
This silence was brought to you by Globe Proofs.
Does anyone have the name of that last song?
I think he said it was Cartoon Ball.
It's it's
By
ODD. I'll post it for you. Cartoon Ball by ODD. Let's see. Let me get back to the live stream. Should be it. Yep.
Hey, you guys, what's the latest on that actor William Shatner? Has he gone to space? Did he do it? That was the guy, right? He was supposedly going to go somewhere.
The one that was joking on TV about how ridiculous it is? That's funny.
Yeah.
He boldly went where many clowns have went before.
So I was just watching that launch and I see they were sitting around in a little circle. The thing reached a maximum speed of over 2,200, I believe it was kilometers per hour. Not very sure about that, but like really fast. And then the top of the the rocket comes off. No, how does it work? Then the rocket turns around. No, the top falls off. I'm not even sure. And then the next thing you just see the little pod and it's got 3 parachutes, but it crashes like really hard with the ground. There's massive dust as it falls, which would break somebody's bones as far as I'm concerned. And they're going up there, were they wearing helmets? And it's over in about 2.5 minutes, as you would expect from these men.
That's what they're claiming, is him going to space? Is that correct?
Yes.
Wow.
And then afterwards, there's all these hysterical females going, "Oh, it's so wonderful!" And then Bezos pops a champagne cork, no, or somebody else does it for him, and then he pins a little pin onto Shatner's collar. It's so ridiculous.
Thank you. Yeah, that sounds pretty non-sensational, honestly. Thanks for that update.
Underwhelming.
Yeah.
And I find it kind of crazy that if they're calling that like short trip into space, and I mean, why didn't he just go to the moon, right? Because aren't they claiming that the moon is now within our atmosphere? That's kind of weird. Nothing adds up. These people.
So William Shatner's going up into space to show that you only have to be an actor to go to space.
I always felt bad about his last name for him.
I know.
That's pretty funny. I never thought of it. Well, I am Shattinger. Definitely a stage name, I think.
I mean, what that man is 90. Is he 90? Yes. What would that velocity do to the body? I mean, I can't imagine.
I don't know, but even at like 120, my head, I can barely keep my head straight or hold it like on a motorcycle.
Yeah.
Granted, it's on a motorcycle, but still, I mean, that's really fast. And if you're not in shape, and you said the descent, like when it hit the ground, you said it looked like it hit really hard.
Yeah.
I mean, even like falling a foot, you could break a bone if you land the wrong way, right? Yeah. I wonder if anybody actually believes it. Was the broadcast, and you said the broadcast wasn't even like a full, it wasn't, what am I asking? Like, was it cut off at all, or was it streamlined? There we go.
No.
Sorry, I'm working at the same time, so.
There was different camera angles and switching to this view and that view, so that you can't actually. Yeah, at one point the screen is nothing really discernible that you can figure out what's going on at that point. That's why I'm confused. How does this flight like reach its conclusion? The thing goes up, and then it goes to a really high speed. I think I saw that meter reach over 2,200. I don't know if they were measuring probably in kilometers if you are in the USA. And then it starts dropping speed. It really drops off. So they must cut the engine, and then, because then they show you it lands perfectly the way it took off, but the top part of it has been, separated, and it's coming down to earth. And from what distance is it coming down, and when do they open the 3 parachutes?
And is that speed even accurate? Or, I mean, obviously it's just on a screen, right? So they could just have made it say it's going this fast. They can do so much with cameras and angles.
And none of it makes sense. And the thing that makes the least sense is, why is there no camera to give you a sense of the speed and the distance? A camera that just points straight down. I mean, is that really too much to ask?
What about his own self camera? Like, did he have a camera on him too, you know, for what he was experiencing? And
No,
why did
and
he
no.
agree to this anyway?
And that should be another thing, to see that, you know, the rigors of space, what these poor astronauts put themselves through for the sake of humanity. I suppose they put William Shatner on there because they really need to be able to sell that, you know, for when the aliens come. Space. Oh, the aliens came to help us because they saw that we were struggling with our space exploration.
I think they use Shatner to play to everyone's childlike, you know, whimsical childlikeness with sci-fi and all that.
Yeah, the sensationalism. Absolutely.
You know, most of the, you know, when was the original series? It was the 60s?
I think in the 60s and 70s.
Yeah, so that's
original
all
Star
that
Trek ran
hardcore.
for 3 years between 66 and 69.
Thank you.
About the same time as the phony, the fake Apollo missions, huh?
Yeah, it's just coincidence, Sonny. You're a coincidence theorist.
I mean, it's pathetic from its inception. It's the most pathetic thing you can imagine. That people who are, you know, that they do not have any of the concerns of the majority of people. You know, who is reveling in this? Do they think people are at home with streamers and champagne, and they all glued to their TV or their computer, and they're watching William Shatner go to space? And then when he comes
really
down,
think some people are. I'm
do
sorry.
you think?
Oh yeah. There'll be like premiere parties, people getting together, probably even watching it in bars at some place.
Oh no, seriously?
Oh yeah, for this type of stuff.
All that money they spent on that could have been used for something actually useful, right? Like food.
Nah, who needs that? Nobody needs
Yeah.
food.
Yeah.
Clothes,
What
shelter.
a joke.
I mean, okay, I understand if people are going to use it as a promotional feature to get people in the pub or something. But normal people at this point in time, seriously, I can't have anything but derision. I deride that. It's utterly it's a disgrace.
It's children running around in society, adult society. What we think should be an adult society. It's fucking children.
Yeah, I mean, these super rich assholes, they're just running around from event to event. Their whole lives is just one continuous, you know, acting. They're acting out.
I was referring to the people that like gather for these events and really make a big thing of it. But yeah, same to the rich people. They're just piss takes, honestly.
Yeah.
Y'all ever hear the explanation of the Jesuits having control over systems, like when the president started facing the phallic? What if these events that we see are symbols to start plans? Kind of like the TV show or the movie or whatever type it was, where they were talking about how they planned the news a few years ahead of time and they didn't actually get into the details until a year before.
Yeah, I think ideas and well, the ideas are implanted into the zeitgeist, and I agree. It could be years ahead of when they plan to do something. Into music videos, into everything in the media. So that when the aliens arrive, we won't be surprised at all. You know.
Well, people will certainly be scared out of their mind, out of their soul, probably, and they'll be very malleable in that state. It's the same with AI, right? You know, Terminator franchise. Been scaring the shit out of people about the advent of AI taking over.
Just
So
like that video I showed last week. Did you see any of it, Ariel?
Yes. The one that you linked me in a message.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yes.
he's talking about exactly that. People just being afraid of, without even knowing no validation whatsoever
I really
of the
like
actual
that guy.
thing.
I really like that guy. I've been watching his live streams.
Yeah, he's a character.
Yeah, I think it was yesterday he said he's going on a little road trip and he was going to New York. I'm just I was looking at some software where they show you the topography of the land masses, and they give you the exact elevation and all the coordinates if you just put your cursor anywhere on the map. And then I discovered this this nature preserve it's in Alaska, and it's astoundingly beautiful. And there's so much variety in the land, and the it's so big. The areas of land where people never go. And at the moment, you've got all these people, talking about overpopulation.
yeah, I mean, most of the world is empty. fact, the majority of the world is completely empty. And that's just the land we're aware of course.
This place is called the Bering Land Bridge National Preserve. It's astoundingly beautiful. Oh, that's a terrible link.
Yeah, Ariel, don't look up Alaskan bush. Means something completely different over here.
I wasn't going to. But this guy that Elijah linked me, he was talking about he was prognosticating, or he was positing what was the meaning of Moses and the burning bush. What was the actual burning bush?
Acacia, possibly?
Yeah, I mean, he had some takes. He had some takes on some things. Definitely thought provoking.
Yeah, I definitely listen to him. He's got ideas. I mean, if I wasn't prepared to listen to other people's ideas, I never would have found the flat earth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
May I make a song request?
What song?
Chocolate Saiyaman's, what's it? Globetards, I think.
It's a good one. I can fix that.
And after the song, we have a no roles person here we can try to talk to. Dr. Genomes. Go ahead and play the song, Drugs.
Sounds good. I think we're all looking forward to that conversation. Here's Chocolate Saiyan with Globetards.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question. No.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate Saiyan. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privations. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck with all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry your model needs. Nowadays, mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper bleeds, with no wall to ever show for, nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-nine or scientific. All sicker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead, so many reasons. Mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the stupid science of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globetards step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, and no containment. It's automatic, you sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you is like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globetards wind up like Sub-Zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make it hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigmatic sweet. You points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on the head. She keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things since butter toast. When it comes to FE, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up. This crunch time, your whack model getting it ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what y'all hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since that shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately you fuck off the space. We understanding no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to see the ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up open your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up for the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on, thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan, never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong implicitly. We've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up. and stupidity. It's quite simple, see? It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously, maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany, lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Mic check. Want to see how shitty my mic is. If it's worth listening to. Don't have anything to say at the moment, but like to know how bad this mic is.
Seem really low to me. Were you asking how your mic is?
Yeah, yeah. That's probably part of the reason I don't talk up much, because my mic's not worth a shit on my headset.
Yeah, for me, you're pretty low. I got you turned up as far as it goes, and it's still pretty low.
I think, well, we're in a lull. See if I can do anything on my end.
Perfect time for a mic check.
Yeah. Oh, come on, where's my setting? Output volume, which is this output. There's halfway or 40%. This is all the way up. Could you tell a difference when I put it down to 40?
Maybe talk while you're adjusting it up and down, and I'll let you know if there's a
I
difference.
just moved it down to 40. When it says volume, output volume. Maybe that's your volume, not mine. I'll turn auto sensitivity off. And
Yeah, I'm not a good person to ask because I'm always on my phone, on my mobile phone. No clue what this looks like on the actual computer. So
auto sensitivity back on. What else? Could it switch to top? Yeah, I believe you when you say it's coming in low. It's aftermarket headset for the phone. Anyway, thanks for your feedback. Napalm?
no problem. Still a little low on my end, but
I can't fix that with this set.
It's always hard for me to fully know unless somebody else is talking where everybody's volume's at.
Yeah. Quantum always comes in low until he starts yelling.
Yeah.
That's
Is
when
your
you're glad.
phone covered or muffled or something?
No, it's just a stupid little in the right ear wire microphone. It's not the best in the world. Paid $10 for the headset, so I don't expect much.
Yeah, get what you pay for sometimes, unfortunately.
Yeah. They sound great.
I mean, I don't know what I sound like, obviously, because I can't hear myself, but I always use my phone. It seems to work fine.
Now I'm trying it without the headset plugged in.
Much better.
Just speaker. Aha. How about my background noise? I'm traveling.
Don't really hear much at all.
That's good to know.
Are you on mobile?
Yeah.
Yeah, you sound much better now.
I'm just on the speakerphone.
Yeah, that's what I do all the time. And then I try to make sure that I'm muting when I'm not talking.
Yeah, I usually put that red line through my microphone.
Yeah, I know when driving it can be a pain in the butt,
It's my push to talk.
right? I'm the same way. I don't have any type of headset. I'm not a gamer. I push to talk. Don't even know what that means, to be honest.
That's another setting, and if you look, start pushing a bunch of buttons in your phone app for Discord, you'll find it.
Gotcha.
Just have to, it's a right arrow when you're in settings up at the top right.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know how to search servers on this thing.
Well, this is the only one you need to know where to go.
Yeah, this is the only one I come to. Seems to be sufficient for me to get me through my day while I'm working.
Yeah, I've got probably 20 other channels that I never visit.
Yeah, I did. I did click on a link to the Jim Panda server, but I never got voice verified.
I can't handle that place. It's too contentious.
Yeah,
I've
every
been
now and
here.
again I'll pop in for like. Every now and again I'll pop in there for like 5 or 10 minutes, and that's about all I can handle. Just listening.
I've been in here just about 2 years solid.
Nice. Yeah, I don't know my official time frame, but it's been a couple months for me. Which has been a blessing, man. There's a lot of good knowledge in this server, and when you discuss things with people that actually do some freaking research, they always have good resources or book suggestions or any of that kind of stuff, which is awesome. I love it.
Indio blows my mind with the amount of stuff he's got down to. He's got it wired.
Yeah, I'm not really good at recalling the information quickly, like on the spot in the middle of a conversation. So I applaud those that do have the ability to do that very well.
It'll come with time. The
Yeah,
repetition of information it'll eventually be second nature.
yeah, that's the thing. I've taken in a lot of information over the years. I mean, I came to this subject in like 2013, 14. But the problem is, if you're not discussing it with people, if you're not actually verbalizing it, it's hard to build that recall memory.
How did you get awareness 2013? Was YouTube suggesting them then?
They didn't start suggesting until like maybe 2014, something like that. But
when I first saw them. And
I
I
was,
my ass off. What the
yeah,
fuck?
yeah.
Flat Earth? Who the fuck is that stupid?
Even though I would look at anything and everything in between, when I first saw that, I, I was like, definitely no. There's no way. Even though I had done research into it, right? So I came to the topic kind of on my own, set it aside. Then those videos came up, and at first I was like, yeah, there's no way. And then I thought back to what I had studied previously, and I'm like, well, let me see, because I found out some weird stuff. Maybe it's along the lines of that, and that's when I kind of started diving deep, like 2014 ish. But yeah, in 2013, if you want to
I've
know
got a
kind of
new
how.
phone call coming in.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that was a false alarm.
It happens.
I'm a locksmith, mobile. That was AAA, and they called the wrong shop. Somebody needs a tire change, and I don't do that.
Like, not my
I'll jump,
forte.
I'll jump, I'll jump start them, and open them up. But changing tires, not my deal. I don't even change my own tires. I want to change somebody else's. I'll call AAA. They've got the pneumatic tools and the jacks and all that good stuff. I don't carry heavy equipment like that. Unless it's filthy work.
Yeah, never a fun thing to do. Have to change a tire, especially on the side of the highway, man.
Yeah, unless you've got the right stuff, then it's no big deal because you're almost done.
Yeah. I mean, I wrench a lot of stuff at my house for sure. I do a lot of repairs, stuff on my own vehicles.
Yeah, they're getting too complicated for me now.
100%.
Start getting into the 1980s and shit like that. They're almost beyond me. Anything 70s, 60s, 50s, no problem. You don't have all these pipes and wires going everywhere and you don't know what's what. You need a PhD to work on the goddamn things.
Yeah, pre-fuel injection, right? Old carbureted engines.
Carbs, plugs, distributor, cap.
It was simple, man.
Yeah. Now they've got GPS, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth,
Well,
cameras
I think
everywhere.
Tesla doesn't even allow anybody but a Tesla dealership actually work on their vehicles. Something crazy like that.
I don't blame them. I mean, all you're buying is a license to drive the car.
Pretty much.
Still their equipment. They own it. So, yeah, I've built my own computer a couple times, but Jesus Christ, when it comes to a car, you get hurt real easy. They put shit in weird spots. You got to take the engine out to change the oil.
Yep.
It's crazy.
A lot of it's intentional so that you have to go back to the dealership. I know a lot of German manufacturers do that, Mercedes. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, they should. In order to design a car, you should be a mechanic first. That's what I think.
Or at least get the input of some mechanics prior to final assembly and final schematics.
They got everything. It's real puzzle the way they put these things together. Special tools. Used to be able to fix everything with a crescent wrench and a screwdriver.
Oh yeah, up through the 80s, 90s, like stuff. Even early days of fuel injection. I mean, it's still basic stuff. I mainly drove Hondas, and it was like rare that you needed anything other than a 10 millimeter wrench. I always had one in my glove box. Every bolt on that thing was a 10 millimeter. Most of the time, there was one or two 14 millimeters.
Once you figure that out, it gets easy.
Yep.
Yeah, I learned how valuable a 10 millimeter is, quite a while ago.
If you own any Japanese vehicles, 10 millimeter is the key.
Yeah. Even changing a battery, 10 millimeter.
Yep.
That's almost like a 7/16, just a little smaller, I think.
I'll tell you what, man. The metric system is so much easier. So much easier. It's so annoying for me to have to deal with the.
You in Canada?
No, I'm in the States.
Okay.
So I have to deal with
back east.
Florida.
That's back east.
Yep.
Back east and south.
Yep. Doesn't
So
get much more south.
I guess you don't have any snow.
No,
right
sir.
now.
Ever.
Yeah, we're already sugar coated up here.
Where are you at? You north?
Central Idaho.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
World famous Sun Valley.
Beautiful out there, man. I love that part of the country.
Yeah, I've been stuck here for 40 years. I left once
Yeah.
and had to come back.
I spent first 25 years of my life in smack dab in the middle of the country in Missouri.
Missouri.
Yep. Missouri.
I'm in Idaho. Nobody says it like that, but it's fun too once in a while.
Idaho?
Yeah.
Or Missouri?
Missouri. Missouri, I hear that quite a bit. But
Yeah.
Idaho, you don't hear that. It's like Idaho, I don't know, or some shit like that.
Yeah, people from southern Missouri say Missouri.
That's where you can tell they're from the South, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my father grew up in southern Missouri, in the Ozarks, and yeah, my grandmother and my grandmother called windows. She called them windows.
Windows, yeah, I've heard that a lot too. Well, you don't have a Floridian accent. You haven't been
No,
there very
I'm from Missouri, actually St. Louis, and I don't know. I guess
Oh,
we have might have some sort of accent. I don't know. From what I hear, it's not too prevalent. Certain words, maybe people can pick out an accent.
Yeah, I don't. You sound just American.
Yep, pretty flat when it comes to an accent. But where I come from, we also put R's in places they shouldn't be, which I corrected myself from, which, like my mother says,
Wash
yep,
your hands.
wash your hands, Washington. I remember as a kid going to school and learning spelling, and I was so confused. I was like, what do you mean there's no R in the word wash?
That's great.
Yeah.
That's why I'm hooked on phonics.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know, when you went to elementary school, phonetics was probably not a thing anymore.
Oh yeah, it was. Oh yeah. I went to I was in school in the 80s, so
I was already out of the Navy in the 80s.
yeah, it was still a thing, but it was going away. We still learned cursive, which they don't teach today.
Yeah.
You guys ever hear of the turbine car?
I never liked doing that anyway. But I still think it should be a thing. But generally, you can't read somebody's cursive in a lot of a lot of times.
It's very true.
They should make doctors who have to write prescriptions go to drafting school so they can write legibly.
Yeah, I write everything in all capital letters. I took a lot of technical drawing and drafting.
Yeah, that's where I picked it up too.
Yeah.
Looks like you're shouting all the time.
Right? But it's legible, even though it's
That's why you're writing shit down so somebody can read it.
exactly. I mean, my handwriting's still not the best, but people are like, "Oh, wow, you have great handwriting." I'm like, "Actually, it's horrible, but you can at least read it."
Yeah, that's one of my pet peeves is not being able to read somebody's handwriting. It'd be like a handwriting grammar Nazi.
Right. Yeah. Growing up, my mother was a teacher and my father's an accountant, and both were sticklers on having your handwriting be legible.
Your drafting teacher was probably a stickler too.
Oh yeah, but my father writes in all caps, and I learned from him to write in all caps most of the time. So by the time I got to drafting, it was pretty easy. Wasn't a large change for me, but it helped me perfect some of my letters. Squaring them off a little better.
I use them both, upper and lower, not consistently.
You ever do any calligraphy?
I
No.
tried. I bought a pen. I had a book.
Yeah, I got a set of those pens. I like the artistic writing.
Yeah, me too. But it's like me and music. I love music. Can't play for shit, and I love the beautiful handwriting and calligraphy.
Yeah. Well,
But
I do a lot of custom paint jobs on automotives and classic cars, and when
I
they
know
want
you do.
when they want words on them, they always want calligraphy. They never want, just plain old block letters.
Yeah, it's boring.
Got to be calligraphy.
That's an art form, man. Not a lot of people are good at doing that.
Fuck, it's easier with airbrushes, dude. Really. Really. Airbrushes are so fine of a spray that you have to, it's literally like going over with a dull ink pen, and you got to keep going over it until it's sharp.
You still got to have the muscle control for that.
Yeah, you got to be able to do the same motion over and over again. Yep, and not be shaky. Yeah, but that's why I like airbrushes, because you can make your lettering fade out. You can put regular old block stripes have been out since the 70s. You got to put faded stripes. Regular flames, those are out. You got to put double hoop flames, and you got to fade them out. I can do 15 different types of flames. I can take you back to the 70s or bring you up to date.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, the old Chrysler turbine cars. North Star. Talking about the old Chryslers.
Yeah, they had them, I think, in 53.
What do you mean
up to the 80s.
turbine?
I think,
Turbo?
turbine.
Yeah, like the
plane.
Yeah, like the wildfire.
So I think you guys destroyed a lot of them up there in Michigan, right? Because when they were
Oh
bringing
yeah,
them up, yeah. So they imported them
So-
over, but yeah, a lot of you guys kept the engine, right? You just destroyed the car. So I'm looking for one of those engines, bro.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Some of them were, experimental, but the wildfire, you could get a wildfire with a turbine engine in it. But yeah, we just pulled the motor out, made it into a drag car, a race car, and said fuck the body.
So there were pistons in that thing, right?
Hell, I'm not
It
sure.
sounded like
I've never
a
even seen
plane.
one.
It
And
sounded
when
like a
I hear
plane that's
turbine,
traveling
I
up
think
beside
of
you.
multi-vaned blowers, unless it's a turbocharged, which is just a little air pump blows them. But if you say turbine, I'm thinking like a jet engine.
Yeah, just look it up, man. Look up Chrysler turbine
Yeah.
car, and you'll see what we mean. But yeah, you could burn anything. It burned diesel, kerosene,
Yep.
gasoline, VO5 hairspray, whatever, man.
He
But
said hairspray, propane, methane. Somebody got
and
that CB radio feedback. Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Breaker 19, this here's a foxtrot. We got us a fucking convoy trucking through the night. Damn it, you took away my echo. I was wanting to do the red Sylvine, damn it. Yeah, I've never messed with them, turbines. I have had like one of the 3-speed torque flights. They had a 3-speed automatic transmission torque flight. It's kind of like a Oldsmobile Hydromatic.
Hydromatic's the transmission, right?
Yeah, a Hydromatic overdrive transmission. So,
One of the first automatics.
yeah, Oldsmobile be a Hydromatic, Ford to be a AXOD, Chevy be a 700R4. Some are electronic overdrive. The Hydromatic, the overdrive's in the torque converter. And once the torque converter reaches the gears in the torque converter, it's got 2 layers of gears. And depending on when it gets into higher RPMs in the top speed, it pops down to another gear and it gives you overdrive from the torque converter. It's not actually in the transmission.
yeah, so the reason you don't see those turbine Chryslers, and the reason they stopped and they destroyed them, was because they figured out it was going to cost them $1 billion to just have the manufacturing plant in place and viable for
Yeah.
manufacturing. Yeah.
Yeah, my dad used to tell me about that shit. I've never really seen one of them before. But I heard they were ugly cars.
Dude, I
I
would
think
drive it just to sound like a plane driving up beside you. I think Jay Leno has one.
that's what I was gonna say. I think Jay Leno has one of those in his in his collection. Jay Leno's got everything though, that big chin motherfucker. I wish I could keep up with his collection. He got the shit. Yeah, we had turbo cars back in the 50s and 60s too. People think turbines are some newer shit. Japan came out with them in the 80s, but there was actually turbo cars in like the 50s. Or is it late 50s? Something like that. Oldsmobile had a Jetfire. Yeah, and the 62 Corvair, that was one of the first turbo cars. But those that
How about
Oldsmobile Jetfire, that's got a big block, fucking turbo big block in that. That motherfucker's bad.
were you guys talking about T types and Grand Nationals previously?
No, but I can always kick it about some Grand National car. You talking about a Buick or a Bush Grand National car?
The Buick Grand National, the turbocharged V6,
Twin
and
turbo V6. Yep.
the T type, basically the same vehicle.
Yeah, I know what the T type is.
Those old G bodies.
Yep. T top G body. That's all you need is a 401 Olds and a G body, and you can build a hot rod for pennies. But I mean, Buick had some badass cars. I got a 79 out here, a 79 Buick. Buick Regal, 79 Buick Regal with T-tops. It looks like a Grand National, except it's got a quarter leather top, and it's got that chrome trimming that goes down the doors and the firewalls all the way down.
Yeah, that's basically what they did is they stripped that stuff off of it and kept it clean and threw a turbocharged V6 in it for the Grand National.
Yeah,
Same,
the
pretty much
70.
same vehicle.
Yeah, the 79 is like a prototype for the Grand National.
All those
Mine's
cars
got,
back in the day, the Monte Carlo, the Grand Prix,
yep.
Cutlass, they're all pretty much the same vehicle.
Oh yeah, they're all General Motors. Yep. They just got distinctive body changes. Most of them are in the nose cone.
Nose cone,
Front clip.
tail
Yep.
lights a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah, my brother had an 84 Grand Prix, and the neighbor across the street had an 87 Monte Carlo SS T-top.
I had a Monty once, but not not one of the newer ones. I had a 77 Monte Carlo London. It was all white, big front end, Pontiac big block, air cruise tilt. It had swivel buckets in it. You could turn the bucket and get out of the car, and then turn the bucket back to face towards the steering wheel before you shut the door.
Yeah, the swivel seats. My dad had a 71 Monte Carlo SS.
Yeah, the 71 Monty is a nice body style. I like the 71 Monte Carlo.
Wish he would have kept it, but he, for some reason, decided to get a Toyota Tercel instead. Maybe because he had kids or something and needed to save on the fuel economy.
My brother had a maroon one with a black full vinyl top, and his buddy had a Buick Skylark, same paint job and everything, same Corvette looking rims. You almost couldn't tell them apart, the Skylark from the Monte Carlo.
Yeah, a lot of
When you
cars
got
like that back in the day.
Yeah, when you got the same package, but that the 71 it's got a distinctive look to it. They're hot. I don't care what no one says. That was the beginning of Monte Carlo being hype. Early 70s, 69. They were more boxy though, and when you got to the later 75, 76, 77, they started getting them big curved front fenders and the long ass front end. Don't get me wrong, the 71 had a good size front end, and you could fit a big block in that bitch.
Yeah, my dad's was pretty
One,
sweet.
They're
Gold,
sexy.
gold with a black vinyl top. Gold was
Yeah.
the color back in the 70s.
Gold was a popular color for them. I've seen a lot of 71 gold Monte Carlos. And the buckskin and tan. Buckskin with a tan top. That was popular too. When they used to sit, see, I always lived in the country. You could always see this shit sitting in the fields. Seemed like, dude, in the 80s, every 2 miles you seen a new 70s Monte Carlo, whether 71 through 79. Somebody always had a Monte Carlo in their farm, in the field, just sitting there. Now you can't find that shit. When I was a kid, it was everywhere. People loved them fucking Monte Carlos.
You know, those were only like $7,000-8,000 back in the day.
Yeah. They were fucking cheap. I seen a green one with a black top, and I'd have bought that motherfucker, I ain't gonna lie. And I'd have probably drove it the way it was, because the green was in good condition. The body, it was mint, it was in a barn, but the old man wouldn't sell it. Said well, I respect it. He said it was his grandson's. You kind of cut out there, whoever was trying to jump.
Sorry, I was
jump
whispering
in.
to my wife. You weren't supposed to hear it. I was whispering something to my wife. You weren't supposed to hear it.
Oh, sweet nothings. Oh shit, we got some sweet nothings from him.
But you're not my one and only, so you don't get to hear it.
Well, I'm cool. I didn't take it as if I was. That's cool. I'm glad to hear that, brother. Hell yeah. I like the 78 Monte Carlo. Those were a little shorter, but still kind of boxy too.
In like 97, 98, they came out with some new ones that were kind of throwbacks, a little retro. They were pretty cool.
Yeah, the 78 kind of looks like
The 80s ones were garbage.
It kind of looks like that car, what's his name drives in that cop show, Training Day.
Yeah, I think that was a Monte Carlo. But that was probably like a 73 or 68, somewhere in between.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Monte Carlo.
Yeah, 73 was a lot longer than the car he had. It was 75 through 79 or 78 where they looked real boxy, short, with the curved rear fenders and the radical slant in the front fender. Here, I'll show you a picture of a 78. Pretty good on the years with them because I like them cars.
I'm good
Trans
with
Am and
Corvette
Corvette
years.
are
Not
my
really good
favorite.
with
Yeah.
all leather.
C3, C5, C1. So tell me, what's the best year for Corvette enthusiasts? What would you say is the best year?
I would
Is
say
it the
3 or
50s? The
C4.
50? Huh?
My favorite is the 74 T-top Stingray.
I thought you said the 63.
No, 74 Stingray.
Yeah, the split window is the ultimate. The 63 split window, that's usually the one that Corvette collectors will give their left nut for. 50s, you can find a lot of 50s Corvettes, but that 63 is rare. The split window. People who got them don't like to sell them.
I'm a Stingray guy.
Yeah,
Everything before Stingrays are just normal cars, normal
I
classic.
like my Corvettes. I just bought 2 newer ones a couple months ago. A black one and a red one. I was gonna buy a custom bat, but for the price they wanted for that, 30 G's, I bought 2.
Are they in working order?
Oh
Or
yeah,
they need some work?
I bought them from an old man and an old lady. So give me a second. I'll dig up the pictures. I'll show you. I'll
I
show
might
you what
buy
I was
one.
looking at. No, these aren't for sale. I collect. I don't sell. So I was gonna buy a '76 Sabre. You know what a Corvette Sabre is?
Yep.
That's another one that's left nut capable. I was gonna buy this, but it was 29,000. You know, was what he was starting at. I probably could have got it for fucking 26, but for less than 20, I got two newer ones. I just said fuck it. I can build a hell of a lot of cars for 9. I can build 3 classics that'll equal out over 150 grand worth of car. But I got this red one was the old ladies, and the black one was the old man's, and they were selling them to get a RV so they could say fuck it and cruise around for their last years. They got tired of sitting still, so I bought them both for 19. The black one's worth it's a $25,000 car.
What's that
Low
red one?
mile.
Like that 97 or something?
That's a 99. This one's a 2014. Damn, I need new batteries in my fucking mouse. I hate that shit. Damn it. I gotta drive 30 minutes to get new batteries, or if I go to the country store, I'm paying a lot for it. You can see the red one right behind the black one. It's just in the garage.
Yeah.
The old lady didn't fuck that motherfuckers. The red one's only got fucking 14,000 miles on it, dude.
What?
Yeah, she didn't even drive it. They put 32 on the black one. And actually, it's a 2017. They're both convertibles. This dude, listen, these two are in their 70s. They just be pimping. They just. I seen them I stopped at the house and they just put the for sale sign on them. My daughter said, I want the red one, Dad. You better not buy that yellow one. You can put the yellow one in the collection later. You might find one cheaper. But I want the red one in the barn. That's my 16-year-old. So I said, well, the black one's me. I can cruise that.
I like how they brought back the Stingray body type with hard
Yeah.
angles and crisp lines. I don't like how Matchbox car, the 90s ones, looked.
Yeah. I'm with you. So I'm with you.
If she
I
wants
take them
the
80.
red one, go for it.
Yeah.
Take it.
Yeah. She's young. She won't she's got to drive a 4-cylinder. I got her a Chrysler LeBaron. Well, it's a V6. A V6 turbo Chrysler LeBaron convertible. And
Have you taught her to drive manual?
oh yeah, my daughter can drive a dump truck.
Good for you.
Yeah, the Sabre is kind of ugly anymore. I got to really looking at it, and it's got a little. The front end's kind of long, man, for that look. If it was shorter, it'd look better.
If you
I
can't
was
drive
think
manual, you can't drive.
right. No, dude, my daughter's been racing. She started racing 125 mini sprint, 125cc mini sprint at 12 in dirt bikes. So that's her first experience with gear shifting. Right now, she races in the 500 division mini sprints. We went from 125 to 250 to 500. And the kid can drive. She drove dump trucks, tractors. I've let her do a pass on the track in my drag car, and
It's awesome.
I trust her. Now, her first pass was like 11.8 seconds, but that's pretty good for a kid being nervous and just listen. It's a systematic. From the minute you start, it's 8 seconds of shifting, switching, hitting buttons, shifting, switching, hitting buttons, shifting, switching, hitting a button. And while you're doing that, you got to maintain straight down the road. You don't want any veer. You don't want no veer left, no veer right. When you're accelerating from 0 to 130 right here and now, if you
The
go a
torque will
little
twist
left,
your frame.
yeah, and if you go a little left, you're going to go consistently left until you hit the barricade in the center of the track or the other car or the wall, you know. So she run it up to about $1.25 and she kept it straight. So, but she's a common sense kid, you know. She knows what horsepower is. She scared herself in her little sprint cars, you know. So she knows. She was born into a race family. We'll race anything that's got ponies. I don't give a fuck if it's a lawnmower. Not only will I race my lawnmower against you, but I'm the guy that will engineer and build mine better than you.
And I wish you were my dad.
I got a tractor out here with a big block on that motherfucker. They're fun. They are fun. Yeah, my daughter, when she got 14, she says, she goes through my car collection. I collect cars, race cars, all that shit. Anything I can get, I collect. And if I see a car, I buy them. I buy cars because it doesn't matter if it's restorable. If you buy a 69 GTO that can't be restored, but it's got a good front clip, good interior, good trim, if you can buy it for a
Worth
couple
more than
hundred
you'll
bucks,
pay for it as part.
yeah, exactly. So I run a salvage yard, and then I just use the money from the salvage yard to build projects, you know, and it works out. I don't really spend any of the earnings from my asphalt company on my cars. I did in the beginning, but the
Can you do me a
salvage yard
favor?
fixed. Hmm.
Can you keep an eye out for an 81 Ford F100 frame with a 8-foot bed? One that's
The
in.
Lightning? You want to build a Lightning?
No, I have an 81 Ford, but the frame is rapidly deteriorating. So if you can
Oh,
find something that's roached to shit, falling apart, but the frame is decent,
yeah.
I could
Where do
switch
you
to
live?
anything else. In New York State.
Yeah, you probably the cars here, those trucks, that year of truck, 80s and 90s Ford trucks in
Like
Michigan.
78 to 82, I think.
Yeah. Well, in Michigan they'll look about the same as what you get in New York, but a 78 frame is what you want cuz that'll be more solid than the 80s frame if it hasn't been, you know, stored or barned.
Right.
We
Is that
got
because the metallurgy was superior or something?
in 78 the frame was thicker than it is in 80s, yes. And
Okay.
plus, you know, you live in a winter state and so do I, and they put a lot of salt on the road, you know.
Yeah. I try not to drive it in the winter as much as
It's
possible
got to
for
fit
that
a
reason.
8 foot box on. So that's just a 78 half ton regular old extended box.
Yeah, but it's been customized. It's got a 351 Windsor.
Oh no,
And
I'm saying I might have a 78 extended box frame in the fucking yard. I'm pretty sure I
really?
do. Yeah, I don't know what condition it's in. I'd have to look at it.
Well,
I like
it'd be easier to like patch it up and make it workable than the one that
bro,
I'm sitting
you
on right
ain't
now.
telling me nothing. You're preaching to the choir. I like 78 Broncos and 78 Ford trucks,
Cool.
Bigfoot style. And I got a 461 ton 78 Bronco. It was a half ton when I got it with a 351 M400 in it.
Nice.
But I
That's
took
a beast.
a Bigfoot that somebody had jacked up and then rolled it over and crushed the cab. And I took the motor trans and, gear to gear transfer. You can't get a better transfer case than 78. Gear to gear. They put bands in them after that. A 78 transfer case for Ford will last you longer than 90% of their production years because it's geared to gear. Hardened steel gear to gear transfer case. They hardly ever go out. I built Chevy trucks and put 78 1-ton gear to gear transfer cases in them. Ford transfer case in a Chevy. You just gotta build your own drive shafts, and weld in the Chevy yoke on one end and the Ford yoke on the other. Yeah.
Well, my truck is pretty much in great condition. It's got a rebuilt 351 Windsor, and the transmission's good. Drive shafts, everything's good except the frame is starting to rust really bad. So I know it's only a matter of time before something bends or snaps or fucks up, like the knuckle on the leaf spring gives out.
Yep. Yeah, the Windsor and the Cleveland are both good motors. I don't really care for the M400. The Y block's great though, which is your Windsor or your Cleveland.
But
Windsor
if you got a compatible frame in your yard, man, we need to talk.
Yeah, because I don't charge that much for a frame.
I'll pay to ship it out and everything, and if you can make it as good as possible beforehand, like I'll pay.
Fuck, I was thinking
just don't
about
want to put
going to
my baby to bed in the junkyard. You know what I mean?
I do. I was thinking about going to New York and meeting Indio. Wouldn't be nothing but haul it. Does it matter whether it's half ton or 3/4 ton? Because you can get an extended box in both.
I'm pretty sure it'll fit either one, won't it?
Well, it will. I mean, are you gear preferable? Would you rather have the half ton or the 3/4 ton? Personally, I'd rather have the 3/4 ton, but
Yeah, obviously, it would be better to if I am going to go through all the effort of switching everything onto a new frame. It should be the beefier one, right? But
yeah, the one that'll last longer.
I just want to keep it on the road. It's like 9 years older than I am. I just want to keep it alive.
I collect older Ford trucks. When my grandfather started the business, he had all older Ford trucks that were seal coat trucks and asphalt work trucks and foreman trucks, So I got flatbed Fords and fucking 2.5 Fords. But then my dad thought, Chevy's more reliable and interchangeable, so he switched over to Chevy. So trucks just when you run, an asphalt company, a truck is valuable to you. So we don't get rid of them. When they get worn out and we replace them, we put them in the back 40, I got 325 acres, so I park them out back and then build projects out of them. A 79 Chevy grain box right now, shit. I got all the machinery right here to rebuild a motor and trans.
You need to lock that shit down. You need to not sell anything or do anything for the next year, because a year from now, you might be looking at being able to sell parts for 4, 5, 20 times as much as you can today.
I do that right now.
Not any coming in. All the ships are stuck off the coast. There's no replacement part.
They blame it on a shortage of fucking truck drivers, and I know 5 truck drivers out of work, looking for work.
Just if you got a ton of vehicles that are running, wait a year and then start selling them. You're gonna make a fucking fortune.
Well, I don't have a ton of them running, but
Well,
I mean,
get them running. Get them
They
running while
ran
you
when I
go get the parts.
parked them there, but work trucks have a lot of miles on them. You got to rebuild them before you spiff them up and sell them.
Order as many parts and gaskets and just spark plugs and shit as much as you can.
Dude, listen, I got 6 barns put together. That's a engine remanufacturing engine plant, transmission restore plant, a body shop, and the rest is storage for cars and parts. I already got all that. I already hoard shit. I've been
You
hoarding
got
car
hundreds of
parts.
gaskets.
Yeah, actually I do, because I got a fleet of asphalt trucks.
All I'm saying is that the window's closing for resupply.
I got 40 seal coat trucks. Those are all 3/4 ton or half ton. I got 10 spray rigs. Them are deuce and a halves. And then I got diesels and dump trucks. I got spare parts for diesels and spare gaskets. They're cheaper when you buy them in bulk. I know how much I'm going to use over the years, so I buy bulk when it pertains to the fleet.
Fair enough.
If my trucks don't run, I can't do no work. And then to save the asphalt company money, I started a fleet vehicle repair service and a heavy equipment repair service. So we make money repairing other people's equipment, and that pays for the repairs on our equipment and makes us some profit.
All I'm saying is get a year's worth of resupply parts that you're expecting to buy. Get them as soon as you can. It's very likely that you're going to be waiting 6 months for some stupid little thing.
Oh, there's warehouses full of parts right now in America.
Rapidly emptying. Yeah.
Okay, but not true. Auto Parts Warehouse, man. These motherfuckers got 30 locations and thousands of square footage just packed full of parts. They don't have to keep being stored. I know one guy I go to, he's always got the shit in stock, always. And he's always got a large amount of it. But it's an auto warehouse. They're a conglomerate. They've been warehousing parts since the 80s. Because those, 70s and 80s parts go up after 20 years. The 70s parts in the 90s, they doubled in price. The 80s parts in 2000, they doubled in price because you're now selling classic parts. I know a place right now where I can still go and get a brand new pressed out fender, a complete brand new front clip for a 79 or a 77 Chevy. And the shit will be in stock for months. The motherfucker will never run out. They bought the press. So they press them out. See, I live in Michigan. 90% of the gaskets on your motor I can manufacture right here in my garage from cork or cardboard. Or tin, if I want. I can make tin gaskets. Just use a hell of a lot of Permatex. But cork is the best. I can make a gasket kit for a motor.
So what's up? You all right, man?
I know he sounds like he's a submarine going under the Antarctic wall right now, don't he?
Did you say you have 325 acres of land?
325 acres.
Oh.
But yeah.
Wow. How was
Live on a 325 acre area. Around the whole property on a gator, 20 minutes. But I drive like a race car driver. Bro, your mic is like hollering. For some reason, it's your mic's got a lot of feedback.
Yeah, Pazza, load up the YouTube stream and listen to how your mic is sounding right now. You gotta fix that.
I know. It's ass. Dick. Oh, damn it, Dick. Dick Dickinson left and he was the new guy. Didn't even have VC verified.
There's also Deepak. I already wanted to say something.
Sorry?
What's up?
Somebody mentioned my name.
Yeah, he was wondering if you wanted to join the conversation or you had any questions.
Oh,
Anything
no,
to
I was
add?
just... No, you guys are talking about something that I have no background in or experience of. You guys were talking about engine. I think someone
Oh,
was saying that they
automotive.
own, they own like they're a mechanic, like they're freelance mechanic, or they own their own. They exchange repair cars and car parts.
I'm licensed mechanic, diesel mechanic, automotive mechanic, and performance drivetrain. Also a licensed welder and fabricator and plumber.
Bro, yeah, that's impressive. You're able to train yourself to do all that. But no,
I didn't train myself. I grew up in a family that had a lot of skills. My uncle taught me plumbing. My dad taught me
it's
automotive.
impressive that you learned that unofficially.
Oh, yeah. I grew up in an era when a man didn't own a house unless he could roof, plumb, frame, wall, drywall. You didn't own a house. You didn't buy a house until you could maintain it. You didn't own a car until you could maintain it.
I think a lot of men aren't mechanically literate and visually, spatially literate.
And then in the 70s, the average man could do his own automotive repairs, his own plumbing repairs, his own roofing, electrical.
Dude, I wish I'd grown up in that sort of household, but no.
And they say we're...
Go on, finish what
people had more skills in the 70s than the average person does today.
Well, yes, as far as like mechanics, repair is concerned, that's goes without question, really. Especially here in our little island of the UK, that is.
Oh, yeah.
A lot more variability in specific states.
I've never once paid another man to work on anything automotive of mine. I don't care if it's a backhoe. I do pay mechanics to work at my repair shop, but not to work on, my specific stuff. The farm equipment, I maintain all that by myself, but the fleet, I got too many trucks. I have to pay mechanics to help me.
Yeah, that makes
Otherwise,
me, I don't know any of that. Or just
Otherwise, that'd be the only life I have. Repairing fleet vehicles and heavy equipment. That's all I'd ever do.
And I was just like listening to the conversation you people have. Sometimes you guys cover a range of topics, even if it's strictly related to flat Earth, disproving
Yeah,
globe.
I know a lot of other. You ain't got to explain yourself to me. A lot of other mods are dickheads. I'm not. I'm perfectly fine with people who just want to listen.
No, or do what? Do other mods suspect that?
No, other mods would be like, "Oh no, what do you think about the shape of Earth?" And they want to force you into a debate right now, but I'd rather debate people who come prepared. Yeah, I'm talking shit about Brad. Hakanu Matuha. That nigga make you debate. I prefer to debate people who come prepared for a debate or just have a civil conversation with people who come to talk. You gotta meet people.
I'm here humbly.
Hakuna Matata? Oh, my bad.
Yeah, I'm here humbly. I'm here as a learner, as someone with an open mind.
Yeah, I just believe you gotta meet people where they're at if you want to reach them, right? I mean,
Rafiki was the type of monkey to, come up behind you and pull a prank on you. He's always, cutting up and shit. Definitely in touch with his inner child, but I think, sometimes you can't be Peter Pan syndrome and be a little boy forever. Sometimes you got to man up and go back to your pride and, take over and be the king that you were meant to be.
hell yeah. That's funny. It's almost as funny as I didn't know what that spelled Hakuna Matata. I forgot about the Lion King, damn it. He's a big pig. He's a big pig. You could be a big pig too. Ooh. I'm actually Gen X, but I'll take that boomer from you, Brad. You son of a bitch, you. Because if I'm a boomer, damn it, that makes you Gen X. You guys fucked the deficit. We owe all that money because you fucking Gen Xers. And your fucking big gas guzzling cars, man. Probably got seal covered seats. Oh, Lulu's here. Look, we got a special guest with her 300 rolls. Why you always got so many rolls, Lou? What the hell? Tell Brad to quit fucking with you. Tell Brad and Chris to back off, man. Let's see how many rolls does Brad got. Not enough. I see you don't even have Space Herbies yet, Brad. Or Space Turd.
That's not very ravenous.
Right. Yeah, exactly. See, I thought it would be more ravenous if you had Space Herbies and you was a Space Turd with Space Influenza. And a wanker to boot. Pip pip cheerio. Hell, what else can we give him? Let's just say fuck it and give him the whole list. Hey, what do you call a guy with a hair on his teeth? In between his teeth, Hank.
Holy diver?
No, a gladiator. Gladiator.
Must be one of them Hawaiian words.
Yeah. You got to crack it like a coconut. But once it's open, you can drink the milk.
Oh my.
if and you know what I mean. Hi.
Wow, that was damn it, Bobby.
Man, his microphone sounds like a fucking like a 60s car with no insulation rolling down the roadway on bald tires with 2 nails in the back tires. hey, hey, Brad, tie me kangaroo down, sport. Tie me roo down, bro. Me wallabies. It's a vicious breed, yo. Tie me roo down, sport. Oh, I didn't speak Spanish, or I'd have said chinga tu madre, benche punto marican. But I said tie me roo down. Me wallaby, mate. Tie me wallabies down, mate.
English, motherfucker, do you speak it?
Boy, you got a shitload of rolls.
Do you have the Glovers again?
What's that code for robot, Hank? 10-8? 1080? Hey, alien. Alien Zoo. What's up? Was you waiting to get unmuted? With your no roll having ass? Alien Zoo. 1. Oh, well, if you don't talk, I'm just going to mute you again. You're probably Kusho. You come up with excuses later. Oh, I don't have a mic in 2021. Oh, everybody's sleeping in my house, mate.
Oh, there it goes.
Got a mic.
Oh, all right. Well, you're not
How's the deal?
Kusho, so.
You hear
Well,
okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. I just wanted to
Okay.
give you the VC verified role so you can talk if you want to, but I can't do that until I hear you talk. So,
Yeah, I can understand that.
right. So I let you talk. You're not just gonna come in my live stream and go cracker, 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 pecker, wood honky. None of that crap, right?
No, I won't talk about kangaroos.
Oh
we
yeah,
do it
you
better than anyone else too.
yeah, you got that joke, okay, mate. Tie me roo down, sport.
Yeah, they're not all talk like that here.
Right, it's a song, but these fucking Americans, they don't know it. Fuck, I'm American, I know it.
Yeah.
Me wallabies, they a vicious breed. Feed 'em while I'm gone, mate. Tie me roos down, mate.
Yeah, one of my
Or
friends had a kangaroo, a really big, like red one, and it was like a really good pet.
I've heard that.
The dog was
I've heard they're smart as hell.
very smart.
You
Not all
truly
Aussies. Go ahead.
you truly live in Australia?
Yeah, New South
You do.
Wales.
Okay.
Yeah,
Do you receive a government check?
No,
Do
I
you
don't
receive a government check stating that
No,
you live in
government check.
Australia?
No,
Okay,
no
so
name
you're not
received.
You're not getting paid by the government to live in Australia
No
or
name
say
has
that you
no
live. Okay, I
government
just wanted to
job.
make sure that was
I,
clear.
hey,
Okay.
is that like a white privilege check? Is that your Australian privilege check or something? Or you get paid to lie and say Australia's real? We're not the ones that say Australia's fake. They come in here and troll us with that all the time, but I'm like, fuck.
No, it's a pretty big land and it's pretty flat.
Right. I mean, why
It's
would
one
I
of the
say
flattest, I know, right?
why
Yeah.
would I say Australia's fake? I've heard that song, The Land Down Under, where
Yeah,
the
you can
women
go on
go
a
and the men plunder.
you can go on a train trip from South Australia to Northern Territory. I can't remember the distance, but it's probably only got about a 5-foot rise all the way.
Hell, if American women glowed, I'd probably plunder here in the USA.
Now Australia used to be full of water. That's my
Yeah.
theory anyway. Same as America was full of water. Most lands were full of water and the sea was probably 2 miles less ocean.
Yeah, they say there's a continent out there that would have connected to Australia, but it's underwater, right? Supercontinent or some shit.
New Zealand was a whole
Yeah,
continent.
you can
New Zealand was a
see
whole continent.
you can see that the under the water that there was buildings and everything.
Yeah, I read an article about that. The eighth continent.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think water levels were lower and higher both at certain
Yeah, I think
times.
someone had the
But
technology to build ways through the outback and like dug channels to make the water go back into the ocean.
Could be.
Like knocking out mountains, you know?
I know for a fact Texas was underwater at one time. When I was a kid, I used to collect all the fossils, right, that I could find. And,
Yeah, well, that's
it's
the
real
bad bit is
easy.
full of fossils.
It's real simple to spot the sea fossils, right, because they look a certain way, but the other fossils are harder to find. The bone fossils, the mammal
Yeah.
fossils.
Yeah, I don't go on dinosaurs. You got a lot of dinosaur sites here in Australia, but I don't think they ever existed.
Anyone in?
Yep, they're here.
Yeah, I know a few people in the channel that were on Poncho Pete's channel when it was going flat Earth.
Oh, you've been around for a while, bro. Do you remember me?
Hank, were you on there, were you?
I made a few visits. I wasn't a
Yeah,
normal.
I know Dave Hinkle was on there and like Dem
Yeah, he
Mock
was.
and Jibby Jedi.
Yeah, that's right.
I can remember a few. I know Becky was on there too.
I remember Becky.
He was a classic Poncho. Very entertaining. Even with his guitar.
I remember one night Poncho was on air with a black guy from Cuba, and he made a blow-up doll of the black guy with the biggest knee knocker you had ever seen.
All right.
Poncho was a clown.
Yeah, he started. At the end, he thought every bloke was a woman.
Well, me, I hope.
You're saying he's a woman, that one.
Yeah, if he's a bloke and he's saying every bloke is a woman, then yeah. Then according
he
to that
was.
logic, he's a woman.
Oh, there's, pretty much proof some of them had Adam's apples and that, so it's hard to deny that. Don't know too many women that have got Adam's apples.
You do get them.
Yeah. Bit suspect.
Mm-hmm.
Well, hormone imbalance as they're growing up can cause stuff like that. And
Exactly.
diet can cause hormone imbalance, so...
Yeah, unfortunately, it's too much indoctrination, that children are learning too much sexual knowledge at a too early an age. Should never be teaching them that at, a young age. Like we used to learn it, just at school, basically, not off our parents or teachers.
World's changing.
You know where the term Adam's apple came from?
No, I don't actually.
Yes, a piece of fruit that got lodged in its throat.
All right.
Being Adam and Eve, right?
Yeah.
Did he choke?
No, that's just where the phrase comes from. Someone just kind of come up with that, and that's what they called it. It's really not what the, I guess, term for it is.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's a damn shame. Won't let the kids be kids. I homeschooled my children after the school system pretty much failed us. And,
Yeah.
when you homeschool your children, you can kind of see what they like and let them kind of do what they like a little bit, because it doesn't really take that long to homeschool them. So for me, the most important part about homeschooling, right, was letting them be kids for a little while. Don't just bombard them with like busy work and homework and chores and,
that's the way.
I let them
Be
be
nice
kids.
if, they could get back to the system where, there was only one pay packet in the family, so one of the parents could be at home with their kids all the time like that.
Sadly, a lot of people can't live off one pay packet nowadays. That's a trouble in itself.
Yeah.
It is. That's designed to destroy the family unit. And Hank, I'm with you 100%. How can our kids be kids if they got to choose through 500 genders? Shit, like puberty ain't enough. Like puberty ain't hard enough.
No.
Now, as a teenage boy, you got to worry about way more than just getting called to the chalkboard to do a math problem. Well, you got a Woody out of nowhere and you don't know why, but you might be seen as a cisgender. Waving around your lightsaber and shit.
I tell you what, I definitely had that problem. It's like every day during sixth period, I don't know what was going on.
I know what was going on in my fourth period. Mrs. Bell had the biggest 33 Ds I ever seen in my life. And at 13, that's all I seen, Hank. The minute I entered her classroom, boom! boobs.
Yeah, it was
Just
always
kept.
good going. Those ones that had the best looking teachers.
It was like a skipping record in my mind. It was like boobs, tickle biggies, boobs.
Kind of hard to pay attention with all those memories.
I got in trouble once, and my dad had to go in there and talk to her. And I swear to God, he couldn't look her in the face. I know she wanted to say, up here, Mister Smith." He was taller than her, so no matter which way he looked, he was looking down at boobs. He was way taller than her. I said, "Dad, you made my teacher uncomfortable." He said, "That's all you could see, boy. What the hell did you want me to do?" I was like, "Now you know why I don't get my work done in her class, Dad." He didn't know what to say. He's like, "I'm gonna let your mom cover this."
Yeah, I guess
Then
some of
I
the
had,
they would have told their dads at home.
yeah. Then I had to hear from my mom, "I don't care how big her boobs are. You still got to do your homework." I was embarrassed. My grandma laughed at me. "He's turning bright red, Sharon. Leave him alone. That boy's going to do his homework."
Yeah.
My grandpa said, "No wonder you kept saying you just couldn't concentrate in her class. Are they that big, boy? Tell your grandpa all about them." He was an old pervert.
They must have been
He
pretty
tried to
big.
sit.
So they must have been pretty big to distract you from doing your homework.
Well, fuck, you got to pay attention to know what the work is you got to do at home, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I swear to God, my grandmother or my grandfather tried to send me to school with a Polaroid instant print. I was like, "No, Grandpa, it's not happening."
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did. He said, I don't believe you, boy. I got to see this." I said, "Grandpa, go look at Grandma and times it by 4. You pervert." My grandma beat me. I bring you home a titty pic. The hell?
The good old days.
All joking aside, though, I think our kids got enough to worry about.
Yeah, absolutely.
As just children going through puberty and trying to find some direction in life. Now they got 500 different roads they can travel.
Yeah, they're expected to make all their adult decisions way, way earlier, aren't they?
And that doesn't even cover what they're going to do for a living or what career they might want. Or Johnny wants to be a cisgender, right angle, cis tie, non-gender conforming fireman. Wait, no, fire person.
Likes to play with the hose.
And little Johnny identifies as the dog, the Dalmatian that rides on the back of the truck. What the hell?
The high school I went to was pretty wild. Had some of the students doing the teachers, you know.
Yeah, I made sure that I had like a country house with a big yard so we could have pets and like everything that kids are supposed to have growing up. And I think I nailed it up until like we moved to town and they got the internet. I think that's where I messed up. Yeah, because we didn't have internet out there in the country. So
Yeah,
we
I've
got
been
to
on
like
the
choose what DVDs they could watch because they couldn't watch just whatever.
Yeah.
Right, you
I was
are.
on the internet before the World Wide Web started.
Internet? Oh my God.
Yeah, my children didn't have the internet until they were 14 and 11, I think.
Yeah, well, the first internet was IRC. Internet Relay Chat.
Yep. Damned if he ain't right.
There used to be lots of hackers, you know. That's where most people would get their games.
StickyCheese.com.
Chuck E. Cheese? Is that what you said?
No, StickyKeys.com. It
Oh.
was like one. You know what the first data was that was transferred over the internet?
Well, it's
Porn.
military. So,
Pornographic?
Yeah, it was a pornographic image.
Oh my gosh.
All right.
What a fucking depravity. What a depraved start.
I don't know. That's why I wanted my computer. Woohoo!
Oh my god.
Till my mom walked in and said, "Oh my God, what is that?" and unplugged the whole system.
What's that?
It was the glitch, Mom. Glitched out. It was a pop-up.
I didn't download that. It just came on. I don't know what I pushed. I'm still learning.
He could call it yeah, well it's a form of mic. They call it
They call it a pop-up for a reason.
Did you use having television there?
No, we didn't do cable like most of my life.
No, it
An
was
appeal. Okay,
Again.
Vile Dom. There is an appeal option, but you'd be like the 1 millionth customer in line. For all our representatives are busy right now destroying the globe. We have a butthurt report. If you want to fill that out and file it, it might bump you up a couple in line. I'm
the
joking.
television was the games machine.
Give me a second, Vile. I'll get back with you.
Oh yeah, my house, my kids grew up with an arcade. We had everything but Xbox.
Oh yeah, that's I tried to get them into video games. They didn't get on the the moral degenerate internet.
Yeah, one of the best was the Amiga 500, I reckon.
I don't know what that is. It's like you guys wrote.
Was one of the first games machines that had all the equipment. Had 1 megabyte of RAM and it would run really good graphic games.
Wow, they must have really utilized that 1 megabyte.
Yeah, well, it's surprising the amount of graphics they got out of a 1 megabyte machine, you know.
What the hell?
Yeah, the reason we didn't have Xbox is because why would we have Xbox if we had Nintendos and PlayStations and everything else, plus the PC Master Race? I always loved PC games because you could always do just a little bit more if you pay a little extra.
Yeah. Yeah, I just beta tested Battlefield 2042.
Yeah, I recently bought a Battlefield game and kind of forgot about it. I didn't even play it all the way through.
All right.
This is funny. This dude messaged me on a new alt wanting an on ban, and the first thing I see of his name is he's already been on banned by the XKJT Justin mod support team. He's already on ban.
Justin support team. Oh my god.
Kessler syndrome.
Oh, that's hilarious, dude.
Look, that's my boy Justin. Well, that's
I
what
know,
this.
but it's still funny. You gotta admit.
I know.
A chance. I don't know. I ban him and then
It
I
is.
take him back. And
It is funny, but yeah, you already unbanned him, bro. That's the first mention I see. The very last mention of his name is that the bot unbanned him. Logged to unban. Well, so much for making that alt, buddy. You was already on band. Haha, sucker.
Yeah, so my kids grew up with like Mario Kart, Smash Brothers.
I didn't have to make a decision.
Smash Bros is the best.
Oh yeah, so like we had Nintendo games, we had PlayStation games, and I think the best is probably the Nintendo.
Yeah, they should bring back pinballs.
It's one of my favorite songs, Pinball Wizard.
Hell, he was on band the same.
Yeah, it was a
He's a
great game to play.
Has to be a twist.
The Pinball Wizard has such a subtle wrist.
That is a good song. The whole album's good. The whole album is all about. Isn't it about the Pinball Wizard kid Tommy or whatever?
It's from.
I just know
it's from the Tommy. Yeah.
Yeah, the whole album. Every song is about him. I think it's a pretty cool album, actually.
It's a rock opera.
Yeah,
a rock opera.
The Who.
Really?
Yeah.
The Who. You've never listened to the whole album, Hank?
Yeah.
I don't know if I have or not, man.
You need to do
I just
that.
know that I like the Who, man.
Yeah, you don't like the Who?
No, bro, that's not what I said.
Oh, you do like the Who, then?
Yeah, I said it's one of my favorite songs because it's like such a bizarre thing to sing about a deaf, dumb, and blind kid. You're a robot, Michael.
Oh, wizard got such a subtle wrist.
Deaf and blind kid. Show playing pinball.
Yeah, the whole album is about Tommy. Every song, by the way. It's cool. So it's weird they say to sing one song about a pinball wizard, a blind, deaf, dumb, and blind one. Well, the whole album's about him, bro.
Dumb bitch.
It's a good film as well.
Ever since I was a young boy, I played the silver ball. From Soho down to Brighton, I must have played them all. But I ain't never seen nothing like him in any music hall. That deaf, dumb, and blind kid sure plays a mean pinball. He stands like a statue, become part of the machine, feeling all the bumpers. He always plays it clean. He plays by intuition. The digit counter falls. That deaf, dumb, and blind kid sure plays a mean pinball. He's a pinball wizard. There's to be a twist. A pinball wizard got such a supple wrist. How do you think he does it? I don't know what makes him so good. Ain't got no distractions. Can't hear no buzzers bells. Don't see no lights of fashion. Plays by sense of smell. Always gets replay. Never seen him fall. That deaf, dumb, and blind kid sure plays a mean pinball.
Very good, very good.
Well, what's that other Who song? Meet the new boss, same as the old boss.
What's that?
The other Who song, it says, meet the new boss, same as the old boss. I believe he's talking about politicians.
Yeah, Don't Be Fooled Again is a good one too.
Yeah, that's it. Can't be fooled again.
Won't be fooled again.
Right.
Quadrophenia is good as well.
Yeah, I see.
Is it one of them?
Fighting in the streets with our children at our feet.
Yeah.
And the morals that they worship will be gone. And the men who spurred on us sit in judgment of all their wrongs. They decided and the shotgun sings the song. I'll tip my hat to the Constitution, take a bow for new revolution. Smile and grin at the change all around. Pick up my guitar and play. Just like yesterday.
Yeah, it's almost like the lyrics.
Then I'll
contain-
get on my knees and pray. We don't get fooled again.
Yep.
It's like they were prophecies of the future, those words.
Yeah, they were.
I think a lot of old bands are like that. You know, they had words that are happening now.
Yep. Almost like they knew.
Yeah, it's like they had the script.
Yep. There you go.
All governments of the world are playing off one script.
It sure seems that way, doesn't it? After it's all been said and done, it's like,
Yeah, they're all one.
What's going on here?
Yeah, it's the same old bullshit.
Yep.
Yeah.
What the fuck is
It's just a replay of yesterday.
Yep.
And the record's going to keep skipping until we play that Revolution song.
Yeah, that's why I like Woodstock so much. That was brilliant.
Like them poor girls sing, "What's going on?"
The hippie
Fort on
days.
Blunts. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yep.
It was a bummer when Keith Moon died. Man, that was tragic.
Who?
Keith Moon, the drummer for the Who. He was the drummer for the Who.
Gotcha.
And then
I like
Ringo Starr's
that song too. 25 years and my life is still trying to get a great big hill of a hope for a destination. I realized quickly when I knew I should that the world was made up of this brotherhood of man. For whatever that
means.
And so I cry sometimes when I'm lying in bed just to get it all out what's in my head, and I'm feeling a little peculiar. So I wake in the morning and I step outside and I take a deep breath and I get real high and I scream from the top of my lungs, "What's going on?"
Very therapeutic, that is.
Yeah.
I said, "Hey, hey, 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 what's going on?" And I try. Oh my God, do I try? I try all the time in this institution.
Belmont. Oh my God, do I try?
And I pray. Oh my God, do I pray? I pray every single day for a revolution.
You say you want a revolution.
Well, you know.
Yeah.
We all want to rule the world.
Oh, fuck, why are you running that every time? How's that feel? It feels great. Fuck my dad. Keep doing it. I don't know. You fucking left.
We all want to change the world. You tell me that it's evolution. Well, you know. We all want to change the world.
That meme, man.
What meme? I missed it.
It's on the feed. The dog at the piano. It's the bow ties gets me.
That could be old Hank.
Look at his look at the bow tie.
Have you ever heard a whippoorwill? Hank Williams, he sounds like old dog Bellerin. Who sounds too blue to cry? like me. He's lost his will to live. I'm so lonesome I could die. He does, doesn't he? Hank sounds like an old hound dog bellowing.
Oh,
Like Blackfoot Tomcatting. You ever heard that album?
no, Blackfoot Tomcat. No, I ain't never heard no shit like that.
Yeah, it's some old hillbilly shit. I used to have this old dog named Tig and another one named Tig, and one used to come down across the mountain down the holler. It sounded a little something like this. And then he jumps in with a harmonica. It's pretty good music. You should check it out sometime.
That was Deliverance.
Like, I don't know if you guys know, but there's this thing called bluegrass. And to me, bluegrass is when the people in the mountains, they don't realize that they're playing metal, but they're playing metal. There's just no distortion and no screaming or anything. But by God, that's metal if I ever heard it.
Yeah.
Dueling banjos.
Dueling banjos. Yeah, that kid had some weird parents. Brothers and sisters or something.
He could play one hell of a banjo, though. By God, I'll tell you what. That fat boy, that fat boy squealing like a pig. He ain't like the sound of that banjo, though. I'm tell you what.
Oh yeah, it was definitely famous. They played that on the radio over.
You're gonna talk about bluegrass. What you know about them soggy bottom boys?
Inconstant sorrow.
Or the Dead South.
The Dead South.
My favorite song is when they're
hell,
digging the grave at the
I'll
end of
be
the
in
movie.
good company.
After they shot him with
The
the arrow.
Lonesome Valley. You got to go. Nobody can go there for you.
Hey, Up Shit's Creek made me like that song by what's his gay name? A little more than I had before. Do you really want to hurt me? Yes, we really want to hurt you. Yes, we really want to make you cry. Who was that? Oh, Boy George.
Oh,
Yeah, Culture Club.
Boy George.
Yeah.
Oh my boy.
Come on, chameleon.
Yeah, that song still doesn't make sense to me. I don't know what the fuck a Karma Chameleon is. That doesn't make any sense.
It's a gay boy dressed like a girl.
Is that what that is?
It's a chameleon. See, Carl came and changed his name to Carmelian and then sang as Boy George.
Maybe that's why I didn't understand any of it.
All I know is it's a homosexual song and I just don't touch it. And I don't care if they think I gotta accept them as they are. No, I don't.
Remember that tiptoe through the tulips? Who sings
Just
that?
Tippy toe through the tulips? Shit,
Yeah,
you got me.
Through the tulips. You never heard that? Fuck, it was a hit all over the radio.
Tiptoe through the window.
Through the window. Fuck.
I don't know, but it's like it's happier than a fairy in a field flicks. I mean, tippy toe through the two lips.
That sounds interesting.
It was sung by Tiny Tim. Tiny Tim, tiptoe through the tulips. He looked
By
like
the window. That's where Timmy will be. Oh, yeah, I remember now. By the window, that's where I'll be. What are you doing, Milo?
So I watched the new Dave Chappelle, and me and my wife were like, "That's not him." And
No.
Really?
I mean, I think it's just a lookalike.
Nothing else needs said, but yeah, kind of like Eminem. That sure the fuck ain't Slim Shady. I don't know who the fuck it is, but that ain't Slim Shady.
It's kind of like 3/4 of the way through the stand-up comedy, he kind of fell out of character. Like he got tired of holding it. Like
It's like they're backstage with the red phone, and they're like, "Oh, this motherfucker's just out there telling truth. We gotta kill him. Get your lookalike ready." Oh no, I'm killing this motherfucker before he makes it to the car.
I mean, that's obviously speculation. Hey, what the hell do I know
Right,
about
so
Dave Chappelle?
the Eminem thing, but that dude, you can say he grew up all you want, but fuck, he just doesn't look like Slim Shady. He don't even fucking talk like him. I mean, look how his rap changed.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, if they can make Jordan Peterson sing Rap God or whatever, then what can they not do at this point? I mean, Freddie Mercury just did like some live tours, like within the past like 5 years, something like that. He's been dead for like 20 years.
I know.
Yeah, well, that's because they've got all his voice recordings from the studio, and they've just basically augmented it with the hologram, haven't they? It's not really It's not really that
I mean,
difficult.
look at this. This is supposed to be Slim fucking Shady. Like, really? Are you fucking serious? That ain't fucking Slim Shady.
Do you know what Slim Shady truly looks like, though?
Yeah, Eminem? Yeah. Yeah. Fuck, I seen him in Detroit a few times as Slim Shady.
Oh.
And the guy on 8 Mile, now that's Slim Shady, just with his face filled in a little more weight on him. He was a skinny little punk. But when he switched from Slim Shady to Eminem, I'd much rather hear Slim Shady. Slim Shady. 100 twin babies and Mercedes Benz with windows up to the temp goes up to the mid 80s. It's okay, go with him, Haley. Nowadays, everybody want to talk like they got something to say, but when they open their mouth, they move their lips. Just a bunch of gibberish, and everybody act like they forgot about Dre. That's supposed to be Eminem, the blonde-haired kid that was Slim Shady. His hair was starting to turn slightly brown, but you don't go from blonde to that fucking dark. Fuck out of here. Not without old men's hair coloring.
Dude, I saw somebody I went to school with today, bro. He had a full gray beard. I was like, holy shit.
Oh man, you're making me feel old, Hank. Stop.
No, man, I'm just saying, like, shit, we were only born in 82. How does this dude got like a
that
full gray
Kenny
beard?
Rogers look?
Yeah.
I got 10 years on you. You ain't even hit the big 4-0 yet.
Yeah, I mean, I got a few gray spots here and there. I got every color on my beard. It's a coat of many colors.
Let me tell you, when the gray comes, that'll be the last fucking thing you're worried about.
Yeah, I got some gray. It's coming in.
You want tighter briefs that support you a little better.
Yeah, you don't want to sit down.
A massage for your aching back.
Dude, my wife did my feet the other night. Like I wasn't expecting it. I was taking a nap. I woke up to a foot rub. Oh man, it was so good. She had
Hey,
what
you
do
want a
they rub
little
on
help with your
babies?
bursitis, your arthritis, and your glaucoma?
What is that pink stuff they rub on babies? Baby lotion?
In the pink bottle, yeah, it's just baby lotion, isn't it?
Yeah, she did my feet with that. I was like, too much, too soon, too much, too soon. Let's slow down, take it easy.
It's Johnson's Baby Magic.
Something like that, yeah, I think. Yeah. I was like begging her, like, too much, too much. It's like, take it easy.
I had to think about it. I got some in the bathroom for the grandkids.
That's okay, because I got her back later on. And, you know, I used to play the bass, so I got magic hands.
Well, you just cover them up with oil so they can't slide away.
Yeah, I'll be hitting them notes. And
When I was
plus, you know,
18, all I wanted was two bottles of baby oil and a water bed with no sheets. Come on.
yeah, I used to have water beds growing up. I broke mine.
I grew up with a waveless. Yeah, I had a
Waveless?
You always
Hold the phone.
popped
How does
them.
that work? How do you have a waveless water bed?
They got coils inside them. It's like an air mattress that you fill with water. It's got these little coils all through it, and it's not
Oh, so it's got
completely
little
waveless.
compartments like a muffler or like a silencer, right?
Yeah, air pockets.
So you can't have
But
one
to
giant
go
body
from
bag.
no, it's not perfectly waveless, but
No,
it's
it
better
does
than
something.
one that goes whoop 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 whoop. It
Tells you
starts
how
making that.
you can launch you right off a water bed if you do it right.
Yeah. See, you put all that baby oil on there, and all you hear is.
Oh.
I could still hear my dad. You better not be doing in there what I think you're doing. I'm gonna marry your old man.
Reminds me of a Coolio song. Something about glide, glide, slip, slide.
Living in the city is do or die. Come along and ride on my fantastic ride. That's fantastic ride or voyage.
That's it. That's it.
Boy, Battlebot's got it in the fucking memory for all them old classics, don't he?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Man,
I like
he
that
didn't
one.
miss much, did he?
No.
Come on, y'all, let's take a ride. Don't say shit, just get inside. It's time to take your ass on another one kind of trip. Y'all can't have the hip hop. If you don't have the hip, grab your strap with the extra clip and close your eyes and hit the switch. We're going to take a place where you're everybody kick it, kick it, kick it. Yeah, that's the ticket. Ain't no bloodin', ain't no crippin', ain't no punk ass nigga set trip. If you're white or black, we're going on a mission, so come along and ride on a fantastic voyage. Slide, slippity slide. I'm hitting the switches on the block in a 65.
Yeah, that's it.
The video, they
Ain't heard
all
that in a while.
climbed. They all climbed in the trunk of that 65 Impala on the beach. No valley low enough. or a mountain high enough. I'm trying to find a place where I can live my life and maybe eat some with my beans and rice. A place where my kids can play outside without living in fear of a drive-by. And even if I get away from the drive-by killers, I still don't gotta worry about them jealous niggas. I keep on searching and keep on looking, but you fools are the same from Watts to Brooklyn. Yeah, he was fitting a lot in there. I try to keep my faith in people, but sometimes my people be acting like they evil. You don't understand about running with a gang because you don't gang bang and you don't have to stand on the corner and slang because you got your own thing. Can't help me if you can't help yourself. Better make a left. Come along and ride on a fantastic voyage. They made that 65 Impala the most famous one there is, but truth be told, I think a 63 Impala Super Sport is the baddest of all the Impalas. And I own a 66, but I still say the 63 Impala is the baddest.
A friend of mine in the Army when I was at Hood had purchased 2 SS Impalas. That way he'd have backup parts if one went down. And the one he liked driving around was the purple one.
I bet. I mean, there ain't much difference from the 63 to the 65, but they're subtle. But if you know it, you know it. If you don't, you don't. Oh my God, the dog has been doing this give me a fucking donut dance for a half hour. I ain't cracked the box yet. Go lay down. Just got this damn box. Just opened today. Wednesday at 4 a.m. Do what?
He says, but Dad, I'm hungry.
No, he's saying, bitch, I've been smelling your donuts since you brought them in the room this morning at 9. Now fucking give me one. I ain't giving him one yet. I ain't ate one. He gotta wait till I eat. He don't eat a donut till I eat one. I had too much sugar yesterday. He might hate me by the end of the day. I was thinking about
Yeah,
not eating
ever
one
since you
today.
started talking about waterbeds, man, I just had like a series of flashbacks. I love waterbeds. Like
I did too.
Bro, my
because when
neighbors
you lay
still
down on them
have
and
a.
they're cool. Go ahead.
My neighbors still have one, and when I go into their master bedroom, I'm just like, holy shit! It's a flashback to childhood. You know, where they have the mirror and the shelves behind it.
I think my full wave headboard waterbed is the reason I fell in love with my wife. That girl I divorced a year ago. Should have kept that waterbed.
Yeah, you can always get you another wife. Market's
I
flooded.
had to work my ass off. Yeah, my dad's trees. I got 12 motherfuckers I gotta buy shoes for next month. Like, damn. Mom, you heard your dad. Then I always went to, well, what can I do to earn some money? I was saving and seeing one at a garage sale and was like, Dad, I got that much at home, buy this. We got it home and the motherfucker, as soon as I got it full, it started squirting water up to the ceiling and they got a patch kit with it. My dad said, well, that's why I told you had a patch kit. But I already got this bitch full of water, you know? I was like, fuck, I had to pinch it, pull it up, dry it off, duct tape it, take all the damn water out, and then patch it. I had to do that like 4 times, man, because the motherfucker had a couple holes in it. It's like that liner they give you that goes.
What's that? Some kind of kiddie pool or some shit? What are you talking about?
Well, it's like I'm talking about a waterbed exactly like that one right there that he just posted with the mirrors and the headboard and the red mattress and the liner they give you to fucking go in between the frame and the mattress.
Yeah. What about it?
The metal hingings and screws was thin as fuck. My dad finally said about the 10th time I patched it, my dad said, "Hey boy, let's put some carpet patch. Can't see it. That'll probably keep your mattress from hitting all them screws." And I didn't get no fucking leaks after that. But I think my dad wanted to do that honestly, just so the next time I got leak, it wouldn't soak on the floor. By the time we knew the waterbed had a leak, it was time to replace the ceiling downstairs again. You just didn't know it was getting low too quick unless it got me wet, you know? But I had one just like that. Exactly like that one right there. Red mattress and all.
My waterbed was so awesome. It had like a grid underneath the board and like all these drawers where I didn't need a dresser. So I had like drawers like on each side of it down at the bottom. And then I had a headboard where I could like put stuff on kind of like a table. And man, I didn't really need anything else in my room. Like had everything I needed. Waterbed, TV, that's it.
I like the fact that it was heated. I always had electric blanket. So a heated waterbed and an electric blanket. But I found out that shit don't work too well together in case you get a leak. You get electrocuted. You wake up because your blanket starts doing that. Every time the heating element kicks in.
I regret not fixing it because, you know, I kicked it and broke the bed. But how hard would it have been for me to get some new wood and, you know, just patch it up? Because I kicked the fuck out of it. You know, like when I was in it. Like
Probably
I
not
stretched
that
it too
hard.
far. I stretched it too
Yeah,
far.
mine didn't have drawers, but we'd go to Waterbed Paradise. So my brother got a super single waterbed, and his had drawers. I always wanted the one with drawers. I had the headboard, but I didn't have no drawers.
Yeah, I
My
was
dad
too
was
tall.
talking about I got so many leaks at my frame on the bottom, not the wood part, but the press board under that shit rotted out. And the bed like slammed on the floor one day. Just crushed it under it. Where you put 2 X's. Remember how cheap that shit was? Got these plastic things that clip the 4 boards together, and then you slide one board into another board and it creates an X. You set that in there and then you do it again. You got 2 X's. Well, that shit just crushed one day, and I said, fuck it. I've had it with the thing. I should have built fucking bookshelves and put it on bookshelves. But I was just tired of every 3 weeks I come home, I got a leak, get the leaks repaired, and then the whole damn, prop for the shit just crushes. It was just press board, and it got wet way too many times.
I don't remember getting all those leaks, man. Mine was like real thick rubber, and it was like a really nice waterbed. And I think I was just like, I don't know what I was doing, but I kicked it and broke it, and we were like, oh, let's just throw it away. I should have fixed that shit, man.
My liner was ripped. Oh, that's a fat one. That looks like a waveless. The waveless ones were all right. The second one I got was a waveless, but I got that when I got out of the Corps.
Have you ever tried to sleep on one that's just full like that red one? Also full, but you can't even, you just roll off of it.
Oh, yeah. I came home drunk and plopped down on one just like that and said, "Oh, bitch, quit, please, quit moving."
The smack noise that it makes. You do like the Superman.
Yeah, I was drunk and that motherfucker just. My brother got me drunk and
Slap.
it's just moving all over the place. Any movement you did, I was so drunk I felt it for 20 minutes. Woo 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 woo.
Yeah, so when you dive on your waterbed, like you start out like Superman, but midair you flip around like a cat, but you're not flipping on your feet, you're flipping on your back. And when you do that, like you back bust on the waterbed, it's quite a sensation.
Smack.
Yeah, it's like bam, like you just got hit. It's kind of nice.
Yeah, it's like a back massage where that shit sits there and rolls. As long as you ain't drunk.
Backbuster. Yeah, I wasn't ever drunk, so I don't have that problem.
Oh man, waterbed when you got it just right. Not even the waveless ones, just the full flotation. Man, I thought those were some of the best sleeping for backs that there ever was.
Oh,
My
yeah.
back never hurt when I had that.
Oh yeah.
Never.
You know,
I did a
right
lot
now
of
I got
farm
like
work when I was a kid. Plus, change tractor tires and shit like that.
right now I got a high-end mattress. You know, because I think like the one thing that you should like splurge on is like your sleeping conditions. So I got like a stupid amount of pillows.
Fuck yeah.
And like a really, really nice mattress. But I would trade it in for a waterbed right now. Like a real, 1990s, like thick ass rubber waterbed. I'd trade it in. Yeah, because as a driver, like the one thing you should splurge on is your sleeping conditions. You need quality.
Oh yeah. You sit too long. I bet that kills your fucking back.
No, I'm in and out. I'm in and out quite a bit. So I'm not sitting for very long. So I don't get like the water legs or the anything like that.
The water legs.
Now I did get swollen feet when I was working with my brother, but we was flatbedding in like a F-350 diesel with like we did it for like 3 months over the summer one year, and we didn't spend one night in a hotel. So it was like every night I'm sleeping in the passenger seat, or actually it was every day, and at night I drove. And it was like my feet started swelling. I'm like, man, this probably ain't the job for me. And I don't think it was because I'm unhealthy, because my feet still don't swell to this day. But it was because I was sitting in that same position for like a week on end.
I don't know if this is true or not, but the chat is blowing up about a certain member of our community not being with us anymore. Rob Skiba. Can anybody validate this? Something happened to Rob?
I'm not sure.
There's a guy in the chat, Shield Teal. The voice text, he's saying to us that Rob is no longer with us.
He was on a ventilator and he wasn't doing very well. From what I've been hearing and what was posted in the admin chat, he was not looking good. By Blaze as well. Blaze has been talking in the admin chat.
Yeah, I thought Robbie looked unhealthy for like the last year.
Oh,
I mean, he's tall, but he's been skinny as hell for the last year. Dark rings under his eyes.
Update on Rob Skiba. He's still having troubles?
apparently not anymore.
Well, what time was this?
You might be
At
thinking
5.
Robbie Davidson.
Robbie
At 6
Davidson.
o'clock today. Yeah.
He's the real tall,
Rob
skinny
Skiba.
dude.
I'm thinking Rob Davidson. You talking about Rob Skiba? Because Blaze said at 5:53 today, Rob's still intubated and in critical condition. Getting him off the vent is just a difficult and complicated process.
It's 6:38 p.m. I got 12 minutes ago urgent prayers requests. Rob Seaver is not doing good. Report is that his coding is in need of immediate prayers from family. Kneel and pray. And that was just about 15 to half hour ago.
Yeah, I see it now. I hadn't made it yet.
I don't even know what happened to him. Did he get sick with something?
Yeah, he got real sick.
Huh. They spelled his name wrong in that video.
What video?
Update on Rob Skiba, 2 B's.
Did I spell it
I don't
wrong?
know why. No, the YouTube person. Jessica Arellanes. Well, that's sad. I don't know if it's true, but if so,
Where's that dude that's posting it?
Livestream voice text.
There's a live broadcast right now.
Shellity?
Yeah. Shellatiel. Shieltiel.
Sheila snuck us into ground.
Yeah, Rob Ski was a good dude. If he if he wouldn't have said flat Earth, I don't think I would have been here. Because if it would have been just a random video popping up on my YouTube feed, like a lot of people talk about, I don't think I would have clicked on it. But because I had so much respect for Rob Skiba already, I had faith in the guy and his research that I clicked on the flat Earth titled video and I watched it because of Rob, because I had so much respect for Rob. And there was only one thing that I ever disagreed with Rob on. I'm not really going to mention it, but I mean, everything else, he was pretty spot on. Like, he was really good at presenting things, and the way that he presented, these, quasi controversial topics like the Book of Enoch and stuff, the way that he validated it, is like, okay, that's why it makes sense. It's biblically endorsed, synchronistic, extra biblical text. And the way that he said that, it's like, oh, it is, isn't it? It is biblically endorsed. It's synchronistic. It's just not the Bible. That's what it is. It's not the Bible. And it's like, that makes sense. And, the way that he presented things and wrapped them up in a package, easily digestible, I think in a lot of ways, I've emulated Rob to make difficult subjects easily digestible. And that's what he did. He just repackaged things in a way that like made it so everyone could understand it. So hats off to Rob Skiba. Definitely celebrate his life, because without him, I wouldn't be here. Like, there's no doubt. I was like way too far gone to be like brought in by YouTube's algorithm. There's no way I would have even considered it for a second.
Yeah, I remember he was one of the first, if not the first. I'm not sure who was the first of Eric Dubé, Mark Sargent, and Rob. But yeah, for at least the first year or two, it was definitely following everything that Skiba put out. For sure. And he was one of the, he looked most professional and serious, and, just, your average Joe, whatever, coming in and saying, hey, man, it's flat, I'm not, but I don't know. Shit.
The way that he was humble
so
about it
much
too.
For us. Yeah, he was pretty humble.
He was like, look, I'm the village idiot, right? But this guy's a doctor, and look at all the titles after his name. Look at him say it, right? This is like biblical cosmology according to the expert.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he did a lot of work. A lot of good work.
I keep telling you guys I'm a talented parrot. I really mean it.
What?
I'm a talented parrot. Like, I just copy other people's shit.
I thought you said parent. I'm like, I don't doubt that, but
I don't know if I'm a talented parent. I mean, I did spank my kids when they were younger, so yeah, I think I screwed up for like 10 years. But that's how I was raised. Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah, Rob did a lot of good work. He went out and actually did stuff in the field quite a bit, sent up some weather balloons, took that boat ride across Lake Michigan to prove that it wasn't a mirage. He got out there and actually did the damn thing.
Right. Yeah, he's a leader. I mean, the whole time he's been a flat earth leader. Absolutely. And like, people are like, well, we don't have leaders. It's like, well, there's some pioneers, some guys that really dug in deep at first and woke a lot of people up. So he deserves, at least for me, a lot of recognition for his work.
Yeah, definitely for me, man. He helped solidify the connection to the scriptures with the topic itself, and was instrumental on helping get me back into the book. So yeah, I think we all owe huge debt of gratitude to that guy for sure.
Yeah, so Rob, we got your seeds. We're going to be planting them for you if you're not doing it from here on out. We
Absolutely.
got you, bro.
Absolutely right. That's the thing about this place, man. No one makes it out alive. He did a shitload for a lot of people, though. That's really good. I'm glad he was around at all, man. Yeah, I mean, I can't remember who it was, whose channel that I just became addicted to. Between the three of those, Eric and Mark and Rob. But that's all I would do was watch their videos, follow their content, chat in their chats. It's one of those things where, like, at least for me, I thought guys like that would always be around, right? Oh, we're never going to lose Rob Skiba. We're never going to lose this, that, and the other, right? Like, it was just like an autopilot thing, Don't expect these things to happen.
I didn't even know he was sick.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, I heard about him being sick a couple of weeks ago, and then he was hospitalized and on a ventilator or something, and yeah, I guess he didn't make it.
So it's for sure he didn't make it?
Yeah. Yeah, there's someone dropped this video. It's in the live stream. It says update on Skiba. Some gal's talking, and yeah, she said he passed away from supposedly COVID.
I have nothing to say about that part of the story.
Yeah, I know. I only have that to say. Supposedly COVID. So.
Did he have comorbidities? Was he sick?
I don't know. He didn't look like it. Yeah, I don't know enough to comment. I just know that's sad. It's no good. He sure did a good job, though, waking people up.
Yeah, if anybody, brought in some harvest, it was Rob. So
hell yeah.
I'd imagine his afterlife insurance policy is going to kick in and he's going to be taken care of.
Yeah.
I think Jesus got him covered.
That man, yeah. Mm-hmm.
For sure. Yeah, he's definitely going to go down in history as, the major reformationist of biblical cosmology. Like, because he was there in the beginning, reforming Christians' ideas about biblical cosmology. So I kind of think that the last Reformation, the one that happened in 1517, Martin Luther, I kind of think it replayed itself like 500 years later. And I think Rob Skiba was just a little ahead of his time. And I'm not saying he was the first flat earther, right? Who knows who that is? Probably Matthew Powerland.
No, he's not even the first flat earther.
Right. But the first, I guess Matthew Powerland was, I don't know, he was kind of doing it back in the 2012 era.
Right.
His stand-up comedy. So, and then Eric Dubay, like 2013, 2014, and then Matthew Sargent, like 2014 too, right? Let's say Matthew Sargent, what the hell? Mark Sargent.
I knew who you were talking about, yeah.
But they weren't biblical guys. None of them were. So Rob Ski was going to go down in history as the biblical cosmology reformationist. Because he's trying to get us back to the old ways of the Bible. I mean, the dude was like deep in that Old Testament.
He was certainly mad influential. I'm wondering how he got sick.
I don't know, man.
You know me, man. I smell fish everywhere.
Yeah, I don't fish everybody signing up
like
on an app. I don't think flat earthers should be signing up to no app.
No, I agree with that too. I'm with you wholeheartedly, man.
I don't think we should be on a list.
Yeah, dude, the other day I was in a chat. Okay, so I took a vacation and I downloaded the app while I was on vacation a year and a half ago now. And I was in Wisconsin at the time. I downloaded it and used it for a little bit, and then I was like, whatever, and I deleted it. Nothing new, right? Nothing new on the app or anything like that. So I was like, whatever. And it doesn't it's not helping me convince anybody, or it's flat, so fuck it. I deleted it. And then, so almost a year and a half later, this guy in a chat says, "Hey, Glad, how you doing? You still in Michigan?" And I was like, what the fuck? I had no idea who this dude was. No idea. And I was like, I'm not in Michigan. What are you talking about? He's like, oh, I saw your location from the Flat Earth app, Zodiac Clock app. And I was like, dude, I deleted that a year and a half ago. So yeah, like, you download it, they know where you are, whoever it is. You can, any Flat Earther or Globe Earther or anybody can get that app and then just kind of find you, at least your city. So that's, I don't know, I'm not doing it.
Yeah, and as much personal information I've given out, it wouldn't be very hard to figure out who I was. Especially if you came to my city.
Exactly. Yeah. Me too.
Like, if you find my city, you find me.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think being on a list is a very smart idea.
We're already on a list, doing what we're doing here, and it's not really that kind of list. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's still kind of
but
out
it's
there,
not
really
civilian
specific.
List.
Right.
I don't think we should give our identity to civilians. Because not all of us, live in high security areas in a building with all kinds of security.
Right. I mean, yeah, just take a look at the YouTube chat, dude. I don't want any of those people knowing where I'm at. Straight up.
Very neutral. I use that app, and you have the option to not give your exact location. You don't have to give any details. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I know what Hank is saying, but if somebody wants to stalk you, they're going to find you anyway. Well, look at it.
Well, I agree with that. I'm just saying, why make it easy for them?
Well, I didn't know that was true. So, yeah, I mean, you guys do what you want to do. I don't care, but my enemy is pretty important to me.
Well, it seems like they're doing their best to let people keep what privacy they want to keep. I mean, who knows? I don't know. I'll shut up.
That's fair enough.
No, it's all right.
You're good, bro.
I want to give my condolences for a great man, Rob Skiba, brother in truth. And I know he's in a better place now, so that's all I'll say.
Yeah, don't be saying he's in heaven because he would correct you. No, I'm not. I'm in Abraham's bosom.
Well, wherever he is, I feel confident that it's better than whatever this existence is. But you guys go ahead.
Yeah, bro, he's definitely a good egg, for sure.
Yeah.
One of my first
Flat Earth wouldn't
videos.
be near as popular if it weren't for him. You know.
I'll never
Yeah. Go
forget
ahead, Dave.
I'll never forget his video. Like, people ask me why I don't trust NASA. That's why I don't trust NASA. He was showing that fake thing.
Yeah, the moon picture.
The box around the box. Why is there a box around the moon, around the Earth, on a picture from the moon? I'm still hearing saying that, you know. Anyway. And in his honor, I posted his trip across Lake Michigan, which will go down in the history books for sure. What you're seeing here is a mirage. Well, Rob Stevens says, no, it ain't, buddy. It's right here in my camera the whole trip. What do you think now, buddy?
Yeah, I mean, he did some stuff, you know, groundbreaking that can't be done again kind of deal. And that's, I don't know. He's a very valuable person.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be citing Rob Skiba's stuff, you know, for the next however many years, because that dude had some good stuff. And the fact that you could see Chicago from Michigan, and then the fact that he took the boat trip over there, like, see, look, the whole time. And then as he gets like close to like Chicago, then he compares like the photographs, and then like he explains atmospheric lensing, and then why the buildings at the bottom are cut off. And like it all makes like perfect sense the way that he explains it. It's like, damn, like I can't defeat this guy in an argument. Like I can't, like if I were to take the globe position, like I can't. What am I going to do with that?
No,
He rode all the way
there
there
was
with
no
a camera.
debating him. Yeah, there's no debating Rob Skiba, period.
Well,
like, what do you say to that?
Hank? That begs the question. Have you taken the globe position before, and did you win the argument? No.
No, I never really took the globe position. I always took the flat Earth position.
Just messing with you.
Yeah, so in video was challenging anybody, anywhere, anytime to flat Earth debate. And like I felt like I needed to hear it because there wasn't many debates out there that were proper, and I felt like the audience needed to hear it. And it's like if I wouldn't have been like inspired by Rob Skiba, I wouldn't have went down that rabbit hole, and I wouldn't have challenged anybody to any debates. And I think the debates are the number one key to flat Earth, because once you hear the arguments on both sides, like proper, honest debate, like it's over.
Yeah.
They got nothing. No
It's literally
thing.
reality versus fantasy. You want to break it down, you know. And you were right there in the trenches, and you know, getting this subject out there when it first became popular back then. Hank Hill go down in the history books too. You were battling the rumpuses of the world and all those guys. But like you said, they got nothing. At the end of the day, they're defending a fantasy ball. So,
yep, they're defending a cartoon. The real Earth is outside. Go check it out.
All we can do is continue to wake people up in his name, everybody's name, right? In the name of humanity.
And to be honest, that's the way I want it too. I want Hank Hill's name to go down in history. You know, because this isn't about me at all, right? Like, you know,
I don't know. I'm just kidding.
No, I mean it ain't about me at all. It's about the information. And you know what? If the government does finally come and throw me in a cage for 8 years or whatever, like they did Kent Hovind, that'll be all right. That'll be fair. Fair enough.
What? Fuck them people.
It ain't like you're getting put on a pedestal or anything, Hank. You're one of the guys that stood up for truth when it matters, and that means a lot. All everybody here on this chat.
All of us are doing that.
Yeah.
So if I get arrested and thrown in prison or whatever, like, bring it. If that's the price you got to pay for telling the truth, then that's the price that has to be paid. Because Kent Hovind, like, a lot of people look at the Kent Hovind now, but they don't see the Kent Hovind of the '90s. And I was talking about him at almost 12 hours ago, like 10 hours ago. But yeah, man, he was like one of the first people asking questions about cosmology. Because other people have, right? Like, what's his name? Eric Lerner, I think is his name. Like, he wasn't down with all that BS, but he works for NASA and works on some sort of fusion engines. So, like, even he didn't go all out on the truth, even though he's got a lot of good information.
Hovind was back in the '90s, and he was pointing out some of the flaws, the fallacies of scientism and stuff. Especially along evolution theory. But you already did touch on cosmology a little bit.
Yeah, he said if it doesn't pass the first step of the scientific method, you can't observe the Big Bang. Right? And he said, put gravity in a jar and paint it yellow. And then, how does Venus spin backwards, violating the law of conservation of angular momentum? And it's like, he was asking those questions, and he didn't say the Earth was flat, but those are flat Earth questions.
Yeah, I'm surprised he hadn't come out publicly that he's admitting it's not a globe, but who knows? He's got his own reason. Doesn't matter. He knows it's flat. So I guess we got any new people right now. It's kind of like we had a proper silence. I just got here like 30 minutes ago. We lost one of our soldiers today. 51 years old, Rob Skibo, R.I.P.
Far too young, man.
We should play one of his videos for at least a few clips of it or something. Somebody wants to. It's a suggestion. All I see in here is crazy globe deniers. KJ, no, globe denier. Back to you, Hank Hill. What about Alien Zoo? We talked to them. Hello, Alien Zoo. Is my mic still on?
Yeah, that Aussie's the flat earther. Alien Zoo.
Oh. He comes from the land down under.
Land over yonder.
Where women glow and men plunder. Can't you hear the thunder? You better run. You better take cover. Men at Work, 1982. Wish I didn't know that.
I'm a man at work, and I was born in 1982.
Men Without Hats. Now that was a good band. The Safety Dance. Anyway,
Let's see, if we're talking 80s, I'm gonna say Depeche Mode and Duran Duran.
I like me some Duran Duran. I had some good memories with some girls in those days. Anyway.
Speaking of girls, there's my wife. I'll be right back.
Oh. And we have Jen A is joining the panel. Hello, Jen A.
Hello.
Have you heard the sad news this evening? You see it in the chat.
I did. It's a little bit hard to believe.
Yeah.
To be honest.
We lost a true soldier tonight for sure. So did you bring another topic or anything, Jenny? We just been having silence when we have to hear, whatever.
Why did it get so quiet?
We were waiting for you, Battle Mike. What's up, Mike?
Shit.
Still having long periods of no heliocentric defending. Don't have to worry about these lobbies.
Yeah. Well, our defenses are strong and their offenses are wore down.
Yeah.
Hey?
Well,
Hey?
it is just a theory and all.
Oh. And Jenna is so sexy they just tremble at the sight of her when they come in here. Because they never leave their room or talk to normal women. So
You are being way too kind, Battle Mod.
well, that's why they all run off. They're like, I'd go to that flat earth, but I gotta talk to girls and I just don't know what to say. I go debate them guys, but the women scare me. They never leave their room, Jen. Their mama does their laundry.
Are you talking about the living in mom's basement species? Is that what you're talking about?
Oh no, I'm talking about so young, mama still gives you a room and cleans it up for you.
Got it.
These kids are so young. Some of them get excited to talk to them and too excited, and then the other ones get scared.
Yes, I haven't thought about it as much as you have, Michael.
I'd like to see if we can't talk to the new guy. There's two new guys in here. One is Alien Zoo 1, and the other is End of Mankind. Either are you, lady or gentleman, or something else,
We
want to
already
talk?
talked to Alien Zoo, but the other guy might want to. Alien Zoo's just a listener.
Got it.
Back
End
to
of
you,
Mankind.
Glatfold, with the Do We Have a Glober to Talk to report.
Well, yeah.
And your co-host, Jen.
I'm a former Glober, that count.
Yeah, well, aren't we
Well, it
all?
means you're valuable.
Now I'm just a don't-eating flur, and it's got to be custard. It's just got to be.
Got to
There
be
ain't no
custard
custard.
donuts.
You can keep that Krispy Kreme crap. Well, that shit
That's
is
not even
crap.
donuts. That stuff is bad. Yep.
Oh, it's like
You
cardboard
leave
with
it out in the
fucking.
sun, it crystallizes.
It's fucking cardboard and dried up aftershave. By God, I'll tell you what. That shit I wouldn't feed to my fucking dog. I wouldn't give it to the rats in the corn silo. By God.
I wouldn't let them insects even touch that.
I had these dumbest kids say, "There's rats in the corn silo. Maybe that's what kills your cattle." Oh yeah, because farmers are so dumb they don't have a process after they take the corn out of the silo to clean it of the rat piss and shit. Fucking dumb. What we do, it's just Glovers that are so dumb they don't know the nation was built on farmers and rednecks. They fandangled away for everything to be straight. And then governments came and fucked that all up.
Would it be in bad taste if we listen to something like what Dave just
Sure,
posted?
sure, but I gotta get this out. We even rednecked the marriage and we had that shit down and out. We had a shotgun wedding and a casket divorce, by God, and that's all there was in. Blood in, blood out, boy. Us heirs for life. So if you ain't marrying her, say now and we'll shoot you. Hey, there was less divorce. I want a divorce, honey. Well, you fucking go home and tell your uncle with that shotgun, because I'm sure the fuck not. Right? What do you say to that great uncle with the pump shotgun that said, "Damn it, I'm killing that boy if he ever once says divorce"?
Boy.
I think we best off just not tell your uncle. I reckon that'd be best for us.
I reckon.
What about when he comes to visit?
Have the gallows ready.
Damn, and Michael's picky. He gonna be around about every 30 days making sure we still married, huh?
What?
I'll get on out
I
there
mean,
and build them gallows. I'll be waiting.
That's right. See, Uncle God Rockin' said, "Damn it, the kid ain't even born yet. This motherfucker already wants a divorce." I told him I got one shotgun shell with a D on it. You
Y'all
can't spell
crazy.
divorce without that there D on that shotgun shell.
Yeah, that's why I'm building the gallows. We don't need no shotgun shell.
Oh, he said, "Damned if we're wasting any fucking ammunition out here. That's a quail we could be eating."
That's right.
That
So
crowbar good. You got to eat a
now
whole
you
bunch
see
of
what
it.
I mean. Now you see what I mean about redneck engineering there. See how Uncle Mike was going to waste a shotgun shell, and he said, "Damned if you're doing that, Mike. That's some good venison in that there pump. We gonna hang him.
And we're gonna have barbecue while we do it.
We'll get 30, 40 hangings out of that one fucking rope, Mike. What the fuck are you thinking about? Well, shit, there's two of us. We can just overpower him." Show up at the door. "Is Dave home? We heard he wanted a divorce. We got the gallows built."
That's right.
That boy be home quick. Hell no, divorce no. No, sir, I was out working for that there kid and my wife. Goddamn better be. When we get done hanging you, boy, we're going to find your uncle. We'll hang that some bitch too for not raising you right.
For teaching you wrong.
Right. Because we know your parents tried, damn it. They's good people, but that fucking uncle you got, there's always one fucked up uncle.
He done screwed the pooch.
That's right. He has.
Running them kids out there looking for that strange teaching.
He had you out there in that field fucking you a sheep rather than taking care of my missy. You done got pregnant now, boy.
What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Why can't you
You and
fall?
your Uncle Sheep Fucker, boy.
I don't even know any of my uncles.
Goddamn divorce and
That's
shit.
that's the best reply. I don't even know any of my uncle.
Well, if you don't know anything about it,
except
keep
for
your
my
mouth
dad.
shut, boy.
He said.
Well, then
He said.
it won't hurt. It won't hurt so bad when you see him hanging at the gallows.
Right. He
Oh,
said, "Well,
God.
damn that guy if he's a sheep fucker. He ain't my
God
uncle."
rockin'.
I don't know any of my uncles. Shit.
I don't know any of my
Boy.
uncles, but except for my dad.
Boy, I reckon roundabout now would be a good time to say you just want to stay married now.
I don't want to be married right now. No, nope.
Get back to work. There's 2 more
If I had,
nails,
like,
and we're gonna make
if
you
I had a
finish the
good
gallows there.
life built with a good wife, right? If I was like 5, 6, 10 years married, yeah, I'd keep it up. But
Get him
fresh
on the
marriage
bar
right now?
stool, God.
Fetch me one more rope.
Get him up on that there horse, God rocking. Damn it. Who gets to slap that horse's ass when I say go?
Shellac.
When you say goodbye to that horse, you say goodbye to this world, son. Better hope that rope's strong or we're going to have to hang you twice. Because damned if you're living.
Super fluoride. Real quick. Super fluoride's only VC verified?
Yeah, he's like, come on, fluoride, help me out here. Do you hear these guys? They're so damn bored they're going redneck on us. Let's you and I have a conversation, super fluoride, by God, before they
I'd
ban
rather
us.
talk with I'd rather talk with AYMB America. That's in the YouTube chat, constantly calling us out.
Oh,
I know, but that some bitch there, that there some bitch is a coward. He ain't getting his ass in here. He's a cowardly lion. He's the king of the cowards.
What? Hold on.
He's just gonna sit in his little echo chamber there where we don't ban him, and he's just gonna cry wolf for the rest of his life. He ain't never gonna prove it.
Well, I'm a mod in there now, but I'm not going to ban anybody. But I just want to know, come on in. That's all.
Don't ban him.
I'm not going to ban anybody.
Threaten him. That's what I do. Threaten that boy, and then if he don't do it, ban him. Fuck it.
Hang him.
I just want to know who he was in the server.
Oh man, fuck! I'd have to.
He was somebody.
No, he may tell me. If not, don't worry about it.
He was really somebody. Let me tell you.
Hey, Battle Mod, you're totally banned.
Oh, he was so much of a somebody, I done forgot who the fuck we was talking about, and then made my Discord glitch.
Yeah, banned you. You're banned.
There's a Glover. We got Smurf here. What's up, Smurf?
Smurf's not a Glover.
Smurf.
He is. He's a secret Glover, aren't you, Smurf?
Is it a Smurf or a Smurf? Smurf. Smurf it up now.
Looks flat from up here, dude.
I said Smurfs can say flat, Michael. Uncle Mike, don't hang me. I'll marry that girl. Even if it's Johnny's kid, I'll marry her, I swear. Hey, they didn't fuck around back then. In the 1800s, 1700s now, you got my daughter pregnant, son. You was marrying her. Or you was dying. Your choice. And I'm just a man that followed through on that shit.
Silver. I don't want no silver. I want your balls in a vase.
Goddamn right. I need another son. There's plenty of work to do here on the farm, and you ain't going nowhere. If I got a ball and chain your ass.
I don't know how people did it back then, man. I chop wood and I grow vegetables. It's a lot of work.
I just told you how. They had lots of daughters. They married them off, and they enslaved their sons-in-laws.
Oh, okay.
They told them sons of bitches to get out there and split wood. Or else.
It was yes, sir. Yes, sir.
They was getting a rope and a divorce. If we needed to exercise the horses, we'd just tie 4 ropes to them and send them horses in 4 separate directions.
That's a lot of horsepower, man.
See who's going to win that there carrot.
Enough to rip a grown
here's-
man in 3 or 4 parts.
Here's what's going to happen.
I'm going home in
Then
about
we's
an hour
going
and a half.
to send a hungry baby goat out there and put goat's milk on his penis. We was going to torture that boy real good.
Jesus Christ. Battle mod.
If Australia's upside down, how do horses work, mate?
Well, a hungry baby goat, it's not going to stop sucking till it gets a meal. It'll suck a man dead. Let me tell you. Don't make me go get a cow, motherfucker. We know how to torture a motherfucker around here.
Get some of that honey. Put it on that scrub. Dip them in the red ant pile.
I smoked some weed, but I did read a book one time where they tied this guy up to the horse's fence, and they went and got a calf, newborn, hadn't had its first meal yet, and they put some milk on this dude and told him to start talking. Told him to start talking, or they was gonna let the cow go, and that motherfucker sang to the hills. He didn't want the hungry goat stretching his shit out. I was like, damn, that is fucked up. It was a fucked up book, let me tell you. By the end of it, it got good. But the beginning was real fucked up. Lots of people died. It was a cowboy and western series. I think I bought 5 books in a series for 50 cents at a garage sale.
Do you from this book?
Yeah, I don't waste 50 cents, so I read the books.
Man, you still got nightmares, dear.
Oh, fuck. I'd have never thought of that shit if I hadn't read it in a book, dude. I was like, now that is some fucking torture. I'll tell you what, a newborn calf drink a couple gallons. He don't care if he got to suck 5 hours, 10 hours to get it.
Moving on.
Yeah, motherfucker with the gif and shit. Think about it though, that'd be some torture now, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So, anyway, here's the thing. I want AYMB America in the YouTube chat, that guy, to tell us what his name was so we can unban him, right?
I think he was banned under the name of Pussy Coward.
Yeah. He won't. See, here's the thing. He doesn't want to truly come in. He just wants to talk shit. So he'll come in to the YouTube chat and say he got banned, but then he won't tell us how to unban him with his real name.
I know he's done it over and over again. All jokes aside, though, I think he never entered. He doesn't want to have to back anything up or prove anything. He just wants to say it's already been proven and repeat what Google says.
Yep.
That's what he wants to do. And it's, what is it, AMYO? So he's AMYB. He's probably Amy. He's probably she. It's probably a girl named Amy. Shit. Amy B.
He should.
You know, Glad, I appreciate your efforts to try to get somebody from the YouTube chat in here, but they're never coming in here.
I know, but I love to just dig the knife. You know what I mean? Like, not only do they not have anything,
stick it in sideways, twist it, and pull it up.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yep, that's right. It'll never heal.
Yeah, that's why in warfare we made it illegal to use a double-edged knife, like a dagger, because it makes a wound. It makes a wound that our medics can't stitch up.
Right.
And I always thought following rules of war, that's dumber than war itself, isn't it?
Yeah, no shit.
No offense, but it's whatever to win, motherfucker. Fuck your rules.
No shit,
Now,
dude.
if I win the war, Who the hell is going to take me into a world court and make me police me on my war crimes? Surely not the fucking loser. He already got his ass whooped. The fuck's he got to say? I mean, right or right? What the
Well,
fuck?
if you think about
All's fair in love and war, and just make sure you win, motherfucker.
World War II, it's really difficult to understand for some people. But the Nazis won and the Germans lost.
That's right. They got a free trip to America. Now, didn't
Yeah,
they?
I can see that point of view, Hank. Good point.
And a promotion.
Yeah, they're fucking Americans now. They're American Nazis. Well, shit, they graduated to Jews in space, didn't they? Oops, did I say that? You ever watch History of the World Part 1? The name of the movie is History of the World Part 1. It takes you from caveman all the way to Jews in space. And you got to wonder if it's a comedy or a documentary.
Life sure is a comedy.
At least I got to wonder. I don't know about everybody else, but I wonder because it shows all the sick, perverted games that kings and queens play, you know.
Hey, dude, isn't space like the bottomless pit, man?
Space? Bottomless pit?
If you open the bottomless pit, dude, like, is it like space, man? The abyss or something?
Hey, is there a live video going right now? Wait, yeah, there it is. Oh, you're lucky I ain't got fucking mod. Cause I would just ban the coward.
Are you talking about the AYMB guy, Battlemon?
Yeah, cause he said, and the cowards refused to unban me. No, bro, we done said we would unban you 1,000 times, but you're too much of a coward to say what's the name of the profile you're banned on. And I'm sure I could guess it. Cause there's only one person, and this is why I called him a coward and a pussy. Cause he's called me a coward constantly. There's only one person over the last 6 years that came in here since the first time I banned them and called me a coward every time they come in. He's so insignificant, I forgot his damn name. But he had to remind me to unban him now, wouldn't he?
Hey, have you guys heard of this Sky Ice, man?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Blue.
Apparently, there's like some ice man in Antarctica, like a wall, and it's like hundreds of degrees below freezing, and it is made of 100 oxygen, and it's like blue or something like the sky ice or something.
Yeah, Sky Ice, yeah. Ice
Anybody
12 or
got a
Ice 9. I think
citation?
it's called Ice 9.
Anybody got a citation for any of that?
Hang on.
It's like the flat Earth brother.
No citation. It was like a journal from a scientist. So there's no verification or validation or anything like that. I want it to, but I have done the research on it, and yes, there's nothing like solidified.
Sky Ice is a Taiwanian food and ice cream restaurant joint.
That one is solidified, yes.
In New York. On 9th Street. Go figure.
Okay, this is the best we got from Wikipedia.
Brooklyn.
Right
here. I'm serious, dude. Sky Ice is a place on 9th Street in Brooklyn.
Sounds pretty good. Sounds like it's good stuff.
And they serve ice cream and Thai food.
It says pressure between 200 and 400 MPa. What's MPa?
Millisomething per second.
Never heard that one before.
Megapascals.
Megapascals. Hey, End of Mankind, are you there?
Yeah, well, a Pascal unit is the SI unit for pressure. So it's 1 megapascal, 1 MPa, 2 MPa, 3 MPa.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Which equals 100,000, a million pascals. 1 MPa equals 10 bars. So that's a SI unit for Pascal or pressure. Shit, I should have known that.
What is that equation you just put in there, Justin? What's it got to do with anything?
Sorry, what?
What's that equation you just put in the chat? I'm just curious.
Uh, that is an equation I just got from Noah. I think he's doing a math problem.
Oh,
Just
I was thinking you got it telepathically from Noah, like Noah of the Ark, maybe.
Is it really 69?
Amy, bring your punk ass in here. Give me that name and I'll ban you.
It really is 69. No way. I'm going to tell him that. Okay. It actually looks like it is 69.
Somebody was trying to say hi to the end of mankind. Are they talking now?
No, I'm just
I
trying to get
swear
him
to God, just ban that son of a bitch. He was smart not to give me a mod back. I'd have banned that sucker, unbanned him just so I could ban him again when he come back talking more shit.
What?
I promised Helio I wouldn't ban anybody.
I did too, but you know, hey, I tell a lie every now and then. I'm human. I ain't never banned nobody off there. I would like that coward to get out of our live stream and come in and cash that check he writes with his mouth or her mouth or.
This is strange. Like, why would you say that unless you had something to back it up with? Just, it's so pathetic. It's so fucking pathetic.
All they need, for example, just a direct measurement of Earth curvature that we can verify and demonstrate for ourselves. And we'll shut up, or at least I will. I'll speak for myself.
Yeah.
In my opinion, if you better smurf, you better smurf the smurf, you know.
I could
If
rearrange.
you're gonna smurf, you better smurf right.
I could rearrange them letters and spell maybe, 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 maybe not. That's got to be like a mayfly, but you know that a mayfly only shoots. Yeah, probably Helio. Yeah, I wasn't gonna say it, but you did. So a mayfly only lives for a short lifespan.
They're cool looking too.
But see, who was Sean Hawkins before he took the name Sean Hawkins?
The world may never know.
Yeah, he's doing a disservice to Sean's, though. I'll tell you that.
He was so insignificant. I forgot. I used to know who that sumbitch was every time he called me coward. And then I gave up on him because all he ever does is talk. And it's not even cash shit because he don't talk cash shit because we can't cash them checks.
He doesn't bring the gravy. He doesn't
Right,
bring it.
Right, it's not real talk. It's just gibberish.
He doesn't even bring the fake gravy mix. He just doesn't bring shit.
Right.
At least bring some McCormick's, you feel me?
Or some Robitussin, because you sick in the motherfucker, and we put some Robitussin on that shit, and you'll be all right. Well,
So
that's what Mama said. Put some Robitussin on that boy.
Sorry. Who would you guys say is the best Globe presenter? Is it Matthew Learns? I don't know.
There is no such thing as even a
There is
quality
none.
presenter.
Yeah, that's what I was. We're pretty much on the same page there. I think that's a fairy tale. I mean, there are people who tell a good fairy tale, but they're all obvious liars.
I guess the ultimate glow presenter is like Neil deGrasse Tyson or somebody like that, right?
We can hit him with all them innuendos they throw at us, call him fake.
Define
say
best.
He's not real, he doesn't exist, or God made him that dumb. That's the way God made him, just dumb,
Yeah. It's like who's the best liar? Like, I don't care.
Right. I don't really like the religious answers that, because it said God made it perfect. And he just did dumb shit his whole life. He made himself dumb by choice. But
God don't make no junk.
Right. So I mean, he can try to blame it on God if he wants to, but we know he chose stupidity over intelligence and laziness over productivity.
Hey, Mike, somebody out there's self-esteem is lower than his. And Neil deGrasse is going to boost him when they see him on TV.
That motherfucker's self-esteem is so low, he got to look up to see a cricket's ass, so I don't know. I'm thinking he's the bottom of the barrel, son.
I'm just saying he's awfully close, and there are people underneath him that look up and go,
some bitch
damn,
so
that's
far
bad.
down there, he's looking up at a kernel of rice, just one.
Good howdy. How?
Warriors, come out and play.
I just want to talk about gas pressure with the man.
We gonna rumble. We want to rumble, boy. Be quiet. We trying to start some shit here. God Rocket, you still got that rope? Hang that boy if he says another word, damn it. Or make him marry that ugly cousin you got. You said you want 9 wives. I got 3 in 1. What's up?
Just don't get in her way to the trough.
Oh, it's
Look.
quiet. Oh, boy, you're going to be working overtime.
Still counts as one.
Oh, you're going to be working overtime to just feed old Betsy. Shit, you ain't going to have time for the rest of them. Washing that sumbitch ass take 4 hours. And 2 men. Once you get up on there, you had to roll over about 5 times to get back off.
Look. Just because somebody decided for their afterlife they would become candles, that's not my bag, all right?
Oh, yeah,
What are you talking about, Princess Diana?
That's some shit. I wonder if I can Bluetooth some bullets. If I can put some Bluetooth on bullets. And then we can scan the motherfucker. Oh, we don't have to scan a guy. We can just see he's dead and know he got the bullets. Yup, he got the bullets. He's dead. Look, there's a hole right here in his eye socket.
Just catch the look on his face. The last dumb thing that he has on his face before it hits him. There's that picture. Call it sniper cam.
I mean, you want to give away free vaccines. I'm just trying to give away free lead. I don't know what's the difference, They're both free.
And there's lead in both of them.
Right. And I mean, you can complain about it after you're done getting the vaccine, but you ain't gonna be complaining too long after you get the lead. That's gonna cure all that dumb shit.
It's just a different delivery system. One's a bit quicker, is all.
Right. I got this big steel bar on the end of it, and it kind of sounds like a nail gun. Cha-chunk, cha-chunk, cha-chunk. What was that? I don't know, but I think another one just went down. Mind your own business and leave that hypodermic needle in the bathroom, damn it. Don't fuck around and get somebody shot in here. Hey, I'm from an era where we said, everybody said, men have been shot for less. You know, and then they reminded you, some fucking cowboy once shot a man just for snoring.
Snoring is really fucking annoying. I will say that.
Yeah, I get it. Well, hell yeah. That'd be the first
I shoot a
motherfucker to
guy in
go.
like the small part of his big toe for snoring, right? Just kind of put the gun
Then you
right
wake
next
up
to his big
well
toe.
rested. Then you wake up well rested and look around and see who else needs some.
But that chicken sure ain't gonna like his nose.
Right.
I ain't gonna shoot him, but that live chicken and his nose are gonna become best friends real fast.
That's where you put the corn feed. And they say, "What's up?" You say a chicken's ass when he's eating. He knows.
You just carry the chicken in his room and stick one piece of corn in his nose and just point to it and let it go. He'll quit snoring. Oh.
Fuck, if it's all that, just walk up and sock the guy. When he wakes up, just stare at him funny. Like, you want another one? You better just go back to sleep.
You just get one of the cross bracelet things and voila.
You get a big stick and you roll their fat ass on their side.
Butterfly.
I said one time, we went deer hunting. I told my mom, my dad snores, it sucks. She laughed and said, just roll him on his side.
Yeah, it works until they roll back on their back.
Well, yeah, it works when you're a 4-foot fucking 13-year-old and your dad's 6'2" and 300 pounds. It works.
You just got to get behind him right.
It's like, fuck,
gotta
Mom.
make sure you're at the right angle to get a good purchase out of
We
the maneuver.
didn't take the. I said, we didn't take the tow truck hunting with us, or I would have, Mama.
Right.
Wanted to wake his ass up and tell him to go sleep in the truck.
Mom, I can't push Daddy. He had one too many brisket sandwiches.
I know you feed that motherfucker too often. He was tall. 300 didn't look too fat on him. That was
6'2", 300,
380.
I mean, he's tall.
Yeah. Well, it was almost 6'2", like 6'1" and 8 inches. But at 380, he looked fucking big. But at 300, you know, when I was like 7, I thought my dad was a fucking Incredible Hulk. Just the engine version, what's that? Indian Chief, Ine Chook.
Big old chief.
Chief, Ine Chook.
It is strange how the most simple thing is normally the answer when it's always overlooked.
That's why Occam had a straight blade razor. He didn't need all them attachments and all that extra shit. He just shaved with a straight blade razor, and everyone else got them 4 blades and give me the Gillette and all that stuff. And you just need the most basic shit, a sharp edge to get the job done. That's how I see it.
I can ask a question about a particular subject matter, all right? A basic way to ask the question. Then I can come up with the secondary way to ask the question, something a bit deeper, something a bit more intelligent. I can do that again with that same question over and over and over and get a better question. Simplifying everything.
I had a cigar earlier, and it was a cheap Philly blunt, but to me, that's a good cigar. And I smoked maybe a third of it, maybe a fourth. And it was just like, man, that's so good, but it don't do nothing for you.
No.
I can just send you one of these little tins of these Tatianas.
I don't know what Tatiana is, but she sounds mean.
They're vanilla, but these are cigarillos.
Yeah, Tatiana's got a cold black heart.
No, man. The vanilla cigarillos, the vanilla classic Corona, and the Waking Dream.
Oh, you're talking about them high-end cigars.
Nah, dude. Well, I mean, shit. If anything upwards of $1.50, yeah. But these Tatianas were $1 a cigar.
I don't sound too bad.
But that's what happens when you buy a shit ton of them.
Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, I'm not a regular smoker. Every once in a while, just kind of like, yeah, give me that.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I hate smoking cigarettes. I'm glad I finally.
When I started coughing, I kept smoking, and my wife come around the corner. She's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" So I'm just seeing what the big deal is. Everybody acts like these are the greatest things ever. It's like, I don't see no fucking point. It don't get you high. It don't get you drunk. It don't make you feel good. All it does is makes your breath stink. And apparently it makes you have nerve problems. It's like, I'm nervous. I need a cigarette. Like, I don't know.
There's the nicotine buzz. Most people don't generally have it after a certain point, unless they've been without.
Yeah.
But I've probably smoked 30 or 40 cigars my whole life. And they're enjoyable, but it's not something that I would do every day.
Well, it depends on if you want to get addicted or not. A lot of people have emptiness in their lives that they want to fill with something, and they don't even realize it. Subconsciously, they get an oral fixation and they start smoking or eating candy or whatever.
Yeah, that's my thing. Food. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I could probably have some addiction conversations with you about food.
Sure.
Because
Well, everybody could, man.
Because there's like sushi, and then there's brisket, and there's everything in between.
Oh man, yeah, I'm with you there. I've definitely,
Yeah,
I've
No, I
definitely
don't get
gone
fat eating
from.
brisket.
Because here's what it is: when you quit drinking, you develop. Everyone does this. They go through a version of HALT, HALT, hungry, angry, lonely, tired. And there's a reason that hungry's first, because you just fucking eat, bro. Once you get past the night sweats and you can get a good night's sleep or two, you start to get so fucking hungry, and it just doesn't stop. And you can really gain some weight if you're not careful, especially if you quit smoking cigarettes at the time you quit drinking. Shit.
Well, vegetarian sushi is just the shit, as far as I'm concerned. It is the shit. The shit. It is so good. I love.
Why would you do
sushi. Because man, it's just like all these different flavors, and it's all vegetables, and it's rice, and it's sweet, and it's sour, and it's tangy, and it's spicy, and
It sounds like you had somebody mix up a Mediterranean salad, roll it up in some rice, and ta-da!
Yeah, I don't really like the raw fish or anything like that, but I'll eat some vegetarian sushi.
Bro, sushi means roll. It's just
I don't care
roll.
what you call
You
it.
can cook
California
it, or you
roll.
can do it. You can do it however you like. Specialty rolls are where I tell people to start, because if you start with the low end, especially if you go to the grocery store, start with it. Ugh. They're
Avocado,
not all
cucumber, and
equal.
red pepper.
Go to a good sushi place and eat the raw fish. It's all good, man. White tuna, if you
It's
want
okay to eat
something.
raw fish.
Yeah, if you want something mellow, white tuna, or they sometimes call it escalar, is great to get your feet wet in the raw fish department. If you want to, lots of times there's a Philadelphia, or sometimes called a bagel roll, which is smoked salmon with cream cheese. Another good way to get your foot in the door with that raw fish. Delicious.
I don't know if
Just
I want my
watch
foot in the
out.
door.
You want Japanese sushi, because Korean sushi might still be walking on the plate.
Walking? You mean?
Yeah. Yeah. You think I'm playing? You think I'm playing?
I ain't eating nothing that's walking, bro.
Mm-hmm. These are the fun differences.
Have you ever had like ahi tuna as like an appetizer anywhere?
I don't know. I don't think so.
No. Dude, raw tuna is the only way to eat tuna. It's delicious.
Dude, I love tuna, but I usually put like tuna salad, like put some little pieces of apple and onion in there.
Don't get me wrong, I eat some canned tuna, but it's nothing like raw tuna. Just like a thick raw tuna steak, even if you just want to sear it for a couple seconds on each side. Shit's delicious.
Nah, man. Just cut it off the fish and toss it here. Don't even play with me.
What about the mahi mahi? Can you eat it raw too?
I don't know if I've ever heard of raw mahi.
Yeah, that's something that's probably always got to
Hey
be.
guys, sorry to interrupt. I just came back in, and so Justin posted a video, but it's 54 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, that's kind of nothing compared to conversations in here, I guess, you know.
I I was trying to see if we can like get to a part in the video, but I don't know how to do that.
Me neither.
This is this one right here. I'll show you. Hold on.
The new bot don't know it.
When you post the link, add at the very end at, and then the time frame. So the time frame should be 00:00:00:00.
54:30. 54:30. I know that for sure.
Okay.
And it's the Mirage. I'm gonna post the little one, the refraction. This is actually I didn't actually know I was posting the atmospheric refraction one. This is actually Rob's video right here. This is a zoomed in video. The
at
one that
54:30.
Yeah, 54:30. Uh-oh. It didn't do the at.
Okay.
Not sure why. Maybe you do time at the end? Maybe T? I don't know. Shoot. At least he's playing tonight.
What are you guys trying to do?
Oh yay, Sonny's here.
Yay.
We're trying to play a video by Rob Skiba if you want to look in the bot command room.
Okay, let me look.
We needed to go to 54:30 in the video, and that's where he starts talking.
54:30. Let me take a look
right
here.
when he starts talking about the horizon and the atmospheric refraction, and it's just awesome right there.
Do you have a link for the video
Yeah, it's
you're
right
talking
there.
about?
Jenny posted it in
the live stream?
in the bot command.
Okay.
You can just use her link.
I'm looking for it. Oh, right there. Okay.
The 48 after.
Sonny, I so wish I could make you a big ass cup of coffee.
Yeah, that's nice. You know what? I made some really nice tea. I go out and get herbs. I make my own tea from goldenrod. Put some black pepper in it and some allspice. It's so freaking good, man. It's so good. I can't tell you. I almost fell asleep. I got to do something. I'll go back on so I don't fall asleep. Let's see. Wait a minute. Now I know I just saw a command for...
I'm a tea guy myself, and I love spices so much that sometimes my tea is kind of a herb tea and a spice tea too.
That's what I do. That's what I started doing.
You put cinnamon in it?
You guys.
Oh, I forgot the cinnamon. Oh, I got another cup. So, sorry, go ahead.
So if you guys know of, I don't know if it's an off-brand or what, but it's called Stash, and it's for tea, and it's double spice chai. Oh man.
Oh, I bet that's great. Okay, so hold on. Here we go. Move track in the current queue to a different position. No, hold on. I'm getting there. Hold on.
That sounds good.
Skip to... that's shuffling the different links around in a queue, so we want to search maybe, seek.
Maybe it's like T exclamation point and then like 5430.
Hold on. Skip to.
I think I just noticed something with your you shouldn't have put 54 up there. You should have put 00, then 54, then 30.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So try
Let me-
that. Just
You
try
want to
that
just
real
try
quick.
that?
Yeah, just try it real quick because I just
Try
noticed
that.
that. Because that's 54 days. Or 54 hours. Sorry, that's 54 hours.
Let me
Oh,
see.
yeah.
Blind man.
Aha.
I don't know
I
if
think
the
I
at
can.
works.
Just
I'm not sure
copy
if
your
that
thing
at.
and change the time.
I'm not sure if that app works, but I'm looking at the commands. Hold on a second.
Hey everyone, thanks for tuning into another episode of Ranking.
No.
Before we get into our show, I want to give a big shout out to our sponsor, Grammarly. As CEO of Jubilee Media, I have to do a lot of writing.
It went
and
right into something. I don't know what it went
Something
into.
different.
It's
So
12.
hold
No, it
up.
went into 1238. What the heck?
What?
What?
How's that?
What?
How do you know it? Oh, how do you know it went to 1238? Wait
It
a
says it.
second.
It says like
It's midnight
12:38
38.
there. Oh no!
Justin.
What the heck? First impressions. You put first impressions. I don't know how that got in there.
Justin, it's midnight 38. It's gone to. It thinks 00 is midnight. It's a 12. It's a 24-hour clock.
Oh.
So how do we go to that set position of the video? Okay, hold on. Let me try it. Oh, wait a minute. Where's the link?
I just want to
Where
try.
it's-
All right, Spiral said if we just simply do it with the timestamp within the link, I would assume it should do it.
So hold on. I'm going to try something. Nope.
Yeah, that's at the
Added.
very beginning.
It went to
That's at the
why?
very
Okay,
beginning.
we gotta stop this. Hold on.
Yeah.
Because it's still on. That it's
right,
still on
let me
your.
try this.
It's still on your other video. That's why. See, here we go. Now here we go. I think we might have it now.
Yay for Sunny.
Control Z. It pulled it up, but it's.
Hey guys, Rob Skiba here. So it's taken me a whole lot longer than I thought it would to get the extended version of the Chicago Skyline video done, mainly because I've had a whole lot of other stuff I've had to get done and been working.
Okay, is that the wrong spot?
That is the wrong spot. So 5430. He starts talking here. Let me just click. Like literally, I click on my link and it goes right straight to it.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Hold on, let me try to.
He starts saying, I saw online regarding a full day time lapse, and that was literally at 54:31. But if you just go to 54:30, then it will just play.
Yeah, I'm
and then
trying to
we can
figure out
just
how to
listen to it.
seek the fast forward command. So
Yeah,
hold on, let me.
It's what the seek is, whatever the code. Yeah.
Let me go back up, and because there's something further up, I'll scroll back up and find these
no, go
commands.
ahead.
I'll load the commands.
Go
Hold
ahead.
on.
We'll figure this out then for next time, and we'll have it instantly.
Mm-hmm.
If you can find out how much time it is in seconds, because that's what it's looking for.
Okay, here we go. So it's
It's
Oh,
Divide by 60.
The link question
that
key
actually makes
equals.
more sense.
Okay, there's the about part.
Well, the timestamp is at 54:30, and I mean, like my link when I post that link, it literally just goes right straight to it.
I don't understand that. That's just the about. Where's the rest of it? How does it? Settings. Okay, this must be it.
And I'm pretty sure you can do it.
Why isn't that? It's not the settings. Oh.
Did it not DM it to you?
I don't think so. I don't know. Let me make sure. Oh, it might have.
Yeah, usually it DMs it to you.
Now, where is it? There it is. Yeah, there's nothing in the DM, though. It's empty.
Weird.
Trying to figure out how to display these settings like it was. Here we go. It's oh, here we go. Help. Duh. Last thing I would have ever thought. What did it do? Wait a second. Oh man, that didn't do what I thought. What?
Do 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 do.
About didn't do what I saw. Commands.
Phenomena.
Do 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 do.
We're gonna figure it out.
Didn't bring up the commands. Not. That I don't get it. Someone else posted. They listed all the commands. It might take a mod to do it.
No, you should have access, Sonny, because we've got DJ bot control, so.
Doing a lot of other projects and traveling and doing conferences and stuff like that. I've still been plugging away at this, just a little bit here, a little bit there. But wow, the more I do, the more I realize.
That was just a sample video.
That's we can stand probably watching it or
notice-
listening to it from there.
But see, what you have to do is you have to go to the video. If you can give me the video on YouTube, I can go to it and then give you the link for it.
Here.
Because if it played that link at that specific time mark that I marked, then it would have been perfect.
Yeah,
This
I
one?
tried that as well. Yeah, that one right there is the full video.
And you said at 57, 38?
Hold on.
5430.
5430, yeah.
Phenomena.
5431 is the closest I can get. Start at time.
Cool.
Yeah. So go.
Do it.
Here, I'll do 37.7, or I'll do 32.70 instead of 32.71. That should take it back 1 second to be on that same time. Go zero like that. I sent it to you in your DM, Justin.
I'm doing it right now.
Well, click on the link, see if it starts at that specific time.
Thanks for your hard work, fellers.
Oh, I didn't do it.
There, it's starting at 110 again. To the queue at position 2. I don't get that. And the queue's clear. We don't have the search function for some reason. I can't even seem to list the commands.
Your link does when I click it, but not when the bot does for some odd reason.
Have we tried playing it and then run a seek command once it's playing?
Oh, no. We have not done that, guys. And we would need it to go to 3270, right? Yeah. So let's play it again, right? And then someone just, let's see here.
30. What was the number? Seek. We'll
Hey
try
guys,
Seek.
Rob Skiba here. So it's
And
taken
just
me
seek
a whole lot longer than I
3270.
thought it would to get the extended version of the Chicago Skyline video done, mainly because
No.
I've had a whole lot of other stuff I've
Huh.
had to get done and been
Weird.
working on a lot of other projects and
points.
traveling and doing.
I paused it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you put 3270, you might need 32.70 or 0.32.70. I don't know.
Yeah, see,
Oh.
I got that too, Mike, but
You did seek, and you need skip, right?
Oh,
no,
shoot.
that's never mind.
Oh
That's
well,
skip track.
Let's
Never
go
mind.
skip in the, yep.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I think the decimal points for the timestamp, the dot, you need that too.
I'll cut and paste all these commands because I can't seem to get them to display the command. Somebody else did. I can't seem to display it like they did. I don't know why. So I'm just gonna copy it.
What's the?
It's just like what Mike posted now, but it's longer. It has DJ commands too. So hold on, I'll post that in bot. I'll just post it further down.
Gives to specific song.
So there's yeah, that's what I've been looking for.
You guys got to get this right in memory of Rob.
Ping, check the bot, show the bot settings. I already saw that, I think.
Move track. There it is. Move track.
No, that move track is just gonna shuffle it around in the playlist.
Yeah, in the queue or the playlist. Yeah.
Listen, there is no fast forward. There is no rewind. Just let it play.
Amen.
Okay.
Yeah, why not?
I just gave you a complete copy of all the commands, dude. There's no rewind. There's no fast forward. I said this for the last 5 minutes. I couldn't figure out what the hell the problem was, and my cat stepped on my headset and turned the mute on. Son of a bitch.
That happens.
That's the last time I give him some of my scrambled eggs. That little bastard.
All right, here we go.
Hey guys, Rob Skiba here. So it's taken me a whole lot longer than I thought it would to get the extended version of the Chicago Skyline video done, mainly because I've had a whole lot of other stuff I've had to get done and been working on a lot of other projects and traveling and doing conferences and stuff like that. I've still been plugging away at this, just a little bit here, a little bit there. But wow, the more I do, the more I realize there's more to be done, and the more I say, I realize there's more to be said. This video is already several hours long. I've been working on this for about 7 months now, and so a lot of what you're going to hear was actually recorded in 2016. I'm now picking the project back up again in 2017, and I've decided to just divide this up into multiple parts. That way I can at least get some of the content out as I finish it in durations of an hour or less. Now, I've already been releasing bits and pieces of this video in short chunks on YouTube, but this is the elaborated version from which those were derived. So this was going to be part 1, and I call it refraction, magnification, or curvature. And it's going to deal with the issue of, are we looking at looming? Are we looking at atmospheric lensing? What is the deal with the Chicago skyline? So I'm going to use this video to sort of lay the groundwork for the videos that will follow. Again, all this is an elaboration on the Rob Skiba Proves the Chicago Skyline is Not a Mirage video, which was basically just a half-hour highlight video of the trip, just really giving a high-level view of what we did. the series I'm working on now is going to really elaborate on a whole lot of things and help to explain my ultimate conclusions after that trip. And we did that trip back in June of 2016, over the weekend. It was my birthday weekend, actually. Went out with Rick Hummer to go on Lake Michigan and determine whether or not the Chicago skyline, as viewed from the other side of Lake Michigan, was in fact a mirage or not. And that, of course, came as a result of seeing this news report in April of 2015.
This is from Joshua Nowicki, and what you're seeing here is a mirage. We typically would not be able to see this from the Lake Michigan shore. We talked about this last night. Conditions are right on the lake that we're actually seeing a mirage of the Chicago skyline. Very interesting here. Here's what's happening. This is a good example of a superior mirage. So Joshua was on the Lake Michigan shore. He was looking towards the west, and Chicago's beyond the horizon. Should not be able to see it. However, with the right conditions, we have an inversion. We have cold air near the cold lake water and some relatively warmer air above it. This will bend the image of that skyline back towards the viewer. And so typically we would not be able to see this. This image would be viewable from much, much higher in the sky, up in space. But instead, we're able to see it on the Lake Michigan shore.
Now, when I first saw that, I immediately, just looking at the picture, I'm like, there is no way that is a mirage. And Rick was saying, definitely not, that he lived in that area his whole life, and he actually got in trouble in school for saying that he could see Chicago from the other side of Lake Michigan. And because that goes against what we're told about the ball. You can't see over the curve, you know. So because Joshua Nowicki was able to see the Chicago skyline from the state park that he was in, and by the way, he was at about, I believe the elevation was about 200 feet, and he was somewhere in the vicinity of about 53 miles away, according to the Channel 57 news report. And depending on where he was in the park, looking toward the west, he was looking on a heading of about 260 degrees to the west. We were not able to get that far north where that park was to charter a boat from that area. We were only able to charter a boat from a company that was further south in New Buffalo. But from where we were, looking on Google Earth, the distance that I saw on Google Earth was 46 miles. Most of the people I talked to there said 42, so I'm not sure what the discrepancy is, but after watching the captain of our boat plot it, it looked like he was zoomed way out and they may be plotting to some location just off the shore. But at any rate, if you go to the beach where we were or the mouth of the harbor where we just pulled out and saw the city initially from, that distance from that location directly to the Willis or the Sears Tower is almost exactly 46 miles. So, you know, Joshua Nowicki's at 53 miles, we're at 46 miles. I really didn't think 7 miles was going to make that big of a difference, especially considering the fact that he was at an altitude of at least 200 feet, and our camera level was about 3 feet off the water. So, you know, 3 feet versus 200 feet and 46 miles versus 53 miles. You know, all said and done, it seemed like a very reasonable comparative test to perform. So that's what we did. Regardless, when we looked at that, we're like, that is not a mirage. And so our primary goal and our objective, as stated in the video that I played before, was to determine whether or not it was a mirage. It's funny how many comments I got, however, about people going, congratulations, Rob, you just proved the world's a globe. And, you know, people were taking screenshots of my video and stuff like that. I'm like, did you guys even watch this video? Did you even look at the title? My primary objective was only to show that it's not a mirage. Now, to be fair, I was hoping to see some other evidence regarding the flat earth issue as well. So this video will deal with both the mirage issue as well as the issue of globe versus flat. Now, I wasn't the only person who questioned the Chicago skyline picture, whether or not it was a mirage. Lots of other people out there in the internet community looked at that and said, that's a bunch of garbage. You know, that is not a mirage. And one of them was a guy named Rich from the YouTube channel Mr. Thrive and Survive. And I'm just going to play a clip here from a video he did after he saw my highlight video of the Chicago skyline. He did a little bit of a commentary, and from his background, he gave his analysis as to why he didn't believe that it was a mirage, and how that it was actually that picture that got him interested in this whole flat Earth discussion to begin with.
Rob Skiba recently, I'm sure with his own money and with the money of a friend of his, went and flew to the Lake Michigan area, and on their own time and money, and went out to debunk this right here, which is what got me into flat Earth in the first place. This picture right here of the Chicago skyline, and the mainstream media's lame expression that this was, or contention I should say, that this was a superior mirage. And most of you guys know my history as a weatherman and different things like that. I've taken thousands of at-sea observations and know what a superior mirage looks like, know what it does not look like. And there wasn't one aspect, not only visually, that was a superior mirage in that photograph, but the atmospheric conditions absolutely were not correct for a superior mirage, and also for the depth of the projection of that mirage. For it to be a mirage and be projected like that would be in the magnitude of a 5,000 foot deep, roughly. Okay, I'm going to show it. The inverted image must first be lifted 2,400 feet and then inverted. This is how it would work, guys. And then I'm going to show you how they showed this, but didn't show you the height because they showed how ridiculous it was. So after it's inverted, this is what the superior mirage would look like. This upside down thing here at 4,800 feet. But no, that is not what we saw, is it? No, we saw it rectified up. So to rectify it up, you have to add another 2,400 feet to get to look the way it did on the surface. Not to mention the water line also had to go all the way up there with it as well. So we got 5,200 feet here. That'd be the world's deepest inversion from the surface I'd ever seen. Now, just to show you that the weatherman did that, let's take a look at that. Okay, I've inserted the image of the weatherman. Now let me do this a little bit slower. Okay, let's take this down. So here we have the original from the shore looking out, if it wasn't a mirage, correct? This is what we know to be the truth. You would have to invert it, which is exactly what he shows here. He shows a ship right up, right side up, then it goes upside down, then you got to flip it up again just like I did, and then you got to raise it up one more time just like I did, because it has to be put right back up again. See, what they're not showing you is the ridiculousness of how high this mirage would be. But I'm showing you what it is right here. And remember, since we saw the water line the whole way, okay, let me show you how that would look. The water was up there with it too. So from the guy that took the camera all the way out, okay, we're supposed to believe that there was a continuous 5,200 feet inversion that suddenly just happened to come down to the guy right on the edge perfectly, so that he saw, when he looked out, like a perfect skyline across there of Chicago. So again, here are the steps. You have the regular right side up image, then you turn it upside down. It has to happen on a mirage, guys. This is the typical one you see out at sea, this upside down one right here. Now what they're claiming is it was so deep, this layer here, this inversion, that it had enough to rectify back up once again. 5,200 feet. Now why did I come up with that number? Because the curvature from the distance would be 2,400 feet roughly from 60 miles. So if it happened to get the exact perfect curvature from the top of these towers, okay, it will require a minimum. Actually, it requires more than this. I'm being generous. It requires 2,400 feet plus the height of the tower. It would be 2,400 feet just to get the base. So I'm not even including that. What's the height of the tower? I don't know whatever that is. So many, is it 1,000 feet, 1,200 feet, 14? I don't know what it is. But that's really that times 3, not 2,400. I'm being very generous. So if we were to, you've probably seen, look up Superior Mirages. You'll find like ships that will be upside down looking, one on top of the other. That's the typical Superior Mirage, which you would see right here. Okay? That would be a minimum of 4,800 feet. But since the image was not inverted and right side up, which really tells you you're looking at Chicago, you're not looking at a Superior Mirage. Okay? It requires 5,200 feet. I implore you, please call any National Weather Service office and ask them if they've ever seen an inversion from the surface up to 5,200 feet. Actually, then you'd have to have the height again. Even I've taken the height of the buildings out the whole way. To get it rectified back up, you'd have to add the height of the buildings. Let's say it's 1,500 feet, because we're seeing well above the buildings here. Above the Sears Tower over here, we're still seeing that. So, mile and a half. Ask them if they've ever seen anywhere a balloon launch that had a mile and a half from the surface all the way up to there, an inversion. Okay? They're going to laugh at you.
All right, yes. I did finance the trip myself. I spent the better part of a year saving up for it. I bought the Nikon Coolpix P900 specifically for the purpose of doing that test. Wasn't able to do it when I wanted to back in 2015, so I started doing some other things with that camera, which I'll show you in this video also. But between the airfare and rental car and hotel room and additional supplies and, of course, chartering the boat ride, all said and done, the trip costs about $2,500. So, yeah, I went out there on my own dime to try to figure this out. And you'll note also, this is the picture that the weatherman had on his screen showing how the Mirage works. And, I mean, look at this bottom sailboat. Then it gets inverted, and then it gets flipped again, and then they got a higher one up here. Now, I mean, go back and rewind the video that Mr. Thrive and Survive did, and think about how crazy that is with regard to the entire Chicago skyline. All right? I mean, you have to believe that this entire city was thrown up into the sky, and perfectly symmetrical, straight up and down, clean lines, and all that stuff. But it's important to point out that before we even did our trip in June of 2016, that the weatherman actually did a special on the 1 year anniversary of being sent that picture from Joshua Nowicki and doing that initial report on it. He actually debunked himself. He had already done a video basically saying, okay, it's not a Mirage, it's something else. Here's the video that he did in April of 2016, 1 year after the initial story.
All right, 1 year ago to this very night, I received this picture. After showing it a year later, I received email after email after email saying that this was not a mirage. So I climbed the dunes myself to see this phenomena and spoke with the experts to settle this skyline skepticism. Joshua Nowicki captures it all through a lens. A year ago, I showed this amazing picture on air and online. The story has been one of the most viewed stories on our website ever. Most click because of its rarity, and also because there are skyline skeptics. They say my explanation is a cover-up. A cover-up to their belief that this picture is proof the Earth is flat. Here on the shores of Lake Michigan at Warren Dunes State Park, just 50 miles towards our west is Chicago. However, we can't see the skyline, at least from this vantage point.
Earlier this year, there was a really good chance. It looked like probably 40 or 50 buildings looked visible from the top of the dune over here, which is the most I have ever had a chance to see it.
Is it evidence of early philosophers that the world isn't round? Or is it a mirage?
If you follow this right here, it's really easy, right through here.
We climb the dunes to find out.
A mirage is a case of atmospheric refraction, and it's caused by the fact that you have temperature variations in the atmosphere, and these cause density variations.
Dr. Mark Rennie is an associate professor of aerooptics at the University of Notre Dame.
So literally the speed of light varies within the air, and this variation of the speed of light has the effect of bending light rays.
Sometimes the Lake Michigan waters makes us see things. Here we are at the top of Warren Dunes. Pretty exciting as the inversion is setting up as we speak. A spring night, the lake waters are still very cold. And we can see out on the horizon and above it a dark line that's starting to show up just above. That's the inversion. That's where temperatures are different below than they are above and creating that cap. And we're beginning to see that atmospheric lensing, where in spots along the horizon we're seeing either breaks in the buildings or where the buildings may be flipped or distortion caused by the mirage or atmospheric conditions that are changing as we speak.
What's happening is the light from Chicago is being bent by the cold air above Lake Michigan slightly downwards towards the observer here in Michigan. And that's helping the light rays get around the curvature of the Earth, so to speak, so that Chicago can be seen almost all the way down to ground level.
Let's hear that again.
What's happening is the light from Chicago is being bent by the cold air above Lake Michigan slightly downwards towards the observer here in Michigan. And that's helping the light rays get around the curvature of the Earth, so to speak, so that Chicago can be seen almost all the way down to ground level.
See, now there's buildings shown up straight ahead of us. But if it is a mirage, argues many of the biggest critics who've emailed me, the image should be upside down.
The word mirage originates from the same root word as the word mirror. So technically, I think if you're going to be a stickler about it, you would say a mirage has to have an inverted image. But again, the physics is all the same.
The science is the same of that of a lens. Here's a simple example.
So if you're looking at Chicago here, just maybe now you can just see the top of the Sears Tower, and if our simulated temperature inversion moves into place, hopefully now you can see pretty much all of Chicago,
see all the lower buildings,
including what's at ground level.
So the atmosphere really is acting like a lens.
Yes. So this is, if anything, this is definitely a demonstration that refraction displaces the image, and basically where you think the image is not where it actually is.
That now infamous picture from a year ago, that's looming, as are these photos that we snapped. This is a mirage. We caught this looking towards Michigan City. Notice the distortion or flip in the image in the time lapse. On a normal day, say in the summer, you can see Chicago, but only a dozen or so of the tallest buildings.
Anything more than that, especially once you get over 10 or 12, something's happening, because that's not usually there.
The views along the lake are always changing, along with the weather.
It's always different. It's so unpredictable that I want to catch as many different views of it that I can.
So technically speaking, this pic is looming. It's not a mirage, but that's all semantics. It's all atmospheric refraction. Now, we have a lot of web extras with this story. Log on to abc57.com after this newscast. You can see the time lapse, a short lecture by Dr. Rennie, and how you can calculate how far you can see to the horizon based on your location. Reporting live, I'm Chief Meteorologist Tom Coombs.
And you can learn more about the story from the Channel 57 News website under the Skyline Skepticism, the Lake Michigan Mirage story. Now, let me just say, guys, stop writing to this poor weatherman and going off on him. I mean, look, the guy, I feel sorry for the guy. I have nothing against him. I just, I didn't believe what he was saying. He had no idea that his little news blurb before doing the weather report was going to stir up as much of a controversy as it did. Probably wasn't even aware that there even was a discussion online about flat Earth of all things. All right. Now, this is the part right here on the website. It talks about the Warren Dunes State Park is about 53 miles across the lake to Chicago. And someone that's 6 feet tall standing on the lake shore can only see about 3 miles to the horizon. If you climb to the top of Tower Hill, 250 feet, you can see almost 20 miles to the horizon. That's still not far enough to see Chicago, at least at ground level. The Willis Sears Tower is 1,450 feet to the top. Doing the same calculations, you could see it from up to 65 miles away on Tower Hill. That day on the shores of Lake Michigan at Warren Dunes State Park, just 50-some miles to the west, Chicago was hard to see on the slightly overcast day. So what's really bizarre about this story is you've got Joshua Nowicki, who's a semi-professional photographer, and this weatherman. looking out there, and they are seeing distortions. I mean, no question. The weather causes atmospheric distortion, and it does cause mirages. But they seem to be of the opinion that the more buildings of the city that you can see clearly, the more we're dealing with atmospheric conditions. And yeah, look, I'm not a meteorologist. I didn't go to school for any of this stuff, but common sense says to me, anyway, that no, the default is probably to be able to see the city. But when we can't see the city, it's because of atmospheric conditions, atmospheric blocking, atmospheric, distortions causing mirages and things like that. So in other words, we should be able to see it. It's when we can't see it that we're dealing with atmospheric conditions. These guys are saying, oh, when the conditions are just right, the atmosphere acts like a lens. And I pointed out in the video there in the text I put on the side, keep in mind the phrase atmospheric lensing and looming. And so here we see the difference between looming on the left and a mirage on the right. Both of these pictures were taken by Joshua Nowicki on April 13th. And he's got, you could actually watch on that website, they got a time lapse showing, he over a period of time, Joshua kept the camera pointed towards Chicago, and sometimes you can see it, sometimes you can't. And I contend that when you can't see it, it's because of the atmospheric blocking and various conditions obscuring it. When you can see it, it's when you have a lack of atmospheric conditions. I don't believe we're dealing with some kind of magic where it's going, beaming the city over the curve so that we can see it perfectly. Now, looming is defined by the dictionary.com website as a mirage in which objects below the horizon seem to be raised above their true positions, and also to appear indistinctly coming into view in indistinct and enlarged form. Well, the indistinct part's tripping me up here because everything was very distinct. I mean, straight lines, perfect. And interestingly enough, speaking of the dictionary definition of looming, I showed dictionary.com earlier, but I also looked up the definition of looming on Wikipedia and found some interesting things here that may support what I just said. For instance, this last paragraph here says, there is a different type of mirage that is also described as looming, in which distant objects appear much nearer than they actually are. It is explained in the same way as the image of the ship, except that the image is not inverted. The density variations may also act as a magnifying glass. And if you click on the link above where it says, for the atmospheric refraction phenomena, see looming and similar refraction phenomena, you come to this page. And it says, while mirages are the best known atmospheric refraction phenomena, looming and similar refraction phenomena do not produce mirages. Mirages show an extra image or images of the miraged object, while looming, towering, stooping, and sinking do not. No inverted image is present in those phenomena either. Depending on atmospheric conditions, the objects can appear to be elevated or lowered, stretched or stooped. These phenomena can occur together, changing the appearance of different parts of the objects in different ways. Sometimes these phenomena can occur together with a true mirage. And it goes on to say, looming is the most noticeable and most often observed of these phenomena. It is an abnormally large refraction of the object that increases the apparent elevation of the distant objects and sometimes allows an observer to see objects that are located below the horizon under normal conditions. And they have this picture here, and if you click on that, it says the distant boats appear to be floating in the sky as a result of looming and other refraction phenomena. I'm going to have to disagree with that. I think all that's happening right here is you're actually seeing the ships where they are. Now, they may be enlarged a little bit due to refraction and magnification and whatnot, but they're not floating in the sky. I have seen with my own observations using the Nikon Coolpix P900 that there's what appears to be the hard line of the horizon on water, and then there's a miraged horizon beyond that that you can actually watch boats go right out into. And you've seen that online before with the Red Boat, for instance, that video done by Lori Ferrari. And I also did a similar video where I went to Florida and I was visiting my family. We went out to the beach, and it was a fairly clear night, although it looks a little bit hazy in this video here. And I was watching ships go out to sea, and these ships right here that you see on the screen started out right beside me, and I watched them leave the dock and go all the way out to where you see them right here. And I just kept the camera on them and just followed them out there. You'll see the hard line right here of the water, and that's about 2 to 3 miles out, I'm guessing. But if you just keep watching, they'll go beyond that line. You'll see them going out beyond the hard line right there. And here's a shot where they've gone way beyond that line. They're out at between 4 and 5 miles right now. And looking at the curvature chart, at the water level, you should be missing 10 feet of the ship. And my camera was just about 2 to 3 feet at the most above water level, and I don't see anything missing there. So I believe all that's happening right there is just like when you look out at cars driving on the highway and it look like there's a big puddle up ahead, but it's not. It's just miraging on the ground, making it look like water. And so in this case, out to sea, it blends in with the sky, and it gives the appearance of losing the horizon, but you haven't. The ships will just keep going out on that water. It's not a mirage. It's not looming. It's not anything. It's just ships going straight out to sea on a flat, level surface. Now, I need to point out the fact that there is a lot of water in the atmosphere. And biblically speaking, it's also kind of interesting that the heavens, and we know that there are multiple heavens. Many say that the first heaven is where the birds fly, and the second heaven is space, and third heaven is where God is, and perhaps there's even more heavens within the heaven that God's in. But the word heaven in Hebrew is shamayim. And if you look that word up, like on Bible.cc, for instance, it's Strong's number 8064, shamayim, heaven. Scroll down, gives you a little bit more definition here from Strong's Exhaustive Concordance, air, astrologer, heavens. It's a dual of an unused singular, shama, from an unused root meaning to be lofty, the sky as aloft. The dual perhaps alluding to the visible arc in which the clouds move, as well as to the higher ether where the celestial bodies revolve. So it's lofty, it's up there. And so that would be the singular. But it's like a compound word, because within the word shamayim is the word mayim, and that's Strong's number 4325, and that's the word for water. And if you scroll down to the Strong's Exhaustive Concordance elaborated definition here, water, wasting, watering, course, dual of a primitive noun but used in a singular sense. Water, figuratively, juice, by euphemism, urine, semen, piss, wasting, watering, coursing, flood, spring. And I believe it was a lecture that was done by Dr. Kent Hovind where I first heard this, but the word shamayim could be understood to mean water in it. And there certainly is a lot of water in the heavens, or what we call the atmosphere. So I went to a few websites. I just did a Google how much water is in the atmosphere, and this is the USGS website, usgs.gov, Science for a Changing World. The USGS Water Science School talks about there is always water in the atmosphere. Clouds are, of course, the most visible manifestation of atmospheric water, but even clear air contains water in particles that are too small to be seen. One estimate of the volume of water in the atmosphere at any one time is about 3,100 cubic miles, or 12,900 cubic kilometers. And it goes on to say that if all the water that's in the atmosphere were to rain down at once, it would cover the globe to a depth of about 1 inch. And this is confirmed on a number of websites, but I'll just show you one more just for the sake of argument here. This is the Y Files, the science behind the news. They have an article, How Much Water is in the Atmosphere. It says, at any moment, the atmosphere contains an astounding 37.5 million billion gallons of water in the invisible vapor phase. This is enough water to cover the entire Earth, land and ocean, with 1 inch of rain. And, of course, goes on to talk about that as well. So, yeah, there's a lot of water in the atmosphere. I think we all kind of just know that, but I don't think we've ever really thought about what that means. And so I'm thinking If the atmosphere, especially over water, is made up of zillions and zillions of tiny convex drops of water, then collectively, perhaps they all combine to make one big convex lens, in which case it would act like a magnifying glass. Okay, so with that in mind, let's look up some websites dealing with the refraction of light. You might see a graphic, something like this, showing light bending downward. And here's your typical graphic showing how light rays entering some sort of medium, like in this case water, refraction causes the light to bend downward. Now we've all seen pictures of, a pencil or something in a glass of water, and how not only does refraction bend the image downward, it also magnifies it. I'm going to say that again. Water causes refraction, bending the image downward, and magnifies it. So this is important now. But they have sort of an unusual, although I would say very common, view as to how downward refraction is being used to allow us to see things up, over, and around the curve. And while I was looking at the Channel 57 News website, I found some raw footage, it looks like, of the conversation the weatherman had with the optics expert at that university. Check this out.
One way that can happen is called looming, and this is a situation where cases where you can see objects in the distance that would normally be obscured by the curvature of the Earth. So as an example, in the next picture we'll show a picture taken from a person standing on the shoreline of Lake Michigan, and he can see almost to ground level Chicago. Whereas normally you wouldn't be able to see that far because of the curvature of the Earth. So what's happening in this case is, especially this time of year, Lake Michigan is much colder than the air above it, and that has the effect of cooling the air just above the lake. And so now you have the case where the index of refraction is increasing with the height above the lake, and this has the effect of bending light rays back down so that they can get around the curvature of the Earth and be seen by an observer standing on the shoreline here in Michigan.
Now, prior to doing this research, I probably would have just shook my head and agreed with everything you just said. But now that I've begun to question the shape and nature of the Earth and look at it from a different perspective, this seems to me like an ad hoc theory. It seems like they start with the premise, well, we all, of course, know the Earth is a globe, it's a sphere, and Chicago's too far away for us to see it, so therefore this must be what's happening. And they create a nice graphic and take the principles that we know and understand about refraction and how the atmosphere plays into all that, and throw together again, it looks to me now like an ad hoc theory to explain how the city is thrown up over the curve so that we can see it on the other side of Lake Michigan. That's what it looks like to me anyway. All right, let's continue.
So is all this under mirage and then looming is under mirage, or what are the semantics of looming versus mirage? Okay, well, that's all. I guess that's all in the details of the terminology. And from what I understand, technically, I think mirage has to have an inverted image, whereas there are other atmospheric effects such as looming or towering that are purely displacement, and you don't necessarily have to have an inverted image in order for refractive effects to occur in the atmosphere. So they would all fall under the category of atmospheric refraction. I guess that would be a good thing to say. Yes.
Okay, so again, this is their graphic. According to them, we know the Earth's a ball, so therefore this is the way it's working. Chicago's over here on the left, we got the curve of the Earth here, and the light rays, which would normally be going straight across, have to be bent due to the atmospheric lensing, the density of the atmosphere and whatnot, causing the light to refract downward, basically just conveniently enough over the top of the bulge of the curve so that we can see it on the other side. Now, here's where I would differ with this whole idea. Again, just sort of flipping the board. Let's just say we don't start with any preconceived notions of the Earth as a globe. Let's entertain for a moment the completely absurd notion that water is flat and it always seeks its own level. and we're looking across a flat plain of water, 46 miles across. Check this image out right here. Now, I caught this image shortly after Rick and I returned from our trip across the lake. We grabbed a bite to eat, and then we went out to the beach, and it was still clear out, so we got the camera out and looked 46 miles across the lake to see this right here. This image is extraordinary. Okay, the boat right here, I'm going to guess is... These people walking in front of the camera here are walking across some rocks that sort of jut out and kind of fence in the harbor area, and they are only about a quarter of a mile away from where we were when I shot this. I shot this image from right about here. This is where we were looking across, and this is the area right here where those people were walking. And the boat, as you could tell by the size of the people on the boat, wasn't too much further beyond that. So maybe a half mile to a mile, or at the most, I would say, away from where we were. All right, now when I was headed back to Chicago to catch my flight, I snapped this picture of the Willis Tower. And this is, if you go on Google Earth, this is right about the area right here where I believe I was when I took that picture. Looking across, it's only about 0.6 of a mile. So I'm just a little over a half mile away, and look at the size of the tower as compared to the car that was diagonally in front of me. We were looking at the Willis Tower from this direction right here when we were on the other side of the lake. Now, okay, so let me slide the car over and shrink it down to the appropriate scale beside the boat. Do you see something rather interesting here? This building is significantly magnified. The image on the left shows the size and scale of the building next to a car at 0.6 of a mile away. The image on the right shows the same building and the same car with a boat at 46 miles away. The atmosphere really is acting like a lens. What type of lens? A convex lens or a magnifying glass. So I'm going to suggest this is what's happening. The atmosphere is acting like a lens, which magnifies the city, brings it up a little closer, and as it does so, we start to lose a little bit of the bottom of the buildings, and perhaps due to the density in the atmosphere, there's additional refraction that takes place that makes it drop down even more. Is that what happened? Let's look at it from another angle here, from the side view. I'll bring our graphic back in of refraction. Let's go ahead and orient the graphic so it better represents what we're looking at here. I'll angle the light rays to show the density of the air here causing the refraction, and bring our lens in so we can magnify the city. It brings the city up, and as it does so, we start to lose a little bit of the bottom of the city, and perhaps either due to the magnification or due to additional refraction, maybe it is dropped down a little bit more, and this is what we end up with. Huh. Just like we saw. Now this is a still frame from the half-hour video that I did, and the numbers you see there are all based on the numbers that Tony was giving me based on his device. His device said it was 37 nautical miles, which is 42.6 statute miles, but when you plot the same exact location that we were at, the exact distance you get on Google Earth is 46 miles. So you basically add about 4 miles to all the numbers that you saw in the half-hour video. But here's where it gets interesting, at least to me. Both of these pictures were taken with the same camera. Now, if you remember from the half-hour Chicago skyline video, I was saying I can see Chicago. We're about 42 miles away. I can see it. The problem is trying to get the camera's having trouble focusing on it because it's moving up and down and it's so zoomed in. But I can totally see it. Rick was not zoomed all the way in. He was using my camera, the Nikon Coolpix P900, but he was only zoomed in about halfway when he grabbed the shot above. Now I know that when I got the image below, I was zoomed all the way in. And so some people may point to one of my videos where I was actually debunking myself. If you remember that NASA video showing the Earth and the Moon, and the Moon was going in front of the Earth. So I did a little experiment where I used a baseball as a moon and a larger ball as the Earth. And I got at the end of a long hallway with my Canon 70D and zoom lens, and zoomed all the way in on it, and this was the image that I captured doing this experiment. There's the NASA image on top, and there's my image. And so, you know, just by virtue of the lens, it does magnify the distant object to make it look proportionately large to the object that is closer to you. So is that what's happening here? Well, both these images were shot from the harbor area here. The red line at the top is where we were in the boat. We're just about to depart when I asked Tony to stop, and I got the camera out to shoot Chicago. And the lower red line is where we were on the beach when I took the picture on the bottom there. So, and the distance between those two locations is less than a quarter of a mile. So it's negligible. We're still looking about 46 miles across either way. Now, here's the shot from the beach before I zoomed in. Now I'm zooming in, zooming in, zooming in, and I'm going to stop it right about here. That's about halfway on the zoom, and I believe that's where Rick had the camera set when he took the picture above. Based on the size of the building right here, I'm going to guess that he was about halfway. Alright, so let's go ahead and continue the zoom. And this is zoomed all the way in. The Nikon Coolpix P900 has an 83 power optical zoom, and that little punch in right after that was the digital zoom afterward. It has a digital zoom that goes beyond the 83 power. I did not go all the way in with that. I just punched it a little bit because I wanted to frame it with the ship right there. So that's 83 power plus. So gonna guess it's probably the equivalent of about maybe 90 power zoom or so right here. Now let's bring the picture in from the halfway zoom, and I'm gonna go ahead and bring our car back in and slide the picture in from Chicago, and I'm gonna scale the car to the appropriate size to the boat right here and go ahead and slide the car over to the building. So this is what the car and the building look like at half zoom. So let's try something else here. I'm going to unfreeze the video and back it off so it goes backwards, and we're zooming out back to the shoreline, and now I'm gonna bring it forward again, and let's see, right about here is where we have some fairly decent resolution where you can still make out the building. I'm going to zoom in here with the computer. This is a computer zoom now on this still image. And I'm going to bring the other image in from the half zoom and scale the car over to the digitally zoomed in image of the almost completely zoomed out shot. And so you got three different zooms here. One almost completely zoomed out, one zoomed about halfway on an 83 power optical zoom lens, and the one on the right, of course, all the way zoomed in with a little touch of digital zoom on top of that in the camera. And when looking at these images compared to the one on the left, which is just shot with my iPhone, I got to tell you, it looks like it's being magnified to me, especially when you consider the fact that that building is like 45 miles away from that boat. It's 45 miles away. So, looks like there's some serious magnification going on here. And, you know, some of that could be due to the lens, I'll give you that. But I also know what I could see with my own eyes. Now, I understand you may not want to take my word for it, so all I can say is go up there and do it yourself. But based on what I saw with my own eyes, as well as what the quote-unquote experts had to say regarding how the atmosphere can act like a magnifying glass, I'm still going to go with it as being magnified. Again, you can go out there and test it for yourself. But remember, let's just go back and hear from the experts once again about what they say is happening.
The science is the same of that of a lens. Here's a simple example.
So if you're looking at Chicago here, just maybe now you can just see the top of the Sears Tower, and if our simulated temperature inversion moves into place, hopefully now you can see pretty much all of Chicago,
see all the lower buildings,
including what's at ground level.
So the atmosphere really is acting like a lens.
Yes.
So the atmosphere really is acting like a lens, according to the experts. Now, you guys don't need to go out and spend tens of thousands of dollars to get that pretty piece of paper to hang up on the I Love Me wall and put letters after your name so that you can call yourself an expert. You can be an expert with what you see here on the screen. Yep, believe it or not. Go to Walmart, and your advanced degree in atmospheric lensing technology will cost you just a couple dollars. You can get a 2x power lens for about $1.85, I think, at Walmart. Get yourself some Scotch tape. Then if you look in the description below, you'll see I put a PNG file of a city. You can print that up, cut it out so it looks something like this, what you see on the screen here. Then find a table and a chair. And okay, you're going to bend the paper so it looks something like this. Tape the lens to the table, get a chair that's about the same height as the edge of the table. Put your iPhone on the end of the chair, and the chair will act as a dolly, so you can just kind of pull the chair back. And looky here. Look what happens with atmospheric lensing. Wow, isn't that amazing? And you didn't have to go to college either. Now, you can get in a boat and drive to Chicago, and wow, look at that. Now, let's compare. See? Look at this. This is how much of the city was lost simply due to atmospheric lensing. Now remember, the experts, the guys that spent tens of thousands of dollars to get advanced degrees in this stuff so that people would recognize that they're smart, they told you the science really is that of a lens. Now, of course, the first time I posted something like this on YouTube, the baltards came out from under every rock on this plane to make fun of me and say I didn't know what I was talking about with refraction. That's not how it works, and blah, blah, blah. And they looked at the image on the lower right here of the magnifying glass showing the city and how it was all wavy and distorted. And they said, well, look, your magnifying glass made everything distorted, and Joshua Nowicki's picture was straight up and down. You're an idiot, blah, blah, blah. Well, yeah, okay, so then these other guys came out and they started posting all this stuff about the Toronto skyline. And you've probably seen the meme being passed around on Facebook and everything, showing the lower portion of one of the tall buildings there in Toronto being missing. And they're saying, see, this is proof of the globe. And you start seeing videos like this one.
Another way to demonstrate the curve is with distant city skylines. A good example is the city of Toronto, viewed from across Lake Ontario. The city is dominated by the distinctive CN Tower, currently the third tallest tower in the world at 1,815 feet. There are many pictures online of the Toronto skyline, viewed from Niagara-on-the-Lake, New York, 30 miles away. With the metabunk calculation, we see that 486 feet of the tower, or about 26% of it, should be hidden behind the curve of the Earth from that distance. And this is exactly what we see, as you can easily tell when compared to an image of the full tower at the same scale. One example they use is the Chicago skyline seen from 60 miles away across Lake Michigan. At a viewing height of 6 feet, we calculate that 2,166 feet should be below the horizon at 60 miles. So they are right that the entire city of Chicago should be completely hidden. And it is hidden nearly all the time, but sometimes it can be seen from that far away due to a type of atmospheric light refraction phenomenon called a superior mirage. A superior mirage is caused by colder air below warmer air, which bends the light around the curve of the Earth. This event sometimes makes the news for the very reason that it is a rare occurrence.
Now, in most social settings, such a continuous condescending tone would likely get you punched in the face repeatedly, but beyond that, I have to remind you of the response that another former weatherman gave regarding the whole idea of this being a superior mirage. Let me play that for you again.
See, what they're not showing you is the ridiculousness of how high this mirage would be. but I'm showing you what it is right here. And remember, since we saw the water line the whole way, okay, let me show you how that would look. The water was up there with it too. So from the guy that took the camera all the way out, okay, we're supposed to believe that there was a continuous 5,200 feet inversion that suddenly just happened to come down to the guy right on the edge perfectly, so that he saw, when he looked out, like a perfect skyline across there of Chicago. So again, here are the steps. You have the regular upside, right side up image, then you turn it upside down. It has to happen on a mirage, guys. This is the typical one you see out at sea, this upside down one right here. Now what they're claiming is it was so deep, this layer here, this inversion, that it had enough to rectify back up once again, 5,200 feet. So if we were to, you've probably seen, look up Superior Mirages. You'll find like ships that will be upside down looking, one on top of the other. That's the typical Superior Mirage, which you would see right here. Okay? That would be a minimum of 4,800 feet. But since the image was not inverted and right side up, which really tells you you're looking at Chicago, you're not looking at a Superior Mirage. Okay? It requires 5,200 feet. I implore you, please call any National Weather Service office and ask them if they've ever seen an inversion from the surface up to 5,200 feet. Okay? They're going to laugh at you.
Now let's go back to Captain Baldhard.
You can tell that it's a mirage because there is lots of distortion. The Willis Tower on the left is clearly elongated. And also, there are videos of this same view that show the buildings dancing around, changing shape, and even disappearing. Even though this is a mirage, the bottom parts of the buildings are clearly still obscured from view, just as we expect. If the Earth was flat, you could see the buildings on any clear day, not just rarely when the conditions are right for refraction. Flat Earthers use these rare events to try to prove the Earth is flat, but that makes no sense. It's called cherry picking, a favorite trick of all types of science deniers. You don't get to pick the anomalies that seem to agree with your views and ignore the common observations that don't, and still call yourself an honest investigator. That is intellectually dishonest.
Now let's see who's going to pick and choose what common observations they're going to accept and or ignore. Here's an interesting video I saw online regarding a full day time lapse revealing superior mirages. Now this is quite extraordinary, actually. This is from skunkbayweather.com, September 7th, 2012. Notice the buildings and the shoreline here over on the left. Keep your eye on that. Just watch that, and the mountain in the background. Yeah, everything's pretty cool. You can see pretty much everything there, but as the day progresses, and we are now at 9:30 a.m. and it's 59 degrees, 60 degrees, it's getting warmer, the temperature is changing, we start to see some miraging take place, right? It starts to distort things a little bit. Ooh, look at that. The water seems like it's getting higher, and we're losing buildings, and we're losing the beach. Here it is now, noon, 63 degrees and climbing. Uh-oh, there it goes. Oh, there it is again. Oh, it's all miraged. Huh, it's all distorted. Sometimes you see it, sometimes you don't. The default is to see it, though. That's the point. The default is minus distorting atmospheric conditions, you would be able to see everything clearly. But due to different temperature variations and density in the atmosphere and whatnot, sometimes you can see the whole shoreline and the buildings, sometimes you can't. But the magic trick is not in being able to see it. It's what is taking place that obscures your ability to do so. Look at this. And the mountains in the background shrink and expand and everything too. I would suggest that you hit pause on this video and rewind and watch that back and forth a few times. In fact, I'll put the link in the show notes below. because I sped this up. I made it only 2 minutes long instead of 4 minutes long. So you can watch the whole thing in a little bit slower motion there. But I mean, look at the comparison right here, just in these two images right here. The one on the right at 5:44 p.m., 63.5 degrees Fahrenheit. Can't really see anything on the left shoreline there. And on the left at 9:43 a.m., when it was 59.5 degrees Fahrenheit, we can see the shoreline, we can see buildings, trees, all kinds of stuff. So, I mean, either this lake is, filling up and draining so that the water level is higher or lower, or it's due to atmospheric lensing and distortions, refraction, and all that good stuff, causing us to not be able to see it at certain times. I think that's exactly what's going on Lake Michigan. And again, based on that imagery that I saw looking 46 miles across versus 0.6 miles across, I really do believe that, just like the expert said, the globalist guys, these are people who believe in the globe now. They are the ones that said, hey, the atmosphere really is acting like a lens, and they put a lens in front of the camera to show how it works. So I'm just doing what they're doing. I'm using the same logic that they're using, the same science that they're using. And, science is all about testable, observable, and repeatable data, right? So to alleviate the problem of distorting the edges because the magnifying glass ring is too small, I went on Amazon and I got these plastic magnifying sheets and came up with another way of doing the same thing using the sheet right here. Set the city up, a little cutout of the city, and now I've got the big magnifying glass sheet. Bring the camera right up to the lens. See, that's the normal view of the city. Now let's back up again.
The science is the same of that of a lens. Here's a simple example.
So if you're looking at Chicago here,
The atmosphere really is acting like a lens.
yes.
Atmosphere really is acting like a lens, and this is how much of the city is missing due to the lensing effect, the magnification of the atmosphere. You're missing a good portion of the city just by pulling my iPhone back on a 3-foot long desk. That's how much I lost of the city. And as with any scientific experiment, you always try to improve upon what you did before. So I got some foam core, made a little housing for the magnifying sheet, and pasted the city on the back there, and I made it as 2 separate pieces so that I could flex it as necessary, because I think that there are different types of atmospheric conditions that would allow for more magnification versus less magnification. So in this scenario you have more magnification, and in this one you have less. And for this one I decided to put the Toronto skyline into my little box here. And let's try it again. Okay, we're all the way up against the glass. Now let's zoom across the lake. And wow, look at that. The lower portions start to disappear. Now let's zoom back in to get a little closer to the one that Captain Baltard was talking about here. And wow, look at this. Here's his image on the right, and here's my image on the left. Missing lower portions of the city had nothing to do with curvature whatsoever. And this, of course, is my answer to the meme that you've all seen being passed around on Facebook showing the missing part of buildings is absolute proof of the curve. No, not really. But as I got to thinking more and more about all this stuff, I realized you may not even need the lensing, atmospheric refraction, and all that either. For example, just go out into a field, something like this. This is a nice flat field out by my apartment complex. Lower your iPhone to the ground to simulate us, because we're really small on this massively large plane, right? Straight horizontal plane. Then go ahead and walk away from your camera on this flat horizontal plane, and just for the fun of it, let's go ahead and bring the city in here, and I'll try to keep my head right between those two buildings right there, and I'm going to pull the city along on this flat, straight horizontal plane, pulling the city far away, and just simply due to perspective lines, look at what we end up with, boys and girls. Amazing, isn't it? Now let's bring the water line in to simulate water instead of grass, and get rid of the background there with some sky. Now let's slide our little city over here, put the big city back in, and well, just due to perspective lines, this is how much of the city magically disappeared. So based on what we've just seen here, apparently all you either need is atmospheric magnification, refraction, or perspective lines. Either one or all three can easily account for the obscuring of the lower parts of cities and ships for that matter, with no need of curvature whatsoever. And I'm going to talk a lot more about perspective because I do believe perspective is also playing a major role in all this and how our eyeball works and how lenses work in general and visual acuity and all that kind of stuff. So I'll save that for part 2. But just as sort of a bonus round to close this video off, if perspective works for ships and for cities, I guess it would work the same for the sun too. So maybe this explains sunrise and sunset on the flat Earth. Works the same way. Perspective. Pretending my face is the sun. Face like the sun. Little shout out to my friend Gons. There you go. It's not rocket science. I'm sure by now most of you have probably seen this little animation I created. This was done actually back in May of 2015. So it was a month after I first got into this, when I was kind of considering all of it and going, well, I wonder how that would work. And so I created a little animation in Poser, created a point light with a limited throw ratio, so the light is limited as far as how far it'll go, and just animated it in a circle over the circular flat Earth map. Now, let me just say, neither one of these are to scale. I was just going for the concept here. According to Zetetic Astronomy and other resources, people looking at the sun and gauging its size and distance using a sextant, apparently the sun would be just shy of about 40 miles across and roughly 3,000 miles high. So obviously that's not being depicted here. That scale's not accurate, and it would go in and out on the various tropics and of course the equator. For more information on that, see my animation to the right there. It says how the 4 seasons work on the flat Earth model. Check that one out, and also you might want to listen to the radio show that I did with Zen Garcia, who's done some amazing work in tying all of this into the Book of Enoch and how Enoch describes the various motions of the heavenly luminaries. Lots of good stuff there. But of course, the critics look at this and they say stuff like,
if the sun and moon were just circling over the flat Earth and getting too far away to see, then we would see them shrink and fade out of view as they set. But we don't. Flat Earthers will show you videos where the sun appears to grow or shrink, but this is an illusion due to thick clouds. You can always see that there are clouds near the horizon when they try to show this. Normally, this illusion does not happen.
Oh, so he said that flat earthers are always hiding it behind clouds or whatever. Well, there's plenty of footage out there you can find where there's no clouds involved. This is from a really good video online you guys need to check out called Flat Earth Proof Sunset Off Pucket. I'm not sure if that's exactly how you pronounce it. P-H-U-K-E-T. Really interesting, showing sunset up. I believe this was actually somewhere off the equator. Again, you'd have to watch that video for yourself, but it clearly shows the sun changing in diameter as it goes away. So please take note not to ignore this evidence. Other videos you've seen where it looks like it's going in an arc like that and going off into the distance. Other videos where people have taken and used filters and whatnot and analyzed the sun moving and then done measurement of pixels across the screen, showing that it does in fact look like it gets a little bit smaller in some cases it gets a lot smaller. In this case from 302 pixels to 290. And then of course there's this video right here, which apparently was shot in the desert where there's going to be a lot less moisture, and so whenever there's less moisture you're going to obviously have less refraction and magnification.
You don't get to pick the anomalies that seem to agree with your views and ignore the common observations that don't, and still call yourself an honest investigator. That is intellectually dishonest.
So thinking about all this and thinking about what I had just shown you regarding atmospheric lensing, magnification, refraction, all that with regard to cities and objects at a distance on the land, I got to thinking, I wonder how this would work with the sun and moon. So this is what I came up with. I've got my magnifying sheet frame, and I created a little stand to paste the sun on it and keep it the same height over the flat surface of a table. So the sun is always going to be parallel with the surface. And check this out. All right, here's the first test of a sun moving over a flat surface, and with no atmospheric magnification, it does what we might expect it would. It gets smaller as it goes away from us. All right, now let's see what happens when we add in our atmospheric magnification. Again, water and refraction. Water causes magnification and refraction, right? So let's bring the sun back. Oh, check this out. Refraction bends the light downward. It made the sun set on a parallel surface. As it was moving parallel, the same height, the whole way over a flat surface, the refraction caused the sun to set. Not only that, well, let's bring in the beginning of that little test, and we see that it maintained pretty much the same size, too. Pretty close. And of course, that's because as it's moving away, the magnification is still taking place. And so even though the sun's further away than it was in the beginning of the test, the magnification basically preserved the same size, and the refraction made it set. Of course, again, depending on how much moisture is in the air, we could see that the sun doesn't appear to change in size at all as it goes down. We could see sometimes perhaps that it looks like it's getting bigger when it goes down. You ever see like a really big sunset or moonrise, moonset, where one of them looks really large on the horizon? Well, that could be because there's lots of moisture in the air causing that effect. Or when there's less moisture in the air, obviously you won't have as much magnification taking place, and so it looks smaller as it goes away. So it's all relative to the amount of moisture that's in the air. Now, I'm just going to put forward a crazy idea for you to think about. And that is, if Rob Skiba could figure this out, I'm just going to go out on a limb here. I think it's quite possible that the creator of the cosmos could have figured out the same thing and engineered our beautiful sunsets, thanks to all that water he placed in our atmosphere. Just something to think about. Thanks so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video presentation. If you did, please subscribe to my YouTube channel, like the video, and share it on your favorite social media sites. There's a lot more to come, so stay tuned, and we'll see you back next time.
What a wonderful man.
All right, who else is drinking?
Cheers, brother.
I gotta pour something. I wasn't gonna drink tonight, but I'll pour one drink.
I just witnessed a jackass walk through my backyard.
What's Bill Clinton doing in your backyard?
No, this one's more like Newsom. It's a nuisance, right? Like all donkeys do is they just come in your yard, they eat shit, and then they leave nothing but a pile of shit. Sometimes they break things.
Along the path that they went, yeah.
Out here we call them road apples.
Well, I will continue to post his stuff regardless. It,
Hey man, get it out there, dude. Like, now as much as ever, his message should be being shared, right?
If all I can ever do again is share stuff that Rob showed me, then that's what I'll do.
Does anybody else have a drink ready?
Yes, brother.
No, but I'll cheers anyway.
let me get a bowl ready.
Yeah, I'll get something to
that'll was that Justin that said that?
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that. Hang on, I'll be right back.
Okay, I'm ready.
Give me 20 seconds.
I'm waiting for
I got me some popcorn.
Mhm.
It's good stuff.
I specifically made a point to not drink when I got home tonight, but I'll go ahead and pour a little something.
This is something that you had no idea would happen.
Okay, let's do it.
All right.
Love you, Rob. Cheers, Rob. Thank you, brother.
Cheers.
I think that's the first shot of water that I've taken for a past brother.
Making it a point not to drink?
Yeah. I'm a substance abuse counselor, my friend.
Beautiful. Oh, yeah.
Yep.
I do not envy.
Now, granted, I know a lot of people who are drug addicts and alcoholics who still do that job, and they do it well. I don't agree with it, but you know what I mean. Makes all kinds out there. I'm staying sober for sure.
This is one of my favorite poems, actually. I'm trying to pull up a straightforward copy of it online.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers, bud.
Cheers.
May the wind always be at your back. Quote. What's that one?
He's riding the lightnings. That's what I would be doing. First thing.
Yeah. First, he's like, "Where's the lightning? Can anybody point me to the lightning?"
Where's that electricity, man? I need that electricity. Give it to me.
I want to go the speed of light. I've been talking about it a lot of my life. I want to go. I need to go the speed of light right now. Come on, let's go.
Yes. I want to take that lightning bolt and just ride it, just hang on to it.
Okay, it's an Irish blessing, and I'll post it in the.
That's so awesome.
Voice text.
I can never remember it. I used to have that memorized. It's three things. It's never may something, and then may something else. I know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
May the road rise up to meet you. May the wind be always at your back. May the sun shine warm upon your face. The rains fall soft upon your fields, and until we meet again, may God hold you in the palm of his hand.
Amen.
Yeah, he's preparing for us right now.
I'm gonna go with a classic. I was gonna do one that I knew from the Navy, but this is more of a traditional one. No man
If
is
you
an
ask me to
island.
sing Amazing Grace, I will cry my fucking eyes out, so don't do it.
No, we don't. I don't think we need anybody to sing.
Read it out, Platypus. If you can, read it out, please.
Yep. No man is an island entire of itself. Every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. If a clod be washed away by the sea, Europe is the less, as well as if a promontory were, as well as if a manner of thine friends, or of thine own were. Any man's death diminishes me, because I am involved in mankind, and therefore never send to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee.
Hear, hear.
Yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna post another one. Here comes the second drink. If I'm gonna open a bottle tonight, I'm just gonna say fuck it and full send.
Well, there you go.
I don't have a problem.
I never said you did, man.
I won't consider it a problem until it affects at least one other person on this planet, which right now it does not.
Wow, impressive. Hats off.
How dare. He said planet and you didn't even jump down his throat.
Read the room, Mike.
I heard plane.
I don't register gibberish words, so I don't. You guys are. Did he say something? I don't. I can't place it. Sorry.
I got one that fits Rob. When you were born, you cried and the world rejoiced. You lived your life, so when you died, the world cries and you rejoice. That's
a good one.
Native American. Our prayers are a little different than yours. May the warm winds of heaven blow softly upon your house. May the Great Spirit bless all who enter there. May your moccasins make happy tracks in many snows. And may the rainbow of the Great Spirit's promise always touch your shoulder.
Man, everybody's coming out with it tonight.
O Great Spirit, whose voice I hear in the winds, whose breath gives me life, and life to all the world, hear me. I am small and weak, I need your strength and wisdom. Make my hands respect the things you have made, and my ears sharp to hear your voice. Make me wise so that I may understand the things you have taught my people. Let me learn the lessons you have hidden in every leaf, rock, and creature on this earth. I seek strength not to be greater than my brother, but to fight my greatest enemy, myself. Make me always ready to come to you with clean hands and straight eyes, so when life fades, as a fading sunset, my spirit may come to you without shame.
That's like a lullaby. Very nice.
Yeah, most of our prayers and proverbs are centered around self or community or life. Our environment, of course. Honor the sacred. Honor the earth, our mother. Honor the elders. Honor all whom we share the earth with. Four-legged, two-legged, winged ones, swimmers, crawlers, plant and rock people. Walk in balance and beauty, in harmony with earth and its beings. We don't see each other as men and women. We see each other as beings, light beings, beings of life, a living being, no different than a leaf or a night crawler or a spider. We're all living beings. It's one of the things that I think is more beautiful about the natives. They include all life on Earth in the human family. Because they don't believe in humans, they believe in beings. So it's a family of light, right? Like the spark at conception.
I was just going to say the spark. Yep. Everybody is a micro spark of the macro spark, and you can't destroy a spark. So Rob's spark is in all of us and somewhere else now. Still here, though.
Well, one of my favorite ones about the earth is about our kids. Treat the earth well. It was not given to you by your parents. It was loaned to you by your children. We do not inherit the earth from our ancestors. We borrow it from our children. Yeah, that's a
Makes
different
sense.
way.
That's deep.